Knox stared at the two Jedi, the two individuals suspended in Bacta tanks upon the Eternal Fleet flagship. Letha and Nadia Grell, scarred and disfigured to the point of being unrecognizable. Letha had it the worst. Her hair were few in strands as it flowed over her scarred head, the genetic traits of the Myralucan woman. The coverings of her eyes had severe scarring alongside the rest of her face. She was bare to the world apart from wraps that covered her modesty, skin flaked from her and hung from her arms and legs. It was a miracle the Jedi was even alive. Knox attested that to her sheer connection to the Force. It was impressive that a Jedi could hold such a connection, greater than the annoying Jedi Knights and that slave of the Empire of Arath. The Bacta worked to heal her injuries as best as it could, but he knew she would never be the same. He had stripped her of her connection to the Force, a small trickle compared to the ocean it was before. The Jedi would never allow her active duty again, the military wouldn't take her nor would she be able to get a job. No, her life was ruined whether she awoke or not. Knox crossed his arms over his chest as he glared at her, his fingers tapping at his elbows as he thought. You had such promise, yet you threw it away to become a pawn of the Jedi. You could have been the third most powerful being in the galaxy, yet you chose to serve. Pathetic. Knox droned as he glared before turning his attention to the silver-haired apprentice. The apprentice had significantly lesser injuries, a lightsaber through the chest, some scarring from their battle and light burns. She would be fine, albeit a bit weaker in terms of use of the Force from the effects of the lightning he had subjected her and the rest of the Jedi to. But nonetheless she would be fine. Republic forces are retreating from the surface of Iokath and fleeing back to their nearest stronghold, Scorpio announced as she entered the med bay. Commit to a full planetary scan. I doubt they didn't leave some sort of retaliation behind. Be careful of any traps. They wouldn't simply leave our world without so much as a freak you, Knox told the droid who agreed with his assessment. Committing all able forces to perform full sweep of Iokath. What would you like us to do with them? Scorpio asked in reference to the healing Jedi. Prepare to transfer the Myralucan to my lab on the surface. Keep the Sarkay comatose here. When the other Jedi awake, have them frozen in carbonite. I don't want them breaking out, Knox ordered as Scorpio relayed his orders to the rest of the ship. The present. Knox landed the ship atop a red stone plateau overlooking a valley. He sat in his chair for a few moments as he thought, staring out towards the fauna below through the cockpit window. Keep your weapon on you at all times, Knox announced as he heaved himself from his chair and made his way out of the bridge. Don't I always? Valen retorted as she pulled a clean cloak from the wardrobe within Knox's quarters. The black-haired Sith Lord cast a glance to the High Justice as he made his way to an armor rack built into the wall of his bedroom which held his Sith cultist's helmet placed upon the rack's head. Already wearing the rest of the armor, Knox grabbed the black helmet as he turned it in his grip, the helmet's sensors making the clasps on the helmet open, allowing the man to raise it and slide it onto his head, the clasps clamping together once more to fit snugly on his head, a hiss escaping vents on the side and front of the mask. Ready? The modulated voice of Knox asked as he turned to the woman, double-checking his lightsaber was clipped to his belt. As always, Valen sashayed out of the room, an audible chuckle resonating from Knox as he followed after. Opening the ramp to the ship as they entered the cargo hold, the winds of the planet blew strands of Valen hand around as the ramp hit the stone below with a solid thump. Walking down the ramp with a wide gait, Knox observed the plateau they were on, red in color as it cracked and crumbled underfoot. Clouds passed by around the plateau. Noting the height they landed on, Knox approached the edge of the towering mass of rock, gazing down towards the forest below. Down there, Valen popped up over his shoulder as she too looked down, Knox nodding in turn before he simply stepped forward and off the side of the plateau. Show off, Valen huffed before stepping back a few steps before running forward and leaping to follow. Knox stared at the interface of his suit, analyzing its systems as he fell through the sky, clouds blowing past his black form. He could absent-mindedly hear the mad giggles of Valen as she fell at the same rate he did. The animals of the wildlife were uneasy. Even the mightiest of the Night Sisters' pets looked at the shadows in instinctual terror. The lands looked bleak, the light of the sun became dim as shadows extended from the trees as if moving on their own. the dark aura of the man manifesting in an almost visible shade over the planet. The rancor herds, in their semi-sentient societies, huddled together as they protected their herd mothers, primitive weapons in their grips as they stood on alert. The clans of the planet in their respective territories, especially their force-sensitives within, knew something was affront, as the planet around them seemed to intensify its dark aura, as if the planet itself was being affected by whatever was upon it. The Night Brothers slunk within their homes, hiding away from the rest of planet under the watchful eye of their Night Sister Overlord. The Night Sisters themselves awaited word from Talzin as she worked within her hut to break the shroud of the Force to locate the anomaly. The rest of the clans felt the itch, the chill rising from the bases of their spines as their Force-sensitive clan leaders gathered their members. "Get your mounts, we have a hunt," the Night Mother Queen Zalem decreed as she stared into the Force, feeling whatever was nearby staring back at her people. Knox tore through the canopy of the fauna of Dathomir before slamming into the ground feet first, cratering the ground underfoot while causing ravens native to the planet to scatter to the skies. Dusting off his armor, Knox stood to full height while Valen slowed her descent before landing with a few small steps, the woman breathing in deeply as they felt the sheer life force the planet exuded. "Where should we begin our search?" Valen asked as she peered at the pensive Knox. "We're heading towards the coast first," Knox decreed before turning and facing the direction he needed to head in. Valen followed after Knox. He stepped into the mist that perpetually covered the grounds, slinking into the red darkness of the trees together. The leader of the Singing Mountain clan Ogjo stood beside her clansmen within the mountain fortress. A flick of her fingers mobilized the clan as they descended from the fortress into the mountains below, beginning the hunt for the Dark One on their world. The Night Sister clan flew over their lands, leaping through the trees as the assassins surged at breakneck speeds. The beast tamers pushed trees out of their path as they spread their search. Zalem, garbed in her red clothing and pale skin, exploded into a green glowing shroud that ascended into the sky as she too joined the search. All the while Talzin focused, searching for the source of the sun-blocking shade that had descended into their lands. Valen could practically see the inky dark bleeding from Knox. His aura bled into the lands, tendrils of snaking dark side energy manifest leapt from him and into the shadows of the trees, burrowing into the ground to begin their own search at the will of their maker. Her lord was almost a beacon of the dark side as he called out to anyone of dark side origin, baiting them. Fear personified as the usual hostile species of Dathomir cowered as they passed, submissive as they held themselves low to the ground and slowly moved away as not to aggravate the malicious entity before them. A flick of his wrist obliterated a boulder blocking their path, turning it to dust under the crushing power before they continued their walk. Valen watched as a raven peeled from Knox's shadow, landing on a branch as it hopped to face them, its glowing red eyes looking around before giving a wail that had no business belonging to the bird before it ascended to the skies and began to fly towards the south. Valen Knox held out his armored hand for her to take, the woman eagerly taking his hand before the duo evaporated in an implosion of energy. Rosli, the one dubbed under the name of the Rancor by her Night Sister clan, looked up to the raven that landed ahead of her in the clearing, tilting its head to the side as its iridescent glowing pools of red stared at her with intelligence that should not belong to the bird. The hag of a woman reached her arm upwards for the bird to land on, her curiosity piqued at the bird's unique attributes. The bird wailed at her as it leapt from its branch, swooping her before nipping at her finger, tearing at the skin before flying by her. She quickly swiveled in place, however found the raven to have simply vanished from the clearing altogether. Not even a second after their departure, Knox and Valen materialized at the red-sanded beaches of Dathomir. Both Knox and Valen could feel the life teeming below the surface. Both small and monstrously large creatures dwelled just below the blood oceans. Momentarily, Knox disengaged his helmet before slowly raising from his head, his locks falling from within to fall easily beside his head. Holding it at his side, Knox took a deep breath, the briny scent of the ocean assaulting his senses. A small smile escaped his lips as he exhaled. A few more moments passed as Knox simply stared out with an apathetic gaze. The clans are no doubt sending out hunting parties. They'll either engage each other or cooperate to find us, Knox stated neutrally as the wind blew the hair on his head. What is it you wish for me to do? Valen asked, Knox clasping his arms behind his back as he went back to staring out at the ocean. These witches are said to be some of the most dangerous people in the galaxy. I want to test that, hunt these hunters, sow discord, show them fear, make the tribes fight. Become the feared apex predator if these lands, that is my order to you. Knox turned to the woman and lifted her chin with his pointed finger. As your lord, and as your lover, your most avid supporter, I ask you to use everything you know, everything I've taught you, show them their place, make them cower under the heel of the most powerful woman in the galaxy. They will fear you by week's end, inspire stories of your grandeur for generations to come, brand them, in the pain you know all so well, make them suffer as I know only you can. Valen felt her heartbeat faster, her lord's intense gaze conveying the absolute belief he had in her as his eyes glowed. The already hopelessly in love woman swooned under his praise and attention. She shook slightly in anticipation, her jaw clenching as excitement soon took over. She could feel his touch revitalizing her, drawing her nearer instinctively by a mere touch of his finger. I'll do whatever you ask, whatever it takes, I won't disappoint you, Valen vowed as Knox chuckled, audible to the woman as he moved his finger from her chin to hold her cheek gently. I know you won't, you never have. The woman leant her hand into his hand at his words, closing her eyes as she nuzzled it slightly. I will call for you when the time comes. Knox lowered his arm as Valen leant up onto the tips of her toes, catching his lips in her own as she pulled him to her, her hand on the back of his head. The man simply allowed her to do so as he placed his hands on her hips. Before long the lip lock ended as Valen lowered herself, a sly smile on her lips as she grabbed her hood, pulling it up and over her head, leaving the only thing visible to be her coy smile. I'll see you shortly, love, Valen spoke before turning, lowering herself to the ground before surging forward in a series of after images. Knox watched the woman enter the foliage before feeling her speed off deeper into the vegetation. For the moment Knox turned back to the waters ahead, casting one final glance before pulling his helmet up and over his head, lowering it on with a resounding hiss as it clicked into place. Galaxy's greatest hunters indeed, Knox chuckled before the force drew around him, his form becoming shrouded in misty purple energy before he evaporated and vanished to the naked eye alongside anyone's senses. Zalem stopped in her tracks alongside her troop of Night Sisters. The woman scowled deeply, both worry and anticipation seeping into her very bones. A smirk made its way to her face, what she had discovered to be the source of the great dark to taint their land, first appearing in a forest several kilometers away, had instantaneously appeared at the coastline nearby. Into the spur of the moment she and her sisters had rushed forward to where she best predicted they would be. It was difficult. The sheer power radiated from what she had sensed to be a fellow Darksider blanketed the land, shrouding it in their dark radiance. Because of the sheer area this being's power washed over, it was impossible to tell exactly where they were, but there was still a trace, where the shroud was so intense it would choke them, drown them in despair as the weight of the very galaxy bore down upon any who deliberately gazed upon it. She knew, only one truly tried and tested, intrinsically connected with the darkest depths of the Force would be able to tell the difference between the planet-wide shroud and the source of said shroud. But she knew to be weary, she knew it was intentional, a sort of lure, a test. And she was proven correct as she and the other members of the Night Sisters neared under her guidance. The source simply vanished from her senses, completely and utterly. They stepped out onto the beachfront, surveying the land as they slowly spread out. Nothing remained but the shroud hanging over them, no footprints, no scents, no shadows. Simply gone. Be weary, something was here, recently, Zalem ordered. She could feel the almost mocking feeling resonating through the Force, a sinister chuckle peeling through the forest around them before the forest went silent once more. Aeos Prime. Standing on the shores of the island they found themselves on, the city of off-worlders and locals behind them, while the Jedi's mountain was high above in the background, ice-covered peaks that held a stark contrast to the rest of the large island. Vas Lucas stood in nothing but tight shorts as his master wore his wraps. This an A99 aqua breather, use it if you need. but we will be focusing on using the Force to sustain you in a hostile environment." Sifo handed the apparatus to his Padawan as the teenager gave his thanks. The duo waded deeper into the waters and soon began to float as they tread. The two were watched by the local Aeosians, some hunters having recently arrived back to the surface. "Ready?" Sifo asked as he took a deep breath. "Ready," Vas replied as he did the same before the two fully submerged themselves. Sifo observed his apprentice as they dove, the light from the surface slowly becoming another shade of blue, life forms of all sizes swimming around. The apprentice looked around in apparent wonder, the Force flowing through him as he held his breath. Sifo, as always, was amazing at the proficiency the teenager showed. Indeed, the boy appeared to be a prodigy at everything he did in ways of the Force. The way the Force sung around the boy, flowed through him unimpeded, awed the Jedi Master whenever he was able to lay witness to the feats the boy performed. The Jedi Master also noted that the boy was not arrogant, able to see his faults and actively tried to fix them. The concept of letting himself go and allowing the Force to guide him was originally an issue for the boy. Something Sifo saw was the boy seemed to fear not being in control of his life. But after a long heartfelt conversation between the master and apprentice, Sifo was proud to see the boy took his advice to heart. And shortly after, channeling the light side was something the boy had no problem with, and meditation became easier. Sifo would admit, and openly had admitted to the boy, he was fearful, as it was the origin of his stutter. The boy was sympathetic, and frequently assisted Sifo with his nightmares, which the Jedi Master noted were becoming more and more infrequent, slowly fading into the memories of his past. And Sifo was not blinded as to why. The Force had one last singular goal for him, to train the teen in the ways of the Force, and it openly rewarded him the more they progressed. His previous nightmares were often overtaken by the appearance of his apprentice in the far future, warding off unseen enemies as he protected the innocent from the claws of tyrants. Sifo had no illusions that he was meant to die on the shuttle to Obadiah. That something or someone had moved to eliminate him, but he was saved, and given his last task by the Force. In the end, Sifo was grateful and threw himself wholeheartedly into training his new apprentice. For what he could see, this boy was the last hope he had of changing what was to come. The boy's attitude made him a prime Jedi candidate. The emotions a true Jedi should have were present. He cared for those around him and was more than willing to help anyone in need. He mourned for those lost but never caved into hate or sorrow. After learning that the dead became one with the Force, he rejoiced for them. Yes, Sifo was confident and trusted in his apprentice, and the boy had shown to be grateful for his master's attitude. The duo soon leveled out 100 or so meters from the surface. The coral was a few meters below them as fish swam freely and without fear. Sifo cats his attention to Vas Lucas as the Jedi finally ran out of breath, using the A99 breather to take a breath before taking it out of his mouth to continue their practice. This way Sifo telepathically communicated to his apprentice as they moved by some of the larger wildlife, sharks looking at them while octopi moved between the corals. Vas Lucas noted that 40 meters ahead was a group of Eosian hunters that were out on a hunt. The leader of the hunt turned his attention to them before surging through the water towards them before leveling out before them. "What's going on?" Sifo asked the water-bound humanoid as it turned its attention to him, opening its mouth to communicate. "One of our last parties was attacked by a saber jowl that was kept captive along with its young on a smuggler's ship. The predator has been endangering our people as of late. We're rescuing a group trapped by the beast in the deep. We would ask your assistance," the Eosian hunter leader asked of the Jedi Master as Vas Lucas looked at him. "I am going to help them. Would you like to come or return to the surface?" Sifo asked Vas Lucas as the boy thought of his response. "I would like to help, but I don't have a weapon." Vas motioned to his weaponless form. "I will help, but my apprentice here needs a weapon." Sifo motioned at the shirtless boy beside him, the Eosian regarding the boy before pulling out a vibro spear and handing it to the boy. "Come, we must hurry." Sifo and Vas followed after the hunter leader as the rest of the group had already departed. Holding onto the vibro spear as they swam, Vas decided to simply focus on the event ahead of them as he placed the A99 breather in his mouth at the approval from the Jedi Master. Before long the trio came to a dark descent below, the reef dropping off below showed the last of the hunter group diving off. "It will be hard to see down there, use what I've taught you, let the force be your eyes in the dark," Sifo instructed as Vas Lucas nodded and dove down alongside the lead hunter and Jedi Master. The light soon bled away into sheer darkness as the temperature dropped. After half an hour of simply sweeping down, what seemed to be seafloor appeared below, glowing from bioluminescence, fauna of all sorts, flower-like in their appearance that glowed all sorts of colors. With his feet slowly hitting the ground below, churning up soot and dirt into the area around them, Sifo landing a moment later as the lead hunter joined the rest a few meters above their dimly lit environment. Approaching once more, the leader hunter handed them what appeared to be a small device. "We found these on the smuggler's ship, we must spread out to search, use these to send a warning in your location if you find anything." The hunter leader gave them their devices as Vas Lucas looked at the bright screen. "Thank you," Sifo nodded as the hunter and the rest of the group parted ways and spread out. "I'll go this way, you take that passage, don't worry, the Force will guide us." Sifo pat the boy on the shoulder before Vas Lucas nodded, the Jedi Master soon turning and disappearing over the reefs not covered by the hunters. With spear in hand, Vas Lucas under an arch as he swam surveying the glowing fauna as he entered what appeared to be an underwater cave. Volcanic vents and plumes spewed up and vented through the cave, building atop the surface in a grey and black ooze that flowed with the water. Small groups of fish rapidly swam through the tunnel. Vas Lucas was weary as he followed the tunnel, the hiss of his rebreather as it let bubbled out of its side. Movement from within the tunnel echoes throughout. Vas could feel the life forms within the tunnel. Some were old but many felt younger. It appeared that this tunnel was used by some species to nurture their young. Eggs were planted around as Vas made to avoid the sacks as he decided to simply float down the tunnel. Some species of pink squishy squid-like fish followed him, their small and stumpy tentacles propelling them through the water in their naive belief that they were safe. Vas Lucas turned to the three that followed him as the eyes of the squid locked on him. 8 eyes facing every direction around them looked around in curiosity as Vas held a hand out to the three. The 3 bulbous creatures floated around his arm as they studied it before gently nudging their jelly-like membranes across his flesh, rubbing against him affectionately. The warmth he emitted soothing the youngsters. Soon the trio of squid-like creatures swam closer and latched onto his shoulders and sighed harmlessly, simply deciding to rest on him as they decided he was indeed safe. Vas Lucas chuckled at their behavior, feeling their total trust in him as he gently propelled himself forward through the water, making sure not to jostle the tiny bulbous creatures that looked around as he swam. A sound almost akin to a squeal of delight escaped the creatures. Swimming deeper into the tunnel as it twisted and winded, occasionally making sure the small creatures were safe before he spotted the end of the tunnel. Swimming to a stop at the end of the tunnel, another small cove lay below, a resonating feeling of distress catching his attention as he swam, the small bulbous creatures still attached to him as they too seemed to want to explore the outside of the tunnel they knew. Swimming into the opening, the sand below and the luminous lights showed something struggling under a large fallen rock. Swimming closer, Vas Lucas regarded the fish about half the size he was. It was green in color, its mouth forming a pointed snout cried out into the water as it struggled against the rocks pushing down upon it, its long tail attempting to strike at the rock as it struggled. Swimming up to the creature, Vas Lucas felt the creature's eyes on him, dim in the light as its urgency was easily conveyed. Resting his hand atop the creature's head, pulling away slightly as it snapped at him in fear, Vas attempted to calm the creature once more as he rested his hand gently on its head. The creature, deciding he wasn't attempting to attack, let him do so as he looked for a way to release it. Letting his hand off its head, the 3 bulbous life forms looking at the new fish curiously with all their eyes studying it. Putting his hand on the rock, and feet against the wall above the creature, Vas tried pushing against the wall, the distress of the creature growing as the rock didn't budge. "Come on, push, push." Vas closed his eyes as he concentrated, allowing the force to flow through him as it augmented his abilities. Before long the rock budged ever so slightly as he pushed harder and harder. The strain on his arms forcing the blood vessels in his arms to bulge. Veins on his forehead pulsing with the blood rush as he grit his teeth. The Force easily replied to his urgency as energy gathered and flowed through him, the fallen tower of stone groaning under the newfound strength of the teen. Further exertion from the teen heaved, a force push rupturing from his outstretched arms as the pillar was propped into the far wall, where it slammed into the wall and fell into pieces. Breathing hard into the rebreather, Vas let himself lower onto the ocean floor, the freed creature rising from its previously stuck position as it regarded its new environment. Rising from the bed floor, the fish was revealed to be a reptile with 3 sets of fins along with a soft dorsal shell. It turned to Vas and slowly approached cautiously. Vas slowly rose from the ocean floor and began to float again as the reptile flexed itself and bared its fanged teeth. With it seeing no outward reaction from the teen, the reptile relaxed and approached closer before circling, examining the teen before nudging against him and the shivering bulbous creatures. Using the Force, the teen sent out soothing waves of energy towards the creatures around him, calming them as he examined his situation. He didn't have long to look around though, as a series of rapid pings resonated from the device strapped around his waist. Pulling it up, Vas' eyes widened before he began to swim up from the bottom of the floor and over the cove and towards the location shown on the device. The reptile in fast pursuit of its newfound savior, while the bulbous life forms clung excitedly to him. The scene he found himself in made him draw his vibro spear. The group of hunters were engaging with what appeared to be a much larger variant of the creature he saved, using its fins to bat them from its form as it attempted to bite them. Its long tail fin striking and sending some careening through the water. A group of injured huddled at the bottom behind a large outcrop of rocks, obviously from the first hunting party. "It seems you've made some friends." Vas looked at the approaching Sifo as the Jedi pulled out his lightsaber and activated it, the plasma blade sizzling the water. "The tunnel had some interesting things in it," Vas replied as he swam forward with the vibro spear to help the hunters. The massive saber jowl was deceptively strong and fast as it slammed into one of the attacking hunters. In response, the amphibian hunters in turn latched onto its back and stabbed into its back, bouncing from its shell as it rotated and shook them off. The saber jowl swallowed one of the hunters whole and moved to another as it spurred through the waters. Sifo caught the creature by one of its fins as it passed, keeping a firm grip as the velocity threatened to throw him off. Rearing his lightsaber, Sifo stabbed the bottom of the beast as it let loose a bellow of pain, stopping in its movements before violently shaking itself and slamming into the seafloor, forcing Sifo to let go and avoid getting flattened. The saber jowl snapped its maw at a second hunter, separating the man in half as what remained spewed blood into the open water as he sank. With the Force flowing through his body, Vas hefted his vibro spear and hurled it at the massive reptile's face. The spear lodged itself into the side of the beast's jaw, forcing the beast to turn to him and tense, opening its maw and surging forward. In a split moment, Vas picked up a dropped spear and held it in front of him. As the beast was upon him, he forced the blade in between the top and bottom jaws of the creature, blade facing upwards as it attempted to close its mouth. The creature felt excruciating pain at the attempt and immediately opened its mouth back to its widest, allowing Vas to swim to the side and around the reptile as it recovered. After gaining adequate distance, Vas made sure all 3 of the bulbous squids were safe as he noticed he now had the sole attention of the saber jowl. "Oh dang," Vas thought as Sifo noticed the teen predicament. Most of the hunting party was down for the count while the lead hunter joined him at his side, 2 spears in his grasp as the Jedi Master nodded. With a surge, all 4 in the equation moved, Sifo used to the Force to propel himself at the creature, the hunter at his side just as fast due to this being his natural hunting ground. The reptile speared through the water at Vas as the teen swam as fast as he could, reaching out with the Force as slamming the creature away from him with a colossal force push that churned the water, shockwaves blasting the 2 apart. Lightsaber in hand, Sifo attached himself to the reptile's shell and began to carve into the surface of the armor. The lead hunter slammed into the side of the reptile, his spear sliding under the protective plates of the reptile as it grew enraged. The creature let out a world-shaking roar as it whipped around, up and down, against rocks and coral as it tried to dislodge the 2. The creature proved to be far more resilient than both thought as it spotted archway and beelined at it. The creature slammed into the archway and managed to muscle its way through, forcing the Jedi and Hunter off as they slammed into the archway before they could react. With its attacks off it and down for the count, the reptile turned to its last opponent, the teen with the 3 squids attached to him. Vass scowled at the reptile as it circled, spear held in front of him as he held its long handle. The reptile was about to begin its assault as it felt itself being bitten. The previous offspring of the creature Vass had rescued attacked its mother with ferocity, its amassed jaws clamping onto the mother's fins as it tore chunks from the larger creature. Taking the chance, Vass swam forward and thrust the spear into the eye of the reptile in its distracted state. The spear delved deep into the eye socket before simply stopping against the bone of the inside of the skull. The spear jut from its skull as it roared and knocked Vass away with its snout. Shaking itself, the juvenile was dislodged and sent away as it rolled through the water. With no weapon in hand, Vass swam as the creature turned to him once more. He was unarmed and facing against the larger creature. But he didn't back down, he simply stared at the beast with a scowl, prepared to do whatever he had to in order to subdue the creature. He began to draw upon the force, channeling it through him as much as he could as it began to approach. As if sensing the danger, the 3 bulbous squids shook and repositioned themselves, staring the creature dead on, sensing its ferocity and want to end them. In a panic, the 3 squid-like creatures let out a high-pitched wail that vibrated the water around them, the reptile forced to divert its path at the wail released by the 3 as they clung to their safety. The reptile shook its head as it turned back to the 4, opening its maw and responding with an equally powerful roar. But none present were expecting a third roar, far deeper in tone than the first 2 as the rocks around them shook under the pressure. The reptile turned to the black open waters around them, its eyes glancing around as it detected movement. The first sign was the cave the Vass had come out of. A tentacle larger than the cave itself blew the cave apart, what appeared to be claws and feelers on the bottom along with suction pads. The tentacle flexed, upturning the tunnel as it tore the roof away, revealing the tentacle to be far larger than previously thought, leading off onto a large body rising over the reef. Sifo turned both alarmed and horrified at what had appeared. Many more tentacles than 8 protruded from its lower form, countless eyes littered the top of its body, glowing blue as psychic energy bled from the creature. Sifo practically recoiled at the sheer animosity bleeding from it as it opened its gaping maw of horrifically large begged teeth. How is there a summa vernimoth here of all places? Sifo recoiled at the psionic waves of energy the creature released as it sent its tentacles forward at the threat to its young. The saber jowl tried to escape the obviously far superior creature before it was electrified by the stingers of the vernimoth, the creature simply latching onto its massive form and dragging the wailing life form towards its mouth. Sifo along with the hunters watched as the creature was dragged into the mouth before the vernimoth slammed its mouth shut tight, slicing the smaller monster to shreds and crushing it under the strength. With the abrupt end of the saber jowl, the hunters became meek towards the creature they worshipped. Swimming sedately as it came closer, its many eyes looking at each one of them at the same time, searching for its young. Sifo felt his heart quicken as the vernimoth passed him, ignoring him entirely as it found what it was looking for. It stopped shy of Vass as he stared at the titanic creature, its eyes focused solely on him, its teeth visible from where he was. One of its innumerable tentacles came forward and touched one of its young. The small summa refused to detach from Vass as they stubbornly clung to him. The trio communicating with the massive creature, refusing to detach from their new source of warmth and safety. The mother of the unbelievably dangerous creatures regarded them for a moment before turning its attention to Vass, analyzing him with its intelligent gaze. He felt a pressure up in his mind as he was the focus of the psionic waves from the creature, its unbelievably intelligent mind making a decision. He got a vague idea of what the creature wanted from him as it peered at him. I will was his only thought as the creature seemed to accept his reply, communicating with its young before slowly receding and passing off into the dark depths of the ocean, moving towards another batch of its young to check on them. The newborn summa vernimoth silently clung to Vass as Sifo approached along with the recovering hunters. The lead hunter regarding both Vass and the babies with reverence. So Sifo began as the eyes of the baby summa looked at him, each one of the babies opening a newly developed eye as the Jedi made no move to remove them from his apprentice. That happened, Vass replied as the rest of the hunters began to move towards the surface. I believe it wouldn't be too out of line to ask you to attend a party in honor of you and the slaying of the beast, the hunter offered as Sifo agreed to attend. The juvenile saber jowl approached slowly as the hunter drew his spear. Vass quickly moving and holding the spear of the hunter to stop his attack of the babe. Master. I think they can be tamed instead of killed off. Vass showed the creature in its sedated swimming as the master nodded at the quick thinking. My apprentice says he believes they can be tamed and trained, and from what we see, I don't think he is wrong, Sifo communicated with the hunter as he lowered his spear. I shall think on this, but this one will be left alone as long as it is non-hostile. The hunter regarded the creature before departing, the juvenile saber jowl following behind as the Jedi began to swim to the surface. Sifo regarded and stayed clear from the summa babies that floated around the cold Vass, occasionally bumping into the teen affectionately and resting on him. So, we're raising them? Sifo asked as he watched his apprentice feed the babies with the pieces of fish. From the history of the Vernemoth and what we know of it, that Vernemoth is not stuck in the ocean, simply choosing to hunt in the waters as it holds no need to breath but more sources of food. And from what we saw, it is incredibly intelligent. It has trusted its young to me, us. I think I'd rather not disappoint it, Vass replied as Sifo thought on what would happen if the babies grew upset at them, his face losing its color at the untold destruction their mother could inflict upon the small village they were looking at. To think they knew about it, it's been here so long they worship it as a deity. Well, they're not entirely wrong, they're recorded to be nigh unstoppable when attacked. Congratulations, my young Padawan. It seems you've been blessed by their gods. Sifo smiled at the teen as he rolled his eyes in response. The juvenile saber jowl swam through the waters throughout the village moat and waterways, the hunter having spoken with the village elders and earned approval from said elders to tame the creatures. A search party had been sent out to round up the rest of the juveniles and bring them to the surface to be imprinted upon by a designated hunter. Said lead hunter was now approaching the master and apprentice, bowing to Vass before asking permission to sit from the apprentice. You don't need to ask, Vass smiled kindly as the amphibious humanoid sat down and ate with them. I wanted to thank you once again for your assistance. I fear without you we would have perished this day. The man spoke to both as the summa newborn stared at the man before returning to float around Vass. May I ask what your name is? Vass asked as the hunter turned to the teen. Eesl Kadir. May I ask your names? Ees asked as Vass and Sifo both smiled. My name is Sifo Dias, and this is my apprentice Vass Lucas. Sifo introduced as Vass nodded fed the newborn summa once more. It is a pleasure to meet you, you've earned our respect and a place amongst our village. Please, if there is anything we can do to assist you, we would be happy to accommodate. Ees vowed with the approval of anyone listening. We'll be staying out of the way mostly, but I'm sure we'll come down regularly to assist in what we can, Sifo replied as the shark-like man nodded and smiled. You're too kind, really, but we'll be more than happy to have you along for a hunt. Your assistance is more than appreciated, Ees told the two as Sifo smiled while Vass played with the Vernemoth. Soon after, Ees moved back into the festivities while Sifo and Vass simply watched. You did good today. In the face of such a terrible beast you didn't back down. You stood your ground and prepared yourself for what was to come, you accepted it. I'm proud of you. Sifo Dias turned to Vass Lucas as the teen sank into his chair, a small smile forming on his face as he rubbed his eyes. Thank you, Master, Vass stated simply, conveying all he needed to say with those two words alone. Sitting up and stretching, Vass stood from the chair he sat on and popped a few joints. I think I'm going to turn in for the night, Vass yawned as Sifo stood alongside his apprentice. The locals have provided accommodation for us, but I believe it would be best for us to return to our home in the morning. Anyone could show up at any time, we don't need our enemies getting word of you before you're ready. Sifo placed his hand on his apprentice's shoulder. I agree, we'll head out first thing in the morning. I'll have to get something to feed these guys with before we depart. See you in the morning, Master. Vass bowed before turning and heading deeper into the village, many of the locals bidding him well and clearing a path, no doubt having heard of the occurrence earlier that day. Watching the young man as he departed, the Summa sitting on his shoulders each looked around curiously. Many stayed clear from the Summa, preferring to worship the newborns rather than touch them. Deciding to turn in himself, Sifo made his way through the village, greeted warmly as the villagers passed by, the accommodation given to him being a wooden hut, a bed along with the essentials provided for the society it was made by. Moving to the bed, Sifo laid on top of the soft fabric and quickly fell into his slumber. Vas himself laid within his very much larger hut, ornaments and many other decorative items lining the room with a stunning view of the whole village visible from the deck out front. The Summa that he was now forced to raise lay snug against him, the largest of the trio laying atop him comfortably. A blanket had been provided for him that now covered his legs as he brought it up to cover the Summa and provide them with the warmth they wanted. Closing his eyes, allowed his body to sleep as everything went black. Knox stood over the hologram of some blueprints form Scorpio as he thought. Who could have thought it would migrate to a better feeding ground to birth its young? Well, their development cycles are shrouded in mystery, but to be intelligent enough to diverge from its regular pattern, and then communicate, its potential is amazing, Knox thought, his scientific mind coming into play as he drummed his fingers over the table. Bringing out his hollow disc, sending a call to the exact person he wanted, Knox awaited her answer. And before long the droid he wanted appeared on hollow, turning to him, wand giving him a bow. My Lord. Scorpio awaited his response. Scorpio, I have a new project for you to begin preparing for. Knox smirked as she looked up at him, eager to learn something new. And she listened, growing ever more interested as he went on, and by the end of it, had 1,000 plans and designs ready to begin implementation. I will begin at once, my lord. Scorpio finished as Knox dismissed her before shutting the hollow away. Now, my dear little hunters, what have you been doing? Knox left the confines of the ship to stare out towards the red planet ahead. The sun's beginning to set. He could feel Valen's satisfaction, no doubt indulging herself at this very moment. He could feel the fear of the group she was terrorizing, and he drew it in, fed on the carnage and fear she provided, feeling it empower him, rejuvenating him as he basked in the feelings bare before him. He could practically taste the blood Valen spilt, the connection and bond the two shared, providing him glimpses of what she was performing in his name, the blood caking the ground as she wielded weapons of an opposing clan, using it to slaughter the fearful mountain clan's scouting party, leaving the evidence of the river clan's presence with the scattering of weapons that didn't belong to the fallen mountain clan members as she all but faded into the dark of the blood-red planet like a wraith of the night. The mountain clan would retaliate at the river clan, and so forth until none trusted each other. All the while the eerie sight of Valen prowling the lands would become a thing of legends, as she carved a bloody swath through those that were native to the planet, and all at his orders. My vicious dragon. Knox chuckled as the forests dimmed under the shadow he cast over the world. Valen stood still, brown cloak obscuring everything but the bottom of her chin. She held a bloody sword used by one of the local clans, the blood freely running down the blade as bodies were littered around her. The pale-skinned human subspecies around her were in various states: open stomachs, missing arms and legs, heads torn clean from the rest of the body. One or two of them were even skewered on trees through their stomachs. She was enjoying herself, committing herself to the slaughter as blood caked her face. She let loose a mad cackle as she tore the head off one of the still struggling clanswomen that was trying to crawl away. Grabbing the silver-haired woman by the sides of her head and began to pull. Valen could feel two sets of eyes on her, two of another group searching the forest. And under their gaze, she made a show. She and her sister were the youngest of the hunt from the river clan. They were all selected by the leader of their clan. The old woman was a seer as much as she was their spiritual leader. Their elder mother clan taught each and every one of them. She was old, but she loved each and every one of them. She taught them the value of all life, the teachings of peace, harmony, to surrender oneself to the grasp due the Light Father, for he would take care of them, guide them to where they were meant to be in life, to their destined futures. She was the rock of their society. She was cherished and loved. They all knew something was wrong that day. The air was colder and caught in their throats, red waters became tar-like and the shadows everywhere began to stretch and reach out, and the sun no longer provided them any warmth. just dim light. Every living creature was spooked and hid. All these together provided a bad omen to their leader, so they were rounded up and tasked to find the source of the problem, but to be wary and on guard at all times, to rely on each other to keep themselves safe. And so Kel and her twin sister Nosa scoured the forest with 6 others of their clan, splitting off in groups of 2 to cover more ground, but always within calling distance. That was when they had found the trail, signs of battle against, shreds of clothing easily evident of other clans, discarded weapons showing signs of use. Grave thorn hung over them as blood seemingly dripped down from their tall branches. Hydra ats were torn and had their barbs simply scattered. They had followed the path, and now they stared at one of the most horrific things the twins had ever seen. A few hundred feet away, a group of 12 of another clan were dead. A wraith covered in blood and gore tore into what remained of their bodies as if playing. Twisted cries of joy and cheer assaulted their ears, like steel grinding against steel, obviously woman in their sound but twisted and warped nonetheless. The wraith lifted a blood-dripping arm of one of the hunters, gushed over the beast as it bathed in it gleefully. The twins noticed one survivor playing dead amongst her kin. She noticed them as she crawled silently as the beast's back was turned. Her movements were slow, her eyes pleasing at them to help, but the woman's fate was sealed as she nudged the hilt of a weapon of one of her dead sisters, hitting the ground with a loud clang. With a jerk the wraith twisted at an unnatural angle, hem of the thing's hood black as night while it reached under its own legs and grabbed at the woman's ankle. That moment sparked the last vestiges of the woman's life. She screamed and cried as she was dragged by the warped and gnarled claws of the beast. The shadows leapt out from the grave thorn as they covered the screaming woman and the wraith. The sisters backed up as the wraith placed its hands on the sides of the struggling woman's head as she pleaded and screamed. The sisters could hear what sounded like cracking, the woman's struggles growing as she attacked with ferocity. It ended in a moment of explosive blood and gore, with one final scream of agony, the woman's head exploding under the hands of the wraith, the head spraying blood, gore and brain matter over the wraith and land, bone shards flying over and pieces of brain simply fell to the ground with a squish. A fountain of blood sprayed from the now headless body, spraying into the hood of the wraith as it lowered its arms and simply stood. The sisters, pale and barely holding their food in their stomachs, backed away from the trail and clearing at the far end. Their movements obviously noticed by the wraith as its good slowly turned to them. Their hearts nearly stopped at what they saw. No face, no defining features, but the shadowy dark and beady glowing eyes not dissimilar to their son. It fully turned to face them before it seemed to glide over the land. No footsteps seen under the robes, which helped to make the sisters believe this to be some dark being. They turned tail and bolted through the forest, leaping from tree to tree as they helped each other escape. They never looked back. They couldn't feel it, but they knew it was following, by the sick joyful laugh from just a few paces behind. They spotted another 2 of their original group ahead as they doubled their speed in their desperation. The twins looked at each other, silent in their plan of action to save the other 2. They leapt down from the trees and simply barreled into the 2, lifting them off their feet and into their arms as they sprinted as fast as they could. "What the heck are you doing?" the cries of the scout chief of their group bellowed as her silver hair bounced with each step Lee took. Run, we must run," Lee cried out as she and her sister leapt over another series of branches while the other, the 4th, struggled in Nosa's arms. "Put me down," Morton, the scout leader of their group, cried as Lee shook her head. Foresight was the only thing that saved the 4 as Lee and Nosa stopped in their tracks as the wraith appeared on a branch not too far from them ahead. Lee and Nosa looked horrified as they nearly collapsed. Morton took notice as long with the 4th, Sina, the oldest of them. Both Sina and Morton lowered themselves from the hold of Lee and Nosa as the twins shook. "Who is that?" Morton asked as she took out her bow and took aim. "Not who, what." Lee backed away, Morton taking notice at their actions and turning to study the creature. She didn't have much time as it raised its finger to point at them, an ear-splitting screech bellowing from under the black-shadowed hood. Morton and the 3 leapt to the side and off the branch as where they stood exploded as the wraith appeared and slammed into its surface. Morton and Sina soon understood the panic of Lee and Niasuo as the wrath tore the tree from the ground and hefted it over its shoulders. We we have to escape," Nosa stuttered as she scurried back on her elbows before rolling onto her feet. Morton, now seeing, looked at her sisters as she suddenly drew her bow and shot an arrow into the hood of the wraith. Horrified as the arrow seemed to simply sink into the darkness before vanishing. She lowered her arms slowly as the wraith seemed to growl, still gelding the tree over its head before arching its back and tossing the tree their way with all its might. "Get to our sisters, gather them up and escape," Morton cried out as Lee and Nosa took off into the undergrowth. The tree slammed and tumbled across the gap between them while Morton and Cena broke off into different directions to gather their sisters and flee. Valen stood watching from afar as she made use of the knowledge granted to her by her love. The shadow demon she had made under her control took to chasing the hunters, 2 more appearing as she cast them to chase the now 3 groups. She watched gleefully as they ran, drinking in the fear and terror they emitted. She made sure the demons did not catch their prey, for they had to convince the group that a wraith of the dark had beset their land. They needed to spread word, give life and fear to the legend that would start today, make it spread to the clans, and soon enough, they would fear her, just as they should, as she stood so far above their pathetic existences. She relished the mission given to her, and so she dropped to solid land, dispelling one of the shadow demons to take its place. She wanted to hunt too. So with a mad cackle she sped through the swampland faster than any of the demons she had made, breaking apart bone thorns with the sheer speed she impacted them at, and before long she was chasing Morton herself, intensifying her glee as her face was still dark under hood, covered in blood and gore as her eyes shone wickedly. But voice low as a whisper, a small series of words escaped her lips as the hunter sped up. "Give me my fun," Valen's voice assaulted the ears of the hunter who had heard her sick whispers. Knox could feel the fear flowing from the swampland. No doubt Valen was enjoying herself. Right now he was masquerading as a surviving clan sister, laying flat against a rock as an illusion fell into place, changing his features to that of a pale-skinned well-endowed woman with silver eyes and white hair. His armor changed from his Sith cultist armor to wraps of the mountain clan. He looked just like one of the corpses in the swampland, no doubt Valen's work after he had found it. This he destroyed the body and taken its likeness as his own. To anyone else, he was a woman, they could touch her and the illusion wouldn't break, the fabric of his clothing would be felt by any who would touch it. His illusions were so powerful, his control unmatched. Even their perception of him on the Force was different, having felt the sister he made to mimic in, weaving it into his illusion, pushing up in the minds of anybody around him. So the group of Night Sisters who stumbled upon him were none the wiser as they moved to assist his womanly form. "What happened?" a red-garbed woman asked as she gently lifted Knox from the rock he sat against. Demon of the swamps, dead, they're all dead." Tears ran down his cheeks as the woman and others joined her in assisting him in his guise. "Gather everyone, we're heading back. Help me carry her," the scout leader ordered as another sister put her arms under Knox's right and they moved to drag him out of the swamps, being careful not to injure Knox as they moved as quickly as possible. And so the Night Sisters all but invited Knox inside their compound as they carried him, all missing the smirk playing on the Sith's lips as they assisted him. Nar Shadat. Aura discreetly watched HK transverse the lower levels of the smuggler's moon. She had changed from her regular outfit, put on a wig and shaped it to hide her implants. Her outfit was like many scoundrels, a jacket, jeans, and undershirt, but a blaster on her hip nonetheless. The locals seemed to fear the droid as it passed. It wore a new cape with a symbol which seemed to spook the locals much to the woman's curiosity. "What are you up to, my metal friend?" Aura thought as a Twi'lek child seemed to quake as the droid passed, no doubt seeming the symbol on the droid's cape. As the droid rounded a corner, Aura quickly approached the child before kneeling down. "Are you okay, sweetheart?" Aura asked as the child jumped at her touch. Please don't hurt me, I didn't mean to bump into him," the Twi'lek child cried out in fear. "I'm not going to hurt you, child. Who do you think will hurt you?" The child seemed to realize she wasn't going to be hurt, but appeared fearful anyways. Please leave me alone, I don't want to upset anybody." The Twi'lek child broke from Aura's touch and fled the scene. Her curiosity was at an all-time high as she once more spotted the droid and once more took to following it through the bowels of the smuggler's moon. Hours, that's how long she had followed him for. It had been difficult at some parts to follow the droid, it was deceptively fast and difficult to point out when I really wanted to blend in. But it appeared not to care, or fear being known as it seemed people feared the droid, curious. And now the droid had entered some kind of establishment. And waiting a few minutes, Aura followed behind as she saw patrons enter. Upon entering the establishment, Aura noted the decor, obviously very well funded. She noted some if not most of the patrons were well off, obviously part of the higher class of the moon. There appeared to be absolutely no sign of the droid, having simply vanished upon entry. Slinking into the background, Aura sat at one of the many tables around the building. So rude. A woman grumbled as she made her way to the bar. Something wrong, ma'am? The bartender asked as the woman scoffed. That droid that came in just pushed me out of the way and left through the back. Hearing those words, Aura leapt from the table and rushed towards the back of the establishment, making her way to the back door before rushing out and attempting to find her query. In the end she found nothing. It didn't take her long to realize she'd been had. She punched the wall in anger at her failure before a sigh escaped her lips. Another plan coming to mind as she decided to return to her ship. We have the same target, I'll have to get there first, Aura growled before making her way to the spaceport. Dathomir. Zalem stared ahead at the lands of Dathomir, the day's events fresh in mind. The clans had met under her request, as their queen they had come together. The surviving sister that had been brought to the forest had shown signs of trauma, regression in some states, and would babble about the shadow of the swamps. Zalem had almost ordered her death, but then a group from the frenzied river clan had come in, screaming and panicked, followed by some kind of apparition, and upon entering the safety of their home the apparition vanished into thin air. The tale they spoke shook the clans as they listened. The leaders under Zalem's orders had convened to discuss what had fallen upon them. A wraith, made out of shadows garbed in unfamiliar robes, darkness obscured whatever lay beneath, as many of them had seen. 12 hunting parties had not returned, and now they understood why. Each one of the sisters had the impression that they were all followed regardless of splitting up. Zalem thought over the information provided. The thing was strong, undoubtedly, as it had slaughtered so many of their kin. And what of the survivor? Zalem asked as one of the mountain clan stood. Her name is Roll, a bright-spirited girl with great aspirations, but she and 2 biological sisters with that group with her, she's alone now, and from what we can see, she'll never be the same. Aus Jo stood with her daughter Ogwine, the woman obviously saddened at the girl's fate. I believe I may be able to help her recover if you'll allow me. It saddens me to see such things happen. I'd be honored to assist, Mother Klon offered, which was accepted by Og. What are we to do about the wraith? Og turned to Zalem as the woman squinted, her dark powers surprisingly frustrating her as they offered no assistance. It is connected to the descended dark, no doubt. Find it, find a way to bind it, if not dispel it. If it is not the source, then it should lead us to it, Zalem ordered before moving to leave the meeting. Og motioned Klon along towards the house containing Roll. Please. The girl is important to many of us, Og begged as Klon entered the hovel. Do not fear, I shall do anything I can. Ros Lai entered the clan village slowly. The disguised woman hated the village which had long since tortured and abused her. Her mother Zalem had even allowed such things to happen, so she took on the look of an old hag, decrepit and ugly, to hide her beauty from her mother. Since the day her mother killed her father, she had used to force to appear deformed, which had led to her appearance. Upon entry she heard whispers of the swamp's terror. Passing by clanswoman gave her valuable insight. She spotted sisters crying upon each other, scarred and scared. She secretly took joy in their suffering before a flutter on the edge of her vision caught her attention. Is that? It is. The same raven from earlier entered the village and landed in the window of one of the huts. Moving slowly, Ros approached the hut. As she watched the raven enter the window of said building, the force came to her as she felt 3 signatures within, 2 heading towards the exit as she spied 2 clan mothers exit. Seeing the women leave, she grew doubly interested as they left. Her eyes widened to remarkable degrees as she neared, feeling something she'd never expected to feel in the village. A pressure made itself snug on her mind, staying as she tried to dispel it, but she was nowhere near strong enough even as she struggled. An illusion, an impossibly powerful one, Ros thought as she entered the flaps of the hut. The raven sat atop a table, very evidently remembering her as it stared at her with its glowing eyes. All her instincts rallied and tried to force her to leave, her eyes landing on the source of her unease. The only hint that something was off as she stared at the frail-looking woman sleeping on her bed was the initial pressure up in her mind when she neared. In fact, as she winced, the pressure was still there if not building, squeezing her mind like it was, searching. The realization that she was compromised forced her to draw her weapon and made to strike at what she had accurately assumed to be the source of the pressure. She was halfway through her stab when the woman's eyes snapped open, her arms froze against her wool and she was lifted from her feet and slammed into the far wall. The back of her head impacted the stone before she was dragged face first into the wall behind the woman who hadn't even raised her arms, simply moved her eyes. As her face hit the stone she felt her nose shatter before once more being sent flailing back against the far wall, her head rung as her concentration broke, the illusion hiding her falling off, dragged from her by the one contorting her with the force. And with a final slam she hit the ground hard as she breathed ragged breaths, her supple features flush against the ground as she groaned, red hair sprawled on the ground as tears welled in her eyes. Her revenge against her mother would be all for naught if she was to die right here and now, but for all she pushed she couldn't move, she was pressed face down into the ground in a kneeling position as blood sprayed from her nose. It was agony as the pressure intensified, the stone under her forehead cracking as her head was raised by the force and slammed into its surface. She could practically feel her bones crack under the pressure. "Please, stop, I'm sorry," Ros cried out as she all but gave up or resisting. But what came next was far worse than physical agony. She felt it enter her mind, tearing into her memories, studying her. She cried at the agony as it tore into her, her wails unheard as they never left the hut courtesy of the one torturing her. "You are interesting," a voice that was definitely not a woman's assaulted her beating mind as the pressure let up. Her head was forcefully raised from the ground as she was made to look at the woman. Black eyes stared into hers as the raven landed on the woman's shoulder and regarded her. "Such anger, thirst for revenge against your own mother, yes, you will be of use to me." The woman stood, hands clasped behind her back as the woman circled Ros. The redhead shivered under the scrutinizing gaze of the thing circling her. She had a seeking suspicion, the source of the dark was not the supposed wraith in the swamps, but the thing in front of her. "You would be correct. Now what am I to do with you, you see? I came here with a purpose, too actually, but that is threatened by your knowledge of me not being who I say I am." The thing stopped in front of her as she was forced to raise her head higher. "Please, don't kill me," Ros all but begged as the thing knelt down to be barely a few inches from her face. Yes, you have something that I want. Pledge yourself to my servitude, and I may let you live," the thing hissed as he grabbed her neck and lifted her by his outstretched arm with deceptive strength. She could feel the pressure on her neck increase slowly over time, tongues of black swimming on the edge of her vision. It registered like fire on her mind as she was forcefully asphyxiated by the grip on her neck. Yes. Ros clutched at the arm on her neck, desperately trying to release the grip as her legs swung wildly. "Vow it, pledge yourself." The tongues of dark grew as blood spat from her throat, the sensations she felt as her neck began to creak as the thing started to close its hand. "I pledge myself to your servitude, to do as you say. My life is yours, do as you please," she attempted to say, but it came out as a simply wheeze. Nonetheless it understood her, letting her go with a scoff before discarding her to the side, dropping her onto the ground without care. The air that entered her lungs was a blessing she wouldn't soon forget. She simply laid there, breathing, staring at the wall with a vacant stare. With a scoff the thing turned and went to lay back down in its bed. "Now, tell me what your mother found," the thing demanded as it laid back, its arms behind its head as it stared at the roof. "Mother, describes it as an infinity gate. Ros managed to say as she attempted to rise from her position. That is, very interesting, tell me everything. Ros finally managed to sit up as she stared at the thing laying in the bed, but did as was told. Knox stared at the suspended left arm of the hero of Tython, a mechanical arm lowering into the vat of fluid as it pulled cells from the arm. Extraction completed, a loud synthetic voice announced as the arm raised from the fluid container. Good, have it ready for testing, Knox ordered as he looked to the other side of the room, the western side of the room with the two Bacta tanks containing Lethe and Nadia Grell. The lab was growing in size as he conducted more experiments for his goals. The lab itself was large, being 40 by 30 meters in size. Looking left, Knox looked at the droid standing in the southern point of the room next to the entrance. Several displays were mounted to the wall beside the entrance along with a long bench with several containers and contraptions and table which he would sit at and record his studies. Of course, my lord, the medical droid replied as Knox moved to the northern point of the room, split off by a decontamination chamber before opening up into the second half of the room. It was in that second half of the room that Knox would conduct his most vital and dangerous experiments. Samples were kept labeled in a canister within the room. He stepped into the chamber as it hissed and began to purge all unwanted bacteria and whatnot. Before long the second door opened upon him being clear, he stepped through and made his way towards the canister containing his samples. In the center of the room was a flat sterile table, hanging directly above was a multi-armed machine, each having a different purpose as some contained syringes, mechanical hands, lasers, everything he would ever need was contained on the machine's many arms. Against the northern wall on the far side of the room was a door to an adjacent chamber. This chamber worked the same as the mother machine from Bel's Avis and contained a copy of said machine's consciousness and data. Since the mother machine had been destroyed by his hand, he had copied her to make use of her whenever he needed. He turned his gaze away from the chamber that housed the impossibly old Ricketon machine, grabbing the top of the sample canister's handle, twisting his hand as the top slid open with a hiss. Raising the top of the canister as cold mist rose from within, the liquid nitrogen storage canister cold to the touch. The samples were connected to a central rod. The tubes had a digital display on their sides detailing which sample they were. Pulling out an unused vial, Knox removed it from the container before closing the canister. Prepare for sample storage, Knox announced out loud as the machine on the roof lowered, one of its arms lowering, this arm containing a slot for the vial to be inserted. On top of the slot were several tubes. With the arm lowered, Knox slid the unused vial into the slot before it began to fill with a clear solution, followed by the DNA sample being inserted into the vial. With the arm ejecting the vial soon after, Knox pulled the vial up to his eyes and stared at the tiny sample within. Using the force and focusing on the sample, Knox employed his vast knowledge. Using a technique developed by the ancient Jedi II Order, he used the force to rejuvenate and give life to the sample, watching the sample grow in size slightly before cutting his use of the force. Begin analysis. Knox waited for another arm to lower, containing another slot as he eased the vial in. With the arm raising, a hollow appeared, a helix structure containing various strands. Connected to the helix structure were the results of the analysis. Studying the structure, Knox circled the table thoughtfully. What do you wish me to do with this sample, my lord? The AI asked over the speaker system as Knox smirked before planning to give his response. Editing, my friend, editing. Bring up sample 02, Knox announced as a second DNA sequence appeared, the same in structure but containing glaring differences. As he was studying the two structures, the machine lowered into the cold storage and removed sample 02 and prepared to make use of the sample. Integrating with the machine with his implants, Knox moved the two separate hollows as he performed what could only be described as playing God. Bring up sample 0, Knox announced as a third sample appear with the first two. Let's get to work. 30, BBY. Keegan was aging, he was in his 60s now, he was slowing and he could see it. It troubled him greatly. The average lifespan of his face was 100 to 120 years, yet the signs were there. He couldn't help but think about what the wills had told him, how he was running on borrowed time, how he was supposed to die on Naboo. Yet something had interfered, something had actively went against the will of the Force to keep him alive for a short amount of time. He used the time he had been given to guide going Anakin and Obi-Wan. In his eyes there was nobody more worthy of teaching young Anakin than Obi-Wan when he passed. This he intentionally did all he could to bring them together, establish a bond between them, and for what he saw it was working. It had been over about 2 years since he had taken Anakin under his tutelage. The boy was growing, even amongst his peers he was growing steadily. He smiled proudly as he watched the 11-year-old spar with one of his friends. Admittedly the boy did not have many, but those he did have he protected fiercely. A lesson his sister had ingrained into the boy. Thinking of Kenya, Qui-Gon's brow twitched as he thought of her. He knew the only reason the Council had allowed contact between the two was to gain information on the order that Kenya was supposedly a part of, but their endeavors had been for naught apparently, as they were no closer to gaining anything on her order than when Anakin was first accepted into the order. It didn't matter if it was Master Windu who questioned her or Master Yaddle, the woman could divert their attention like a senator, guide the conversation like a true politician. More often than not the Council wouldn't realize they had been distracted until she had already departed. It was amusing, he had to admit. The woman greatly irritated the Council, much to his pleasure. Young Queen Amidala was better in that regard, as she was receptive to answering seemingly out of the blue questions from any Jedi who was to accompany her. But it had become quite interesting to both Master Windu and Yoda when Padme would seemingly clamp up when talking about Kenya and the more invasive questions they had asked. It became quite clear that those questions were a no-go, as she would often simply cut their questioning short and move on to another matter that would not be able to include the Jedi with her. Thus they had to rely almost solely on Kenya for any information they could gather, and they had almost nothing, not even a location, name of the Order's master or even the name of the Order, just that they used the Force to instill justice, which wasn't exactly the best reasoning in their eyes. The girl would come by whenever the Queen was on Coruscant to converse with the Senate. With each visit and the more she was questioned, the more she'd try to avoid the Jedi Masters. More often than not she would succeed. It has become clear to them they were pushing the girl away the more they tried to learn. Yoda had decided they would either be more subtle or allow the girl to come to them, much to the consternation from the rest of the Council. His attention was drawn from his thoughts as Anakin won another spar. With a large smile he helped up his fellow and come over to Keegan. "Did you see that?" Anakin looked up to Keegan with a large smile as the Jedi Master put his hand on the boy's shoulder. That I did. Very good. You're doing very well." Keegan supported the young boy as he smiled at the older man's praise before Keegan led him back towards the rest of the group. Xilla. The full might of the Eternal Fleet dropped out of hyperspace, the subjugation leading the thousands of ships, more and more formations appearing as Knox stood on the bridge of the colossal ship, his glare firm in place as the entire fleet moved to encompass the planet, taking aim at the entirety of the planet without fail. Nothing was protected, no one person would survive the carnage the fleet would unleash at the whims of Knox, awaiting his order to pulverize the planet and wipe out the Chiss world. No doubt the residents could see the ships just beyond the boundaries of their atmosphere, Knox's molten yellow eyes calculating how he should proceed. "Your Majesty, we're receiving an incoming transmission from their planet. How should we proceed?" Scorpio asked as she worked as the vessel commander, controlling the major systems alongside Knox as the rest of the crew sat silently doing their work. While the two were more than enough to pilot the vessel, it would be easier to have at least a skeleton crew to man the thousands of lasers, let alone Knox held sole control over the weapon's Nova cannon. Still, to use it he would call the fleet off and the entire system would become unlivable for 1,000 years, not that there would be anything left to resettle but space rocks if even they remained. No, what this needed was a show of force, one to drive the Chiss into hopelessness. They were hard to deal with, but when they held none of the cards, they were like putty in his hands. "Put it through," Knox finally answered as Scorpio answered the hollow as a royal-looking individual appeared, blue skin and red eyes, looking almost frightened if what Knox could tell from his previous interactions with their kind. "To whom am I speaking to?" Knox asked. He regarded the man, the Chiss no doubt attempting to appear dignified in this situation. "I am Severe Nuruado of House Nuruado, I appear on behalf of the ruling families and ask you to stand down. We have." Knox rose his hand to cut the man off as a second set of hollows appeared, the man paling at what was revealed. "As you can see, it is not only your home world, but every single colony you have, along with your fleets, which will be eradicated should they retaliate. I suggest you be very careful with your next statement and course of action," Knox informed the man, who disappeared off the hollow momentarily, only to appear after a few minutes of waiting. "Please, forgive us. We apologize for any hostilities we may have held towards you. If you would allow us to resolve this situation in person, the other ruling families would like to meet with you," Sev almost pleaded as Scorpio turned to Knox awaiting orders. "Very well, I will move a portion of my forces to the surface momentarily. I suggest you have your people be contained underground where they live before we arrive," Knox replied as Sev bowed and cut the hollow, no doubt to relay the impending meeting. Valen walked into the room moments later as she looked to Knox, the Emperor turning to Scorpio. "Prepare to move the prisoners to transports and have them transported alongside my shuttle. I want 20 squads of knights on the surface by the time I land." "Valen, you're coming with me," Knox ordered as he marched from the bridge, Valen smirking as she sent a glare at the planet before turning to follow her lord. The Chiss species as a whole were sent into chaos, but it was nothing compared to the united fear of the capital city of Xaplar as a massive ship cast a shadow over the city. Even though the vast majority of the city was underground, the terror of the ship was beheld by a great many people. Military personnel could see an innumerable amount of cannons trained on the districts of the city, ready to pulverize the city to glass should it need to. Clouds broke against the bottom of the ship as shuttles were spotted exiting the hangars of the ship, descending straight down to where they were supposed to land. The rulers of the Chill waited in the Convocate Hall, the heads of family each nervous but united as they waited for the representative of the invading force to grace them. "This is madness. We must unite our fleets and have them push this force away from our home," the syndic known as Thras reasoned as the urgency of the situation began to get to him. He was a member of the 8th ruling family of the Chiss. "That would be dooming us all. Now let us be quiet. They've arrived." Sev stood alongside the representatives of the families as the doors to the hall were opened by nervous maids. Lines of golden-colored humanoids marched into the hall, led by black and gold armored of their kind. Their helmets glowed with eye slits as their united march shook the ground beneath them. The Knights of Zakul encircled the room with their captains taking up point at the northeast and west points of the room, with Guard Captain Tyrese marching down the middle with a glare on her face as she took in everyone within the room. Introducing His Majesty, the Emperor of the Eternal Empire, His Gracious Majesty, Lord Abrunic, and the High Justice, his right-hand mistress Valen. Tyrese bowed as the Chiss families took note of the two approaching individuals. "So he's their emperor," Sev thought as Knox ascended the hall and stood before them. "You may take your seats." A wave of his hand nearly forced them to their knees as they began to panic. "He's..." Thras barely thought as they were forced into their seats. The 9 representatives sat themselves down as they all nervously exchanged glances as Knox took a seat of his own at the head of the table. "I'd like to thank each and every one of you for meeting with me," Knox announced as Valen stood directly behind his right shoulder, glaring at everyone in front of her as she simply waited for a reason to run her blade through anyone to speak up at them. "Like you gave us a choice, Krask," Speaker of the Ufsa family hissed mentally, alarm running through him as the black-haired emperor turned to him with an amused glance. He must have some advanced form of telekinesis to hear such a stray thought. "I am sure you have many questions. I feel it is prudent to answer the most important, why I'm here." Knox looked at the 9 members before him as they all looked troubled. "I am sure that is on all our minds at this moment," Irizani of the Iriza family pointed out as Knox nodded, sitting back in his chair. "You see, a couple of years ago, a patrol unit was scanning through some asteroids on a routine inspection, one that had been conducted many times before said patrol. We detected a structural anomaly, and promptly acquired this anomaly, 3 of them actually. We found out they were sending encrypted data to a relay, and from that relay somewhere else, that lead us to an outpost belonging to your ascendancy," Knox pointed out as a group of 4 knights brought in one of the relay devices before placing it atop the table. From their reaction, he could tell that many of them were indeed aware of what this device was. I apologize, but this device is used for ecological studies. Knox cut the man off with a zipping motion with his fingers, the man's voice suddenly leaving him as his eyes widened in alarm. I am very aware of what this device is for and what it is capable of. It is almost primitive compared to what I am suited to dealing with. Do not attempt to lie to me, do not attempt to feign innocence. You did not just accidentally put this within range of a patrol unit, you were not naive in the existence of my people. You even attempted to integrate spies into my society, they each spectacularly failed in that regard, in fact. Knox turned to Tyrese as he nodded to her. Bring in the prisoners, the guard captain Tyrese relayed through her comms as the knights outside proceeded drag in a group of 12 struggling blue-skinned Chiss, men and women and even children dragged by 2 knights Sasha as they tried to wriggle their way out. As you can see, they failed spectacularly in integrating. In fact, they were found almost upon entering my system. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately, you lacked vital information regarding my people. You wouldn't have had a chance to begin with. Knox waved his hand as the knights forced the prisoners to their knees, the group refusing to cry or show weakness in front of their captors. The uncomfortable glances shared between the families, subtle motions all hinted at a hidden conversation in the group. You've been monitoring my vessels, while attempting to. You've attempted to integrate spies into my people. I can't help but think you may be attempting to mount an offensive on my territories. Thus I decided to counter you before you even made an attempt. I've come to sort it out here and now. If it goes well, we can shake hands on some kind of alliance. If not, I remove you and your people from the face of the galaxy, glass your planets and enslave your people, and I hunt down the survivors until none remain other than those under my servitude, Knox announced casually, as if he had not just threatened the annihilation of their race. We're freak-ed if he orders those ships of his to fire. No, it would be unwise to lie to him. From what I've observed, he is intelligent, knows or at least suspects our agenda, shows signs of advanced telekinesis capable of reading thoughts. He rules an empire of an unknown size and military power and knows the location of our worlds enough to mount a surprise offensive. Truly cunning Patriarch Dasklo Irv Ursimi mused as he subtly took control of the conversation. I admit, you've caught us off guard, but I assure you it was not our intention to invade or cause harm. We are a cautious people, we like to be prepared and know what we can. It is a matter of survival. I'm sure you can understand, knowing a potential enemy so you can effectively counter and ensure the continuation of our kind. The rest of the group looked on disapprovingly at the Patriarch as Knox focused his attention solely on him. The Patriarch ignored the looks of the rest of the group. He knew the risks, but freaking up would almost guarantee the deaths of their kind. That I am aware of. It was a possibility. I am not so unkind that I would condemn a race for being careful. That is why I am talking to you. Rather than glassing your entire system, I'd like to work this out. It is why the prisoners are alive after all, Knox informed the leaders of the Chiss as he reached up and scratched his nose. Hope began to blossom in the minds of the 9 royal families. An out had been offered to them and they knew it, and they knew they had little hope to do otherwise. We thank you for being so open-minded in allowing our people to survive. Admittedly, our people are in a tight spot due to issues. We need every person we can get. We apologize for encroaching on your territory. We are indeed open to negotiations with you in turn of these events. Dasklo Irv Ursimi moved the conversation in an attempt to soothe the obviously powerful man, sending looks at anybody whom looked as if they were about to speak up over him. I have requests before we begin negotiations. First of all, I have map of the galaxy. It shows the current location of all factions within the galaxy. I'd request you input your territory's boundaries so I can adjust mine accordingly. Knox brought out a holo that showed all the different holdings of the galaxy, from world governments, treaties, and allies, crime lord holdings. It showed everything. The Chiss looked at the map intently. The map even showed hidden alliances behind the Republic's back and with whom it was held. Such insight, Sev thought as he leaned forward. He even saw that their own territory was marked. He for the first time began to comprehend just how much reach and insight this supposed empire truly had. Those are exactly correct. There isn't actually any need to alter that map. Krask used his implants to memorize the map for use in the Ascendancy. "What is this big black zone?" Krask asked as he pointed to a zone connected to Chiss territory. It encompassed the entire west sector of the galaxy starting from the unknown regions. The entirety of the Chiss territory was encompassed by the Dark Zone. It's the entirety of the western sector. Surely you know of someone who owns territory here. In the spirit of cooperation I'll humor you, Knox replied as he altered the map, the black changing as multiple planets appeared throughout the Dark Zone. The entirety of the unknown regions was mapped out, and presiding over it all was the name of the Eternal Empire. The one that rules over this territory is me. Most of, if not all of the separate systems in this territory have sworn themselves to my banner. They rule their worlds under their own governments and political parties, but they also follow the rules I pose, such as swearing the secrecy of my people. I do not like attention being drawn to my people. They follow these lest I take direct control of their worlds. It'd be a simple endeavor. It's all yours, Dasklo Irv Ursimi slowly sunk into his chair as he finally understood the situation. The reason the ships had appeared from all directions was because this empire's forces truly encompassed everything they had, and to truly do so without the knowledge of the Republic. It is, yes, the leaders of my empire before me have been secretly expanding the empire for over 3,000 years, and nobody knew until now. You see, secrecy is our thing, just like you. If anybody was to find out about our existence before I approve, I might be incensed too. Remove the origin, Knox announced. A half-lie. Scorpio had indeed been expanding the influence of the fleet, monopolizing control of surrounding planets, and under his control the rate of expansion had grown exponentially. It was bordering on Republic territory at this moment. When you first stated you had terms, you said first, that implies there are more than one. What are your other requests before we begin? Sev asked as Knox nodded, the hollow fading as the device moved over to guard Captain Tyrese. Yes, there is. It plays on the secrecy of my people. I don't want to destroy you, but I will. After this meeting only you will be permitted to know of my people, and I will ensure it remains that way. It would be a lot less painless if you were to agree to this term. I will listen to suggestions on this part, but if I am not satisfied I will resort to more unnatural means of ensuring the safety of my people. The threat was there, and they all suspected he had the ability to do so. We understand and agree with this term you have provided. Our society is much the same. One more secret is nothing we cannot do. Dasklo nodded as he subtly quieted the others once more. Are there any further requests? Yes. A non-aggression pact and alliance between our peoples. We do not have to ever see each other, but I should like to know that we can cooperate under dire circumstances. Knox all but ordered as this was easily the most agreeable term. That can easily be approved. Please, will you allow us to deliberate for a few hours between each other before we come up with a proposal? Dasklo Irv Ursimi asked as Knox nodded his head in acceptance. It will be of no issue. I alongside my personnel will depart for our command vessel. The prisoners will be handed off to you. You have the frequency needed to get into contact with my ship. I await you call. Knox stood from his chair as he bowed to the royal representatives and swiftly departed. The Knights of Zakul each marched out in sequence and discipline as the guard captain slowly left. Valen herself remained as she sneered at the royal parties and contemplated running them through. Valen Knox called out from the open door with knights marching by them. I need them alive. The parties grew alarmed as Valen turned to her lord in complete and utter adoration, her gaze peering at him as her mood instantly changed from bad to good. Coming, Valen quickly pursued her love as he left the building. We have a lot to discuss. Dasklo looked at the others who all agreed with his words. Standing up in the bridge of the subjugation once more, Knox paced as he glared down at the glacier-covered planet below. Report status. Knox ordered as Scorpio brought up a hollow of all surrounded planets and fleets. There has been no uprisings or retaliation in any manner. All Chiss vessels have surrendered and are awaiting orders to be pulled back to Chiss space. I have completed scans of all population centers. They grossly oversell their population. They claim they have trillions on Xilla, yet I detect numbers nearing 7 to 8 billion in number. Curious. Other settlements are in a similar situation, Scorpio announced as she brought up the data of each settlement. I have also sliced into encrypted systems of interest. it appears they have recently come into contact with an unknown party in roughly several months ago. They managed to repel this opponent, but it is widely believed they were a part of a small scouting party. Their origins are supposedly from extragalactic territories. Interesting. So they're stretched thin, low overall population and are encountering a threat of unknown origin and power. Very interesting. Keep me posted on what you find. Knox absorbed the information afforded to him by the droid as Valen sat in one of the vacant seats upon the bridge. "Will do, Your Majesty," Scorpio answered as a hollow call came through and was immediately answered. Knox looked towards Sev from the royal families once more as the Chiss bowed. "The families have come to an accord. A treaty has been written and we await your arrival for the finalization." The man bowed as Knox nodded. "I will arrive shortly," Knox replied as the hollow was cut short. "Captain, bring your squad. Valen, come along." Knox once more left the bridge as the guard captain went to round up her men as Valen rose from her chair to follow. The trip to the hangar took a few minutes as two shuttles prepared to lift off, the squad of personally selected knights that performed a cut above the rest, chosen by himself and Tyrese to be a part of their squad. "We're moving," Tyrese yelled out as the knights marched into the shuttle and lined up, Tyrese taking point as the doors shut, her shuttle taking off and descending back to the city below. "Your Majesty," the pilot to his shuttle bowed as Knox nodded to the man. "Send us down." He stepped up onto the shuttle as he turned to look at the hangar, Valen taking her spot at his side as the doors to their shuttle closed and sent them hurling back down to the spaceport of the capital city. The ride down was shaky as the temperature dropped on the outside of the ship, and moments after entering the atmosphere they had arrived at their destination. The doors slide open as blistering cold winds assaulted their face, the squad of knights now prepared to escort them back to the hall. "March!" Tyrese bellowed as Knox simply walked forward with his arms clasped behind his back, the black tails on his white royal cuirass with the white dragon head atop the neck of the chest piece grinning viciously. The march back to the hall was uneventful as the streets were bare of residents, food stalls lay empty as entire markets were abandoned. "I see they decided to forego deceptions," Knox mused as he sensed a great deal of life far below the glacier. Dasklo Irv Ursamai was nervous as were the rest for the 9 representatives. They had come up with the best possible proposal for the Emperor on their soil. They were essentially selling themselves, but it guaranteed the survival of their people. "I'm not so sure about his," Sev whispered to Dasklo as the Chiss nodded in turn. "But it is the best course of action considering the alternative," the aged Chiss replied as the others couldn't do anything but begrudgingly agree. The opening of the doors drew their attention as the foreign emperor once more entered their domain, his escort in place as they retook their previous positions. "I hear you have come to an accord." Knox turned to face every single member individually. "That we have, yes. Here is what we propose." Sev offered up the datapad, sliding it across the table as Knox took it into his hands with an analytic gaze. "You propose to become a vassal of my empire, to abide by our laws, allowing me to make use of your citizens and space and pass ultimate judgment on political dealings. In turn you wish for the ability to hold and sustain your own government over your citizens, say in the fate of any trial regarding your citizens, assistance in agricultural, economic, and interstellar endeavors, and to be marked as full citizens of the Eternal Empire. A correspondence between our two militaries will be effective immediately. As stated, your territory will become a part of my empire, but its previous boundaries will be enforced by your own forces at your leisure." Knox began as he read through the first part of the proposition offered to him, looking at it critically before scrolling down further. "An attack on you and your people will be taken as an attack on my own people and will be enforced with the full might of the Eternal Empire. You also request aid for your citizens in the event of a natural disaster, resource shortages, or any potential uprising from your citizens." Knox continued as everyone nodded slowly. "I find these agreeable. This would have been something I would have down regardless." "There is also something else," Dasklo began as he drew Knox's attention, "not mentioned on that data pad. It has come to our attention that there is a threat beyond the boundaries of our galaxy, coming to invade us and destroy our very people and way of life. We encountered a scout force and managed to subdue them, but their true forces are impossible to truly know, but from what we have been able to discern, the Republic as it is currently stands no chance at combating those foe. You wish for my assistance in dealing with this threat, Knox stated as they each nodded at his statement. Rest assured, we are all residents of this galaxy, a threat to the galaxy, and everyone within will be taken seriously and swiftly dealt with. You have my word. Do you have any knowledge on when they are set to arrive? At his question they all looked unsure. Our best calculations depict they should arrive within the next century or two. Sev took his turn as Knox stroked his chin. That is more than enough time to truly prepare. I propose we work together to combat this enemy, to come up with viable plans and actions for any event that may come to pass. Only together will we prevail over them. Knox looked at each of them as they all agreed with his statement. One more thing before I call my forces back and depart back to the heart of my empire. There was the matter of secrecy I mentioned. At this everyone present grew nervous. What do you wish for us to do? Dasklo asked as Knox thought for a few moments. As you are no doubt aware, I have certain powers. I would impose my will upon you in the form of a suggestion. This suggestion would remove the ability to mention my empire or myself and anyone under me in any way but between yourselves in any form, whether that be written, digitally or verbally, physically or even mentally. You will be unable to even open your mouths in the event that someone nearby could hear about my people. Your minds would be protected from intrusion. To enforce this, and the knowledge of what transpired today will be placed within a mental block that will not be broken by an intruder. Alongside this, anyone that succeeds after you will be placed under the same suggestion and given knowledge of what transpired today. Any recordings with any device that contains anything to do with my fleet or myself will be removed and deleted. Anybody you come into contact with will be diverted from finding anything about my people or myself to the best of your ability. Is this acceptable to you? Knox asked as everyone grew nervous at his statement. Would this suggestion harm us in any way? Dasklo asked as Knox shook his head in the negative. No, unless you openly rebel and try to oppose me. This suggestion will be entirely unnoticeable to you until the day you perish and it becomes undone, Knox assured as they all nervously looked upon each other. We accept these terms you have given. Please, proceed, Dasklo finally announced after a long-drawn silence, none noticing throughout the entire meeting the sheer amount of suggestions Knox had pushed up in their minds, essentially driving them to the outcome he wanted. Every word he spoke heavily laced with the Force as he entwined his words with his world-bending will and immeasurable capabilities. I should announce before I begin, you have permission to build alliances with other factions as long as I am notified, but they are to never find out about me or your true allegiance. You will be my eyes and ears, my spies should another faction acquire your services. With that said, let us begin. And so he performed his suggestion. They had allowed him entry and he was going to take full advantage of that as his words bent the will of everyone in the room, the suggestions he spoke taking root deep into their subconscious, and by the time he had finished, they would never be able to undo what he had done without causing irreparable harm into themselves. His empire was safe from anybody finding out. The Chiss ascendancy was once more under his control as it had been under the Sith Empire. That is enough for now, the royal members regaining their senses as Knox receded from their minds. At least they thought he did. Reality, however, was not so simple. I will be departing at once. Your worlds are now safe. If you have further need to converse, the hollow frequency you used will still work should you require it. Good day. They watched in silence as their essential new ruler left. They simply sat as their shuttles ascended into their colossal behemoth of a ship, that ship itself slowly ascending. They sat as the ship soon departed their system, with the rest of the ships following momentarily after. The news of the departure of all Eternal Empire ships from their colonies didn't shake them from their stupor. They knew they could do nothing now, but hope not to step toes on this new empire that ruled them. They had essentially sold their people rights and all to this force. All they could hope was that this was the right decision. Do you believe we can trust them? Knox rested on his bed as Valen ran her slender fingers across his bare chest. They will do what is needed for their survival. They just sold me their people on a platter, gave me their minds to do whatever I wish with. They wouldn't be able to betray even if they could perceive us as a threat. My suggestion forbids it. My words are law. Knox chuckled as he wrapped a hand around the brunette's thin waist and drew her closer. So devious, Valen purred at Knox's underhanded manipulation as she moved herself to lay on top of him, her large breaths pressed against his chest as she laid her chin just below his neck. Knox let out a heartfelt laugh as the woman preened as his chest rose with each of his breaths. All is fair in love and war, not that they know the war exists. Their naivety is their fault. Knox shrugged as he gave a smirk down to the woman who lay on him. She closed her eyes as she basked in the warmth his body naturally projected. Soon her breaths began to level out as she sank deeper into his skin, drool beginning to pool on her lips as Knox simply let her sleep. He ran a hand over her bare back slowly, the warm blanket covering them both as he turned his head to the side, the streaks of stars over the viewport distracting him for a few moments before he closed his eyes himself, slowly allowing himself to fall asleep with the woman who desperately tries to gain his affections laid on his chest. Maybe, just maybe, he'd allow her to place his trust in her as she did him. She had at least earned that chance. That much was certain, and he would not lie to himself and say there wasn't potential between them. Heck, they were well on the way to a proper working relationship. It both scared and excited him. And maybe when he finished his endeavor with bringing Lana and his child back, just maybe he could be afforded the family and happiness he craved. But that was for the future, so he would leave it to his future self to handle. For now, he rested. Nebu. Padme sighed in frustration. She was alone in her room as she sat and thought over the recent issues with the Nebu Council. Soft sunlight bled into the room from an open window to the far right, the curtains flowing in the wind, sitting in front of a mirror as she prepared herself for the day. She had taken the advice offered to her by the more experienced monarch of the Eternal Empire. She tried to prepare them for the potential the event from 2 years ago could happen again. But no matter what idea she would come up with, it would be met with heavy opposition by the rest of the council. Defensive ion cannons meant purely for defense were shot down, all because of tradition. Nobody would listen to her. They wouldn't draw themselves from their own state of minds simply for the safety of their system. Surely they could see the potential need for such defenses to be out in place. She was trying to do everything she could to save them, so why couldn't they see that? Her frustration began to mount as she groaned and ran a hand over her face. She glared at the mirror in front of her. She was 16 now, she noted, still a child in the eyes of the rest of the council, but old enough that she knew better than she had 2 years ago. She needed a muse, she thought. She needed inspiration, ideas, but what? Who? The answer was as obvious as it was exciting. She picked up her data pad from the side of the dresser as she scrolled through its contents, preparing to send an email as she hoped the receiver would respond shortly. With a sigh she typed her thoughts and request before sending it off, chewing on her nail before placing the data pad to the side and went to finishing her morning routine. With Nylus. Lucille stood on the bridge of his flagship, approaching the swamp-covered planet with his legion of ships. Maintain current speed and engage cloaking. Prepare for all-out assault, Lucille ordered as he held his porcelain white mask in his right hand, his black outfit a stark contrast to the silver and white hulls of his fleet warship. The brown-haired man glared at the planet below, the green obscured by storm clouds that covered the lands, oceans of dark blue color on the southern hemisphere. Reaching out with the force, Nylus used the tether that kept his hunger at bay to connect to his lord, his master. Master, he sent his thoughts out as his eyes flickered under his closed eyelids. He could feel the gaze on him even across the distance of the galaxy, the sole focus of his lord pinpointed on his location, the gaze of something more, when you knew instinctively that something else was staring. Lucille, the voice of his lord reverberated around his skull. I have arrived at the destination of the unknown receiver signal. Now that I am here, I am sure this is where the signal ends, Lucille answered to his lord. Very good, keep me alert of your progress. Knox's attention shifted from him when his words were delivered. With the 12 ships now within the gravitational pull of the planet, Nylus turned from the viewport of the bridge. Prepare my shuttle, Knox ordered the Gemini unit as the automated crew of the Legion he ordered mobilized. AEOS Prime. Sifo watched his apprentice meditate within their cavern home, the cave no longer resembling a cave, containing a complex structure of different rooms for different purposes. Pillars of steel were implanted into the ground and rose into the roof of the cavern, serving as the foundation and stabilizing structure for the rooms, which were constructed with the help of the village workers and themselves. The meditation room they had constructed was dimly lit. A person would sit at the center as all outside sound was silenced by the walls. The Jedi Master watched patiently as Vas hovered over the lone cushion at the center, various objects circling as the newborn Summa Verni moth, now 30 centimeters larger than they previously were, having 20 tentacles each with many eyes on top of their heads. The Summa hovered around their perceived parental figure as they attempted to mimic him, newly found psionic energy rippling from them as the air around them rippled. Sifo watched the child Summa try to meditate with his apprentice as he too decided to meditate in the silent room. Getting onto his knees, Sifo let himself become one with the Force. He was however unprepared to once more be enraptured by the Force as prophetic visions plagued him once more. Sifo appeared on a grassy cliffside as a slightly older Vas sat overlooking a vast swampland, pyramids ascending over the canopy of trees as the Jedi simply sat. Kyle left. I take it. Vas didn't turn, but Sifo turned to see a sandy-haired man approach, wearing a black outfit with a lightsaber attached to his waist. He has, the man announced sadly as he joined Vas in overlooking the valley. Understandable that he would want to be with her after just getting her back. Vas's hair was lifted by the strong winds that rose up the face of the cliffs. Wouldn't you say the same, Luke? The now gnome Luke nodded as the man sat beside Vas. The sandy-haired man nodded. Will Rosh be okay? Vas asked as he leant back on his palms. He will recover in time. Jaden is looking out for him, but none of that now. What troubles you? Luke asked carefully as Vas looked up from the swamps into the sky. Something's coming, Luke. Call it a feeling, but we must be prepared, Vas announced cryptically as Luke looked both alarmed and worried. But that is for tomorrow. For now, I want to enjoy this moment. Sifo watched as his vision began to bleed away as he was ejected back into his current time. Sifo slowly opened his eyes from the brief vision he had been given, the dimly lit meditation room before him being obscured by his kneeling Padawan who stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Oh good, you're awake. I honestly thought you had fallen asleep, Vas Lucas mused as he rose back to his feet, one of the Summa resting on his shoulder as a second followed closely. One however remained suspended in the center of the room, evidently asleep if they knew the Summa well enough, and they did. Not just yet, my witty friend. Sifo rose, his stutter a distant memory as Vas departed the room. The hunters should be returning soon. Should we help them prepare for the festivities? Vas asked as they entered a sort of living space with a kitchen attached to it. I suppose we could. Yes, let's go, Sifo supported as they made their way towards the cave entrance. Race you to the bottom, Vas suddenly announced, leaping over the edge of the mountain, landing on a few stones as he propelled himself into the air with a force-imbued leap. Sifo chuckled before leaping into hot pursuit of the teen. The two were assured by frosty winds as they plummeted towards the ground, the snow-capped peaks slowly turning to stone as they approached the ground below. His Padawan's laughter rose up from below as he leapt from outcrop to sliding slope to outcrop. It took the duo a few short minutes of leaping to make it to the village below their home, the blue-skinned people greeting them in a friendly manner which was returned in kind. There you are, could you please help us raise this? A young woman asked as she managed the festivities, the village people trying to raise a platform to work as a stage. I think you can do this one, Sifo motioned for Vas as the teen nodded, extending his arm forward, closing his eyes and leveling his breathing. Sifo watched and felt the force ripple, watching the wooden platform rise into the air while the village people rushed to install the legs onto the bottom of the platform. All set, a male worked yelled out as Vas let go of the stage, the wooden supports working as the stage was set. Thank you, now we need to place these torches. Sifo motioned for some as she passed him 8 before passing another 8 to Vas. Place them in a circle, light them and then return to me. The woman smiled as she turned back to manage the process while the Jedi moved to place the torches as the sun slowly began to set. It didn't take too long to finish setting up the torch scones before Sifo and Vas made their way back to the Overseer, the sun beginning to set in the horizon. The duo walked over a wooden bridge as a saber jowl passed below in the canal. Life really is peaceful here, huh? Vas made conversation with his master as Sifo looked around. It is, thriving and peaceful, away from the troubles of the rest of the galaxy, a truly peaceful life, Sifo regarded as they finished crossing the bridge, the Overseer making the finishing touches to some of the performers' outfits. If only the rest of the galaxy was like this, Vas mumbled as Sifo nodded as he couldn't help but feel sad. Vas looked towards his master as he felt his master's sadness. With a small smile he poked the man in the ribs. "We'll just have to fix him, won't we?" Vas announced confidently as Sifo stopped, Vas continuing onwards. "I guess we will," Sifo replied before making to follow his apprentice as they approached the overseer, who took note of their presence. "We're all set. Is there anything else you need us to do?" Vas as the overseer shook her head before stepping down to talk to the two Jedi. "Nothing, but wait now, the foods is being prepared and the folk are getting excited, we just have to wait for nightfall. Will you be resting within the village for the night or up in your den?" the overseer asked as the two Jedi thought over her question. "I think we can make do with our accommodations within the village for the night." Vas looked to Sifo, who agreed with his Padawan's sentiments. "Very good then, everyone would be happy to have you celebrating with us." The blue-skinned girl smiled at the savior and his master. Before long an older male came forward and whispered into the overseer's ears, a small smile playing on her lips as she turned from the man to the two Jedi. "Actually, there is something you could do." The overseer drew their attention. "Oh," Sifo raised an eyebrow as the woman motioned towards the nearby huts. "Well, the food is ready, just needs someone to test it to see if it's acceptable." The Jedi could hint at what she was saying as Vas smiled. "I'm sure we could arrange something." Sifo chuckled as the woman dismissed them and the duo left towards where the food was being prepared. "Coruscant." Verger glared at Sheev, fumbling her lightsaber as her beaked mouth snapped shut. Kneeling, the Fosh bowed her head as her master paced within his secret lab deep into the surface of Coruscant. "Have you found anything?" Sidious asked as he glanced at the force dispenser within the room, his yellow eyes always keeping the Fosh in his eyesight. Verger shook her head, her feathered head shaking. "There was nothing to find, my lord. This order she preaches of doesn't exist. She spends her time around the Queen of Naboo, but even the Queen knows nothing of this order she speaks of. I am sure she is lying, my master," Verger told the Sith Lord as she fumbled with the grip of her hilt, her dark desires bleeding into the Force as her overconfidence slowly began to overcome her reason. "How disappointing," Sheev sneered as he turned away from the Fosh, appearing vulnerable to her. "I apologize, my lord." Verger slowly rose from her kneeling position as she crept up to Sidious's back. "That makes one of us," Sheev whirled as Verger ignited her weapon, his own red blade springing to life as he slashed at her beak. The Fosh leapt back in surprise as she was followed by a torrent of dark blue lightning. She barely managed to bring her lightsaber up to block the manifestation of hate from her master, the searing burn on her beak burning in agonizing pain. "Did you really believe yourself ready to take the mantle? No, you pathetic little creature, you were never ready, you were never going to be ready." Sidious sneered as the lightning sent Verger into the back wall of the hidden lab. Keegan walked through the lower levels of Coruscant. Anakin was within the temple as the Jedi Master made his weekly rounds, checking up on several families he looked after on his off time. The Jedi Master knelt to a little boy, a Rodian child that smiled up at him holding out a fruit for the Jedi Master to take. "Thank you there, young man." Keegan smiled down at the boy as the Rodian bid the Master farewell before running off. Keegan continued moving through the scantily busy streets of the lower levels, his ever-present half-smile. People of many species passed by and nodded to the frequently spotted man. He ate the fruit given to him with a soft hum as he walked deeper into the district. The passerbys began to fade away as an uneasy feeling began to come over Keegan, almost akin to trepidation washing over him as he became alert. Spying anything that flickered, the Jedi Master slowly reached for his lightsaber, pulling the hilt from under his robes as he held it in his hands. Shadows seemed to stretch as the paths before him seemed to reek of the dark side. Slowly he crept by the degraded buildings, spotting a hunched figure at the end of the alley, their features hidden by what appeared to be Jedi robes. Slowly he made his way forward, lightsaber at the ready in case of any surprises. The hunched figure turned to the Jedi with wide eyes as she clutched her side, huffing in what was obviously pain, surprise on her features. She seemed completely out of it. Recognizing the knight, Keegan rushing forward before kneeling down, putting his lightsaber to the side, the human male took the Fosh up in his arms as he looked over her many injuries. "Knight Verger, what happened?" The kind Jedi maverick looked over her as her head seemed to spin. "Master, I'm sorry, please stop hurting me." Her words confused the man as he began to try and use the Force to heal her wounds. Under the contact, the knight seemed to spasm as she thrashed, the Jedi Master attempting to calm her as he touched her head. In her confused and dazed state, the Fosh made a move that would forever change the balance of the galaxy, sending it spiraling towards a dark path as she screamed, phantom pains ringing through her body as an enemy she perceived to be in front of her lashed out. She ignited her lightsaber as she ran, though what she thought to be Sidious coming to finish her off, only for her vision to finally clear as the gaping mouth of Jedi Master Keegan Jinn stared at her in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she leapt out of the Jedi Master's arms, pulling her lightsaber with it as the sinister cackles of Sidious rung throughout the alleyway, the shadows stretching as Keegan fell to the floor. "You're on borrowed time," the voice of the Wills ran through his head as he watched Night Verger flee the scene. "Anakin." Anakin suddenly stopped in his katas with the rest of the Bear clan, his eyes widened as he tore his vision-obscuring helmet from his face and fled the room, the calls of the overseeing Jedi all but non-existent to him as he fled to the speeder bay. Obi-Wan stumbled and fell as he walked the corridors of the temple while Master Dooku paused, a ripple washing over the three as their attention was drawn to a certain spot on the planet. Anakin was the first to make it to the speeder bay as he leapt into the pilot's seat, turning the speeder on as he roared from the bay and towards what he could only hope was a lie. Dooku rushed through the temple as he too had the same idea, moving to the bay as he hurriedly made his way. Keegan gasped for breath as he shook on the cold steel floor below him, his hands shaking as a dark-robed figure stood over him. Their pale skin giving way to a yellow-toothed smile as a small cackle rasped from their mouth. The robed man turned his attention to something before leaping into the shadows, their presence all but fading from the scene as the Jedi Master's life slowly began to fade. Anakin barely managed to land the craft before he had already propelled himself over the side of the speeder, rushing down the streets in bursts of speed more experienced Jedi would be jealous of. What he stumbled upon broke his heart as he rushed forward. In the center of the dead-end streets was Keegan, laying alone of the ground as the young boy rushed forward, pulling the Jedi Master into his grip. Keegan's lips moved as he whispered, Anakin now openly crying as the bearded man gently rubbed the boy's arm to soothe him. "It's okay. Anakin. Don't cry. I'm not leaving you. I'll always be with you, remember that, always." Anakin held Keegan's head on his lap as the Jedi Master shed no tears. "Master, please." Anakin's tears came in heavy flows, enough for both of them as Keegan smiled up at the boy. "You are the chosen one. I know it. I always have. Bring balance, as I know only you can, never forget. I believe in you." Keegan began to sag as Anakin's pleas grew more desperate. "Please don't go, please don't leave me," Anakin cried as Dooku stumbled upon the scene, his aged features becoming taut at the scene before him. He rushed to the other side of Keegan as his apprentice took notice of him. "Keegan," Dooku whispered as Keegan gained a small smile as he went slack in Anakin's arms. Silence prevailed as Anakin clutched Keegan's hand, the boy beginning to shake as Dooku collapsed onto his back, the shock of the situation hitting him as he stared. It was in this position that Dooku would get a taste of what the Chosen One could do. As the boy shook violently, the ground below began to quake as lights sparked. Dooku watched in silence as lampposts warped and twisted before going out entirely, signs fell from the buildings they were bolted to, droids became scrap metal and buildings began to fall apart. Anakin's scream shook the very foundations of the Force as it escaped him in a repulse, washing over the entire planet and the galaxy as a whole as his pain assaulted every Force sensitive. Yoda stumbled as if physically struck while Mace at his side turned to the source of the disturbance. The whole of the Jedi Temple shook under the waves of pain crashing against its walls. Kanya didn't hesitate in the slightest as she left Padme's side without word, fleeing the royal chambers as she descended upon the hangar housing her ship, soon en route to her brother as she came to his aid. Knox stopped his walk as he stared at the core worlds, a troubled expression on his as he contemplated. He could feel it, and as he drenched himself in the Force he could see it. The death of Keegan Jinn, the linchpin that would ultimately start the timer of the galaxy's descent. Yes, he could see it, the events he had foresaw were finally in motion, now he had to prepare for them. It was only a matter of time before the clock struck 12, it was up to him to guide it to the most desirable outcome. They ran, more like stumbled along, an escape ship landing directly ahead of them, a Corellian XS light freighter, a man standing on the lowered ramp with his pistols out. Kira braced the hope that had begun to blossom in her chest as she helped the hero of Typhon along, the easily recognizable smuggler standing with Raxon at his side. "Come on," Malden yelled out under his large brimmed hat, his coat billowing as Raxon went into the ship. Kira was forced to leap to the side after kicking the hero to the side as a man in white slammed down on their position. The same man who had come to plague the galaxy took out his lightsaber and ignited the yellow-bladed weapon. "You didn't think we would let you escape, did you?" The rasp of Arcan's voice cut into their ears as the scarred man glared at the two Jedi. The hero of Typhon groaned before slowly rising, the one-armed Jedi grabbing his lightsaber and igniting the weapon. "Kira, run," the hero mumbled out as he took his opening stance as best as he could. Kira struggled with her emotions for a short moment before deciding to heed her master's words, turning on her heel and attempting to flee to the freighter. "No!" Arcan hissed as he reached out with his robotic arm, halting Kira in her progress as she froze on the spot. Arcan's senses tingled in warning as he raised his yellow lightsaber into a vertical block, blocking the strike of the blue lightsaber of his opponent before flicking the weapon to the side as he redirected the flow of his opponent's attack. "You will not get away!" Arcan slammed his heel into the hero's stomach, causing the man to double over in agony. Arcan reached down with his robotic black arm, grabbing the hero by the neck and raising the choking man overhead. He clipped his lightsaber back to his belt as the man continued to choke in the air above him. "Your attack failed, you lost more than you could have gained, and now you are before me, broken, useless," Arcan mocked as he applied more pressure to the man's neck. "Not yet," the hero groaned as the force erupted from him, Arcan shielding himself with a yellow force shield. The hero slammed to the ground as Kira unfroze, the woman sprinting to the rising freighter as she leapt into the ramp. "Master!" Kira yelled out as she reached to the wounded man through the force. Arcan reignited his lightsaber as he made to run the hero through with his weapon, the hero leaping into the air as he felt himself under the grip of his apprentice through the force. Pain erupted through the man as his right leg was separated from his body courtesy of Arcan's swing. Kira hastily pulled the hero into the ship as Arcan hissed, reaching out with both hands as he grabbed the freighter with the force. "What the heck?" Malden announced as the ship stopped moving, even as the thrusters roared to full power. Even then the ship started to move in the opposite direction, straight into the waiting arms of Arcan as the man scowled. "Someone do something about that jerk!" Malden yelled out as Raxon rose from his seat. On it Raxon pulled out his rotary cannon and made his way back to the ramp, opening it once more as the Havoc squad commander yet out a loud bellow. "Take this!" Raxon shook under the rattle of the rotary cannon as he blasted at the previous Emperor of Zakul. His weapon deflected the first onslaught as his lightsaber flashed in arcs untraceable to the human eye, the blur of his weapon sending green bolts of energy in all directions other than their intended target. "It's not working!" Malden yelled as the ship was still under the will of Arcan. Kira hissed as she slowly rose from her seated position, stumbling into the cargo hold to pick up another weapon. She stumbled along as she held a weapon over her shoulder, taking a spot next to the Havoc squad leader as she took aim. "Nice thinking!" Raxon smirked as she looked down the sight. Arcan's eyes widened as Kira fired, a rocket flying in his direction. He had a split second, but that was more than enough as his yellow force field erected around him, dropping his hold on the freighter as the rocket slammed into his shield, the missile exploding as Arcan shielded himself. Kira and Raxon stumbled as the ship lurched, the small freighter rapidly ascending as Raxon and Kira closed the ramp. Arcan walked into the fleet spire as Knox looked at the hollow showing the fleeing freighter. "I did just as you requested, my lord." Arcan waltzed in as Lana sat on Knox's lap, running her hand through his hair as the Emperor watched the ship get further and further from Iath. "Is the virus in place?" Knox asked as a hollow of Scorpio appeared and bowed. "The spores of your virus have attached themselves to the hero of Typhon and his apprentice. The spores should duplicate and spread as soon as they enter Republic territory. Everything is proceeding as you planned, Scorpio mused as Knox smirked. You did well, Arcan. I appreciate your efforts, Knox complimented the man as Arcan bowed, gratitude playing across his features as he did so. Thank you, my lord, Arcan muttered as he felt a sense of accomplishment wash over him. Knox watched the man depart, feeling Lana's fingers snake through his hair and soothe his scalp. Knox turned his attention to the hollow as he acted his hand on Lana's thigh, rubbing her leg with his thumb softly as the enemy's ship leapt into hyperspace. Alert our assets within enemy territories. An envoy shall distribute a lone vaccine to each of them discreetly at a chosen location. Can't be losing our men and women to our own weapon, Knox ordered as the hollow of Scorpio bowed and flickered off. And the war machine ticks on, Knox smirked as he turned his head to Lana, whom had rested her head on his shoulder, capturing he flips with his own as he could feel her amusement through the force. The present. The ripple through the force physically picked Dooku from the ground and slid him far across the alley as everything around the boy and his deceased student ruptured and crushed. Windows shattered and showered Dooku in glass as pain assaulted the aged man through the force. Once more winds pushed Dooku back as the aged man thought back to which Keegan had told him in confidence. The two sat quietly as Dooku prepared a drink for his apprentice. What's on your mind, my friend? Dooku asked as he held out a drink to Keegan, who gently took it from his older master's hands. I'm at a loss, master. Dooku raised an eyebrow at his apprentice's words. Please speak freely, Keegan, Dooku advised as he looked worriedly at Keegan. The boy, the virgin's in the force. He is the chosen one, master. I know it. I will try to guide him as best as I can, but I fear I may not have that option. Dooku sat back as he took in Keegan's words. Are you? Dooku didn't dare finish his sentence as Keegan noted, the human apprentice turning to his master with worried eyes. When I go, master, both Obi-Wan and Anakin won't have anyone to safely guide them. I need you to promise me, master. Keegan prostrated himself before his Jedi master. Promise me you will watch over them, master. I need to know that they won't just be left to deal with it on their own. I promise. Dooku's response rung in his head as he slowly rose under the intense barrage of energy seeping from Anakin. The Jedi Master protected his face as he rose to his feet and slowly urged his way through the pulses. I promise you, Keegan. I will, Dooku muttered as he leant forward and weathered the force attempting to blow him back. It was a long process, no doubt the rest for the Jedi were on their way, but very few would be able to make it through this occurrence, let alone walk through it. Dooku reached out for the young boy's shoulder, his slender fingers gently touching the boy as he sank to his knees. Anakin, Dooku whispered as he pulled Anakin around, pulling the weeping boy into his brown robes as he enraptured the boy in a tight embrace. It was almost painful as the force threatened to rip him from the boy, but he held on through the onslaught as the boy slowly wrapped arms around his waist. It's okay, it's going to be okay, Dooku whispered as he stroked the boy's hair. It's okay. Hours later, Anakin had confined himself to his quarters. The quaking in the force had subdued after Dooku had taken the boy into his arms, away from the scene and back to the temple. The temple itself was on full lockdown as masters left to investigate the scene. Dooku himself had returned to the scene, Keegan no longer present as he had been moved back to the temple. The aged Jedi Master glared as he looked around. Everything was crushed, warped, and bent, but Dooku knew he would find something. He had to. The baleful look of his became etched onto his face as he swept over everything with an analytical eye. Coruscant police had joined in on the investigation. With the two forces together, it didn't take long for them to come to a lead. Where is the recipient for the feed for this camera? Dooku asked as he held what remained of a broken camera. The nearby security station, I suspect, the officer announced as he took the camera from Dooku's hand and overturned it. Then that is where I will go. Please, stay and find anything you can. Dooku turned and left the scene, his glare causing the less experienced officers to all but flee from his presence. The Fury interceptor dropped out of hyperspace with a boom, the anxious pilot glaring as her eyes flashed molten yellow, proceeding to guide the ship towards the planet below. Kenya wore simple brown robes as the interceptor tore through the atmosphere of the planet heading straight for the temple. 2V, take over. Kenya stood from her chair as the series droid took control of the ship. The woman made her way to the back of the ship as the ramp proceeded to lower, the air blowing her hair violently around her face. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before proceeding to drop from the ship straight down to the temple below. The entirety of the temple was seemingly on high alert as Kenya slammed into the concrete steps, the ground cratering below her feet as her black boots left indents at the bottom of the crater. She stood tall before stepping out of the crater, attempting to walk towards the temple as the Fury Interceptor screamed away unnoticed by the temple residents. Once she reached the final step, she was forced to stop as she was accosted by several temple guards. "I must be given admittance to the temple, it is imperative that I be let in." Kenya looked at the guards who took a crescent moon formation in front of her. "The temple is in complete lockdown, there will be no unknown person within, depart at once." The guard to her immediate right held his lightsaber as Kenya glared at him. "I must be allowed in." Kenya seethed as the guards let their weapons, their yellow blades reflecting off of their white helmets. "Leave or be detained." The same guard stood forward as Kenya sneered. "Then I apologize." Kenya saw no other option as she raised her hands, raising both with a gripping motion before flinging her arms to the side. The guards followed her movements as they choked, war raised from the ground before being flung to the sides. The group of 7 separate in half as 4 went right while 3 went left. The guards were rendered unconscious as they were slammed into the large statues on either side of the powerful woman. She looked to the left and the right to make sure they did not rise again before stepping forward, lightsaber in hand. She would not be stopped until she reached Anakin. He needed her, and she would be there. Iokath. Knox stood next to Siva as the droid looked on with her master. Looking down from the fleet spire, the throne within behind him as he stared down at the cityscape. "Fascinating, aren't they?" Knox looked at the female droid as she nodded, her chassis glowing a limelight as she looked at the constructed Infinity Gate, Zakul citizens walking through with odd gazes. "They are remarkable, and you say these are the people you rule over. Would you allow me to study them?" Siva asked as Knox smiled lightly. "Of course, though please make your studies as inconspicuous as possible," Knox asked as he watched the new arrivals move to Sector 8021 next to the Selruvian biome, a housing district where the new arrivals would be staying. "I would never do anything to put your standing into question, my lord." Siva bowed as Knox turned from the large window and sat himself down onto his throne. "What is the ETA of the representative?" Knox asked as he laid back onto the soft fabric of the seat, closing his eyes as he began to concentrate. "Reports say they shall arrive within 6 hours," Siva announced as Knox nodded. "Then stir me when they arrive, there are matters that require my attention." Knox cast his conscience to the stars, towards the inner core of the galaxy, namely Coruscant, as the entity crossed the distance momentarily. A flick of her wrist sent a young blue-skinned Twi'lek directly into a pillar as she rendered the girl unconscious. Knights attempted to impede her progress as she blocked the blur of the blue lightsabers with a momentary flash of her yellow blade. She slammed them with the force at her will as they crumbled to the ground. "Get out of my way!" Kenya bellowed as she tore a pillar to her left from the foundations of the building and sent it tumbling at a group of Jedi that had congregated to stop her in her path. The knights and temple guards leapt out of the way as the pillar tumbled and careened deeper down the hallway. She ignited her weapon, reversing it in her grip, and flung her arm back, blocking a green blade that would have separated her torso from her legs. Siendralig leapt over her as he hefted his green blade and pointed it at the woman. "Stop this rampage at once," Cien demanded as he took his battle stance. "Then let me pass," Kenya growled as she raised her lightsaber overhead and prepared to engage. "I apologize, but you must be detained," Cien announced as he went on the offensive. "And I will not be stopped," Kenya growled as she slashed and redirected the weapon of the Jedi Battle Master. Knox appeared, unseen to all as he took form. A swirl of black and white making up a humanoid shape as his pitch-black star-flecked eyes took in the Jedi Temple amidst the chaos. He walked through the halls of the Jedi Temple as knights and Padawans passed through his form, those that did feeling an impossible chill freeze them in place before they shook it off and continued onwards. He phased through a series of walls before coming to behold a lightsaber battle between his apprentice and the Jedi Temple Battle Master. Sidious came in with a strong overhead strike as he used Form V, attempting to force the lightsaber out of Kanya's hand or crush her underneath his strength. Kanya, to Knox showed her knowledge and power as she leant to the right, the weapon passing by her face by inches as she slammed her elbow into the man's knee, forcing him to stumble, the woman reaching up as she grabbed his arms and tossed him over her shoulder. The man then showed his versatility as he rolled up and landing, flipping through the air and tossing his weapon at Kanya at the apex of his leap. The thrown lightsaber neared her face before she, in a flash of speed and reflexes, ducked under the weapon and caught it by the hilt. Deactivating the weapon, Kanya proceeded to clip it to her belt before holding the man with a small smirk. Knox shook his head as he held the bridge of his nose over confidence. Knox knew what was about to happen, his apprentice however did not as the older human male ran at the apprentice. She swept her weapon, the man sidestepping as he punched her square in the jaw, forcing her to stumble back as pain flared in her jaw. The man kept on his advantage as he grabbed her long hair and used it to pull her around and into a pillar. Many of the knights and Jedi watching cheered as Kanya hit the pillar face first. He let go of the woman's hair as she slid down the pillar in agony, her nose crushed and bent as she shook in perpetual rage. "You are defeated, please stop," Cin almost pleaded as her shaking began to increase in intensity. "Stop. I will not stop, he needs me, and you, will not." She began to rise as a bestial groan began to tear from her throat. Cin's eyes widened as Kanya unleashed as force push upon him in her rage, slamming him into the wall of the passageway before pulling him straight into the ground, leaping onto him and proceeding to wail on the man with her force-enhanced strength. She stopped moments later as she heaved in heavy breaths, her fists caked in blood as she slowly rose. The surrounding knights were shook at the display of brutality, the Jedi Master under her still alive but in critical condition as he wheezed. The tapping of a cane parted the knights as the small Jedi Grand Master hobbled close. "Enough, please." The small stature of Grand Master Yoda looked on sadly as Kanya turned to him with dark side-oriented eyes. She called her lightsaber to her grip once more, activating the yellow blade and pointing it down at the neck of the Jedi at her feet. "Then let me see, my brother." Kanya seethed as the Grand Master nodded. "Along then, come." Yoda turned to another Jedi Master, Jedi Master Plo Koon having joined the Grand Master. "To the Hall of Healing, take him." Plo Koon stayed alert as Mace Windu made his attendance known. "Master, she must be subdued, she's a danger, sure you can't just..." Yoda pinned Mace with an uncharacteristic glare as he tapped his cane down once. "Any fatalities is there?" Yoda asked in a clipped tone as Plo Koon shook his head. "A misunderstanding. This is then cleared up immediately. It will be, Kanya, along you will come." Yoda's tone settled all arguments as Kanya sniffed, deactivated her lightsaber, grabbing Jedi Master Ciandralig's and dropping it on his chest before stepping near and following the Grand Master. All the while Knox watched this transaction, all around impervious to his presence before he decided he had seen all that was needed and departed back to Iath. Knox opened his eyes before standing from his throne. "It appears I need to send further teachings to my apprentice." Kanya walked beside the Jedi Grand Master as she looked down at his green hobbling form. "Thank you I do, for not spilling the blood of my children today." Yoda looked up at the scowling woman as she raised her eyebrow at him. "It's fine." Kanya didn't elaborate further as they made their way towards Anakin's quarters. "Thankful I am nonetheless. Many chances you had to harm them, yet restrained yourself. You did. Speak well of your character that does." Yoda smiled upwards, the yellow tint of her eyes long since faded. The girl remained silent as many Jedi passed them on their walk, some glaring at her while others refused to meet her gaze. "Worried you are, for Anakin's safety," Yoda mused out loud as Kanya nodded. "I am. Why else would I have dropped everything to be here and then battle my way through the temple to reach him?" Kanya looked down at the Jedi Master as they approached the hallway leading to the dormitory. "See, I do apologize. I do once more for the confusion of my peers. Hope you can forgive us." "I do." Kanya sighed as the Jedi Master continued to kindly look up at her, her shoulders sagging as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. "I suppose I should apologize for my aggressive entrance and movements through your temple." I probably could have handled that better, Kenya apologized as the Jedi Grand Master nodded with a pleased grin. Learning experience for all, I believe this is. Yoda stopped in front of Anakin's quarters. Need you? He does. I know, thank you, for sorting all that out before it could escalate further. Kenya regarded the small figure as the Jedi smiled kindly. Here I am, should anything else occur, a guest of this temple you are. Further issues you should not come across, Yoda told the woman as Kenya turned away from him, opening the door to Anakin's quarters and walking in without anything else said between the two. Kenya looked across the room, scattered droid parts, schematics, and blueprints, towards the curled figure of a small boy under a bundle of blankets. Silently she approached the boy, stepping over the various pieces of junk laying around. She stood next to his bed as she lowered herself to his bedside as she reached around him, grabbing the boy and pulling the boy into her embrace. Let it out, Ani. I'm here, let it out. Anakin registered her warm embrace, knowing who it was as he quickly reciprocated the gesture before wailing into her clothing. Kenya held him close as she rose up and planted herself on his bed, petting his back gently as she comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. Unknown planet, dubbed Satsuka by Eternal Empire databanks. Nylus stood behind the pilot's chair as rain pelted the cockpit window, his shuttle guiding the innumerable other vessels behind as their lights shone through the heavy rain clouds. Status, Nylus ordered as the night serving as the pilot kept her eyes pointed forward. 6,000 meters and closing, will arrive momentarily. His pilot, a young woman named Christina, wearing her golden armor as she squinted to see through the storm. Very good, prepare to deploy. Nylus's brown locks of hair hidden by his white mask. Turning, the Sith ducked under the cockpit entrance as he moved to the troop bay, 12 knights standing at attention as he stood tall in front of them, his black robes hiding most of his features as he looked at each of them silently. We will deploy momentarily, stay close and guarded, we don't know what we're walking into, Lucille rasped out as each of the knights saluted. The shuttle's side doors began to open as heavy winds tore through the bay. Nylus himself moved to the side of the bay, holding onto the handrail as he looked out, the winds nearly tearing his hood from his head as he looked forward. Below them was an ocean of raging waves that reached tens of meters into the air if not higher. Far ahead was an continental shelf with cliffs hundreds of meters tall. He turned his head to look behind them. Up above were enormous black and grey storm clouds. White beams of light shone from the front of the shuttles following. He mused as he thought, the innumerable ships appearing to look like the stars in the night sky. Get ready, we're beginning final approach. Nylus stood back into the bay as he grabbed his lightsaber from his sash. The knights each grabbed their lightsaber pikes and shields, getting into position as they prepared to leap from their spots. Pulling out a hollow disc, the figure of his emperor appeared standing atop the disc. My lord, our assault will begin in a moment, Nylus informed the ancient entity as Knox crossed his arms behind his back. HNN, very good, find the perpetrator and capture them if they are still on world, download all data from their databanks and secure the facility. At the soonest convenience you will return to Zakul and meet me at the academy. Knox gave Nylus his parameters as the brown-haired Sith nodded. As you wish, my lord. Knox disappeared from the hollow as the Emperor cut the channel, Nylus placing the disc back into his robes. You heard our lord, prepare to engage. The ship flew over the cliffs of the continent as trees began to fly by. Up ahead, a mountain with a facility built into its base, a single entrance tunnel delving into the mountain. Ready, Nylus's voice bellowed as his shuttle began to slow and descend, coming into the clearing before the tunnel entrance. Operation is a go. Nylus stepped from the ship as it landed, the knights jumping behind him as they landed on the muddy grounds, their lightsaber pikes activating as their blue blades sprung forward from their emitters. They brandished their shields in front of them. His shuttle immediately lifted back from the ground as another 4 landed and deployed the knights within these other craft. As the 4 new squads lines up beside his own, a group of shuttles flew overhead while others slowly landed beyond the tree line. Our top priority is the perpetrator behind the unknown tracer. Secondary objective is the data within their databanks. Neutralize all resistance and secure the facility. Now deploy. Nylus activated his crimson blade as the knights beside his own squad marched forward in their groups. Nylus slowly advanced as the first and second squads arrived at the tunnel entrance, standing on either side of the sealed door. The third squad came up as two knights reached forward, nodding to each other as they clasped their hands in front of themselves, encore blasting them forward, letting loose two force pushes that tore the ground in front of the apart, tossing dirt and stone into the air. The door stood no chance as it crumbled and separated as it was pushed from its braces and caved inward. The knights held their shield back up as the sealed entrance was now opened. Nylus watched all this transpire, squinted eyes, pulling out a hollow disc that showed a live feed of the overall map. Around the mountain were 3 entrances. 5 squads were deployed at each entrance while the shuttles moved further away but ready for immediate evacuation in case they were needed. Putting away the disc, Nylus watched his own and 2 squads funnel into the tunnel in protective formations as one of the squad captains took point. The remaining 2 squads made to guard the tunnel entrance from anything trying to escape and anything that wasn't them trying to enter. After walking 50 meters, they came up in a 4-way junction. Tomo. Take your squad and move to the east. Ceruz, your squad takes the west. We'll take the north, Nylus ordered as the 3 squads split and moved in their ordered directions. Their lightsabers lit up the dark passage as Nylus felt more than saw what was up ahead. We have hostiles ahead, Nylus's deep voice rasped as the knights under his immediate command each prepared, trusting in his words even though they could not perceive the threat. Whatever was up ahead seemed to notice the shift as a series of screeches and clicks. One of the 12 knights took out a flare gun, loaded a flare and pointed further into the tunnel. Light it up, Nylus growled as his subordinate fired the flare. The flare streamed down the passage as it split, 2 deploying as it flew by and sticking to the sides of the hallway. The main flare continued onwards as the knights watched with rapt attention as it split another 6 times before hitting something. That's not what that's supposed to look like, Nylus mused as the final flare stuck to the chest of a large insect, a calicoid standing tall with 2 extra arms and 6 eyes. Its head twitched from side to side as each of its 6 eyes looked at another knight. It stepped forward on its legs as it rose even higher inside the tunnel, letting loose an echoing screech that bounced off the walls and deeper into the facility. What answered were a series of screeches and bellows from deep within. Well, it seems someone has been playing around with genetics. Kill it and whatever else comes, Nylus ordered as the knights moved. I'll draw its attention. A small female knight brandished her pike and shield as she speared forward, ducking under a swing from the beast as she twirled under a second arm that made to punch her. She used her shield to bat the clawed appendage to the side, now directly next to the large beast. She used her saber pike to puncture the underbelly of the mutant, the blade rising through its abdomen and sticking through its back. The 6-eyed monstrosity bared its pincers as acid dripped from its maw, its eyes singling out the knight as it grew enraged. It spewed a torrent of acid at the woman as she brought her shield up, the acid splashing from the shield as a second knight used the chance to finish the beast. A large burly knight dropped his shield as he surged forward, using both hands to spin the pile. He neared the creature, the monster too late to notice him as he executed a downward strike, 2 of the calicoid's 6 eyes locking onto the knight as it tried using 2 of its arms to stop him. The large knight was unstoppable as the blade carved straight through the 2 arms, the man continuing on as the blade sailed straight through the midsection of the beast as it froze. The male knight finished his attack as he planted his left knee on the ground in a crouch with the pike in his outstretched hand. The knight breathed for a few moments before standing, the female knight slowly standing alongside him as the calicoid fell to the ground, splitting in half as acid sprayed from both halves. The 2 knights made their way back to the group as Nylus studied them from under his mask. He looked over the composition of his squad. 2 of the knights, the closest standing on either side of him, were actually exarchs. Standing in their uniquely designed exarch armor, the cybernetically enhanced super soldiers stood loyally by his side. With a calculated look, Nylus turned his attention to the exarchs. Go enforce the other 2 squads, his order final as they bowed. At once, my lord. The both twisted and marched back into the darkness of the tunnels to join up with the other 2 squads. With the 2 knights finally making it back to them, Nylus allowed them a moment's reprieve as he looked down the hallway ahead of them. "We have company," Nylus muttered as he hefted his hilt and set it sailing down the tunnel like a crimson buzzsaw. The red light of the lightsaber revealed several creatures trying to sneak up on them, hanging from the roof and walls as the insect's eyes reflected the red light. Genosians, Calicoids, Killiks, Ruurians. "It seems we have a scientist around." Nylus watched his blade remove the heads of a few of the beast before it was called back to him, flying into his hand as the insects each hissed as the deceased crashed to the ground. The 10 remaining knights under his command put their shields up and pointed their pikes forward, standing in alone beside each other as the group awaited Nylus's word. The red light from the flares began to die down as the insects slowly became enveloped in the dark once more, the only tell of their presence being the shining blue and white of their reflective eyes. He could feel the nervousness of a few of his squad members, the newest and inexperienced of the newly minted knights. "Well, this won't do," he rasped as the red of his blade shone ominously against his outfit. He stood forward and rose his left hand over their heads. The knights were unprepared and nearly jumped as a flash of white light overtook their senses, followed by screeching. Streams of blue lightning forked overhead, bouncing off the walls and down the hallway. The knights watched in amazement as the closest of the insects were outright annihilated by the lightning, others fared little better as they were turned to dust. And after a mere second, Nylus dropped his hand as the lightning continued onwards, soon dying out down the hallway as carcasses fell to the ground in searing heaps. Onwards came Nylus's single-worded order as the newly bolstered knights roared and rushed into the dark in a line. Nylus chuckled as he slowly followed after them, feeling no need to run after them. He could sense what was ahead just fine. He watched his squad break formation as they encountered the horde of insects. The hulking male knight slamming into an insect as he crushed a Killik against the wall before continuing on to the next. The small lithe female knight of his group danced around with her pike in both hands, twirling the weapon in her grip as she cut down the insects impeding their path. The second female of the group slammed her shield into the face of a Calicoid as its head flattened against the metal. The third and fourth of the 8 knights left molten trails on the walls, ceiling, and floor, their blades ablur as they expertly carved through the insectoid forces. 3 of the newest under Nylus's squad stayed back as they picked off the straddlers, less sure in their ability but doing their part nonetheless. The last 4 stayed back, serving as backup since the hallway wouldn't allow them to maneuver suitably. A robed hooded feminine figure stood in front of a series of monitors mounted to a wall with a hollow table to her right. Iridescent green eyes shone under a black hood as braid of red hair ran down her back from under the dark hood. She looked over the security feed as the invading forces carved through her creations. A low hiss escaped her lips as her fists shook. She walked over to a console next to the hollow table, inserting a data stick as her hands flashed over the keys, downloading all data from her facility as fast as it would go. As the download happened, she nervously fumbled her lightsaber as the sent discreet looks at the security monitor. She could hear her creations battling in the distance. So I was right, she mused as she looked over the familiar Force users. However, one set her on edge, garbed in black and a death mask. She knew what the man symbolized with his red weapon. After all, she herself had one, and if he was in charge of these forces, then he would be difficult to subdue if they engaged in one-on-one combat. A chime signaled the download completion as she pulled the data stick from the console and slipped it into her robes. Her slender fingers clicked at the console a few more times as an alarm began to ring through the facility. The mountain around them shook as a rock slide occurred near its peak, revealing a hangar to the world with a single ship within. Well, it was never meant to last, a echo-like voice sounded, almost synthetic in tone as she stepped away from the console, lightning leaping from her fingertips as it impacted the console. Footsteps announced the arrival of the invaders as she pulled her lightsaber from her belt and ignited the red-bladed weapon. I don't have much time, she thought as she ran at the 4 knights in front of her, throwing her weapon at them as a distraction before blasting them apart with a force push. She burst forward as she caught her weapon from the air, as she bounced off the wall, heel slamming into the head of a 5th knight as she bounced from his head further down the hallway. Red blaring sirens lit up the hallways, lighting the hallways up in an ominous red as bodies littered the halls. Nylus stopped mid-step as he stood at the center of a 3-way junction, eyes studying nothing in particular as he looked left and right. Continued onwards through the right. I'll head left. Nylus sauntered off as the squad went to do as ordered. The ancient Sith sliced the head off a Killik as he passed it by, the insect having tried to get a surprise attack in. A raise of his hand choked another 3 before he crushed their necks. Minutes later, she huffed and stumbled as she appeared in the hangar, a few gashes visible on her robes as they glowed from the heat on the fabric, her ship's cockpit open and waiting. A heavily modified Mk6 Supremacy-class starfighter, thrusters blazing as it began to move forward on the hangar floor. The door opening behind her nearly froze her in her spot as she looked over her shoulder. There you are. The black-garbed man from the monitors stood at the entryway, his lightsaber in hand, white mask staring directly at her. She nearly panicked as she leapt into the air at her shuttle, freezing mid-air before she began to be drawn back towards the figure. She tossed her lightsaber at the man in desperation. The man batted her lightsaber to the side but nonetheless kept his grip on her. No, she thought in retaliation as she brought her right hand to her left gauntlet, a screen on the back as her fingers danced across the screen. 4 hatched opened from the roof of the hangar as 4 turrets lowered and immediately opened fire on the man. His concentration was broken as she crashed to the ground, using the man's lapse in concentration to make it to her fighter, barely getting the cockpit closed as she sent the ship hurtling forward. The ship made it about 100 meters from the hangar when it lurched and froze in the air. Her breath caught as her hopes were dashed. She diverted power from the weapons into thrusters in desperation, the ship beginning to shake under the pressure on the ship. Come on! Come on! She spied a group of shuttles approaching to her right. Nylus growled as he began to bring the ship in, dragging the ship closer against its will. He watched the pale blue cones of energy erupt from the thrusters as the stream grew larger and larger as more energy was diverted to thrusters. You're not getting away, Nylus hissed as he used more and more energy to draw it back to the hangar. He spied the approaching shuttles with a smirk. His smirk was wiped from his face, overcome with a snarl as a colicoid reared up behind him followed by several more, the beasts coming to their master's perceived aid as they leapt at the Sith. Nylus kept his concentration on the fighter, splitting his attention as he used the force on both the shuttle and approaching beasts. Slowly the ship began to move forward under the man's split concentration. She watched as more and more colicoids began to attempt to descend onto the man's position, many crushed under the force as he tried to keep her from escaping. Her hopes rose with each insect rushing to the hangar, an idea coming to mind as she brought up the targeting systems of her modified fighter, a rear-facing turret slowly activating as she began to point the ship away from the man, the back facing the exact position of the robed figure. Not today, she smiled as the turret opened fire on the man's position. Nylus made a split-second decision, letting go of the ship as he watched in slow motion, a twisted smirk coming to his face as a single burst of hate-filled lightning leapt from his hand, passing the plasma bolts as they stayed true to their target. He leapt high into the air as he let out a repulse that pulverized the insects. He watched as the lightning impacted the back of the fighter as it sped off, a small explosion rocking its back as a trail of smoke billowed behind the vessel as it rose into the dark skies. Alarms blared in the ship's cockpit as lightning danced across the controls. She barely had control of the ship as she rose into the atmosphere. Her eyes widened at the Eternal Fleet ships moving to cut her off, their weapons taking aim at her ship. Come on, come on, come on, she bit as the ship rattled under the damage it had sustained. As the lightning dissipated, she regained a semblance of control of the ship as she flung the ship forward. Nearly there, the atmosphere bled away into the void of space as she gained distance from the planet. Track it, Nylus ordered, bodies littered around him as he stared into the atmosphere. Goodbye, she laughed in victory as blue streaks danced across the cockpit, the ship accelerating to an unfathomable degree as it fled the system. Not going to make it too far with this damage. Hopefully I make it to the next system. She began to run diagnostics on the ship's systems. Is it done? Nylus turned his saber off as he clipped it to his belt, continuing to look into the sky as one of his exarchs came up behind him. We have dispatched 4 fleet vessels in pursuit of the ship. They will not escape us, the exarch announced as Nylus slowly pulled his mask from his face, small droplets of rain beginning to impact his face. Secure full control for the facility, then have a portion of our forces remain while sending the rest back to our fleet. Have my squad on my warship by the end of the day, then have them meet me on Zakul. Our Emperor calls for my presence at once. His shuttle rose and landed in the hangar, the side doors opening as Nylus stepped up. Of course, my lord, we will keep you posted on our progress. The Exarch bowed as Nylus signaled the shuttle to depart. 9 hours later, Jellican. The fighter broke out of hyperspace with a stutter, the hyperdrive deactivating as small fires covered the ship. A sigh escaped her lips as she gained control of the one remaining thruster, forcing the ship to fly towards the outer rim planet ahead. She neared the atmosphere of the planet when a proximity alarm began to blare in her ears. She hurriedly looked out of the cockpit, her breath leaving air as her hope began to dive. 4 warships dropping out of hyperspace behind her as they immediately deployed their fighters to incapacitate the ship. Oh no! She entered the atmosphere as the Zakulan shuttles followed closely behind while the warships cloaked, not wanting to alert the locals to their presence. Bolts of energy flew by the cockpit as she grit her teeth, scorch marks littering the wings of her fighter as it tore through the panels of the wings. I'm so going to regret this, she muttered as she decided to abandon the ship, wind buffeting her hair as she stood from the seat, climbing up and onto the top of the ship as she kept a firm grip, the ship beginning to face straight down, threatening to send her careening into the air if she lost her grip. She planted herself onto the exterior of the ship as she spied the pursuing fighters, their cannon fire becoming more and more accurate in their attempt to hit the thrusters of her ship. Her red hair billowed around her hood as she crouched low and prepared. It's now or never, she muttered before leaping from the ship, a lucky shot from one of the Zakulan fighters finally striking the thruster, puncturing the fuel lines, followed by the ship immediately combusting. She takes through the air as the Zakulan ships noticed her, one flying near as she sent a force push at it, forcing the ship to fall below the clouds in an uncontrolled tumble. She flattened her arms to her side as she became more streamlined, facing the ground below as she accelerated towards the ground. She looked down her body at the following fighters as they remained in hot pursuit. Oh come on, she growled as she let out a burst of lightning at the closest fighter, frying its circuits for the moment as it rolled away. She watched as the ship soon regained control and rejoined the others, much to her annoyance. Of course they have countermeasures, just as I'd expect them to. In her desperation she let out force push after force push at the following ships, sending them in various directions as she dropped through the skies. Using this chance she dropped through the canopy of the clouds, using bursts of energy to accelerate herself closer to the ground. One rather persistent fighter remained on course as it targeted her, its targeting parameters locking on before releasing a proton torpedo in her direction. Oh not good, she crossed her arms ahead of her as a force bubble, the tree now a few kilometers below. The torpedo slammed into her bubble as it exploded, sending her flying out of her control, tumbling her over heel. The fighters diverted their path lest they impact the ground, the woman using the force to rapidly halt her descent. Bracing herself, she slammed into the ground with the force of a meteor, burying herself into the ground as she lost consciousness upon impact. Silence permeated the surroundings as she simply lay, her arms and legs mangled as her torso was twisted the wrong way. Cracking was heard as her twisted fingers righted themselves, followed by her arm, the bones fusing back together in an agonizing display of healing as her torso twisted itself back to face the right way. Well, this is interesting, the second Exarch under Nylus's command announced as he stood over the crater as the woman's legs twisted back round. He crossed his arms and waited for the evidently painful process to complete. With both arms facing the right way alongside the rest of her body, the Exarch reached down, grabbing her hood and pulling it back. Deep blood-red hair sprawled the ground, pointed ears, 8 bones like ridges lined her forehead and cheeks, as her bright green eyes stared ahead unblinking. Slowly her breathing picked up as her pupils widened, the woman taking in a deep breath. The Exarch slowly smirked under his mask as the woman took in her surroundings. Slowly her eyes rose to his mask, her eyes widening in surprise as the man rose his boot. Good to know this won't kill you, the man remarked before stamping down on the woman's head, rendering the woman unconscious once more as more knights entered the location. Call a shuttle and a recovery crew, have the recovery crew pick up the remains of the fighter, I'll remain here in case she wakes up. Again until the shuttle arrives. He stamped down on her skull once more as he ground his boot into the side of her head, blood spraying onto the ground under her crushed nose and cracked cranium. The Exarch stood over the unconscious woman as a shuttle dropped through the atmosphere in the distance, the pilots of the surviving fighters joining at his side. The knights around him used the force to pull trees from the ground, creating a clearing for the shuttle to land without issue. All the while the Exarch watched the knights do their work, increasing his arms and leaning down to pick the woman up by her hair as he began to walk forward. She slid across the ground, her arms limp and hanging by her side as the shuttle appeared over the hastily created cleaning. The knights began to depart back to their shuttles as the shuttle landed, opening up as 4 sky troopers jumped down, 2 being heavy units while another 2 were siege troopers. They landed with heavy thuds as they sunk into the ground. The group of 4 was accompanied by 4 more knights that waited in the shuttle, the Exarch handing the prisoner to one of the 2 siege units. "Take her to the brig, have guards posted at all times," the Exarch ordered as the Skytrooper unit hopped back onto the shuttle. He received a salute in return before he turned and began to make his way back to his fighter. The shuttle rose behind him, leaving him alone in the clearing in his departure, with the shuttle ascending into the sky quickly afterwards. Making his way to his fighter, the Zakuulan ship's cockpit opened for him to climb into. Sitting down into the soft fabric, the Exarch opened a hollow channel directly to Nylus. "My lord, the assailant has been apprehended. Your orders?" the Exarch asked as Nylus appeared. "Transport her to Zakuul. I am sure our emperor would like to meet with her himself," Nylus ordered as the Exarch nodded. "At once, my lord." The cockpit window lowered and sealed with a hiss as the hollow call cut, the Exarch maneuvering the fighter into the air and out of the clearing towards the camouflaged fleet vessels awaiting in orbit. Zakuul. Padme sat within the pilot's seat of her J-Type 327 Royal Starship, the planet visible before her as she sat back in her chair and admired its glory. A cyclone-like storm circled the northern hemisphere of the planet, around the swamp zones if she could see correctly, while the enormous city jutted out of the atmosphere, unmoved by the storm sweeping against the skyscraper's sides. Portions of the Eternal Fleet circled the planet slowly, as if having no assigned target and defaulted to guarding their home. Padme watched as 15 ships broke formation and soon moved to cut her off from landing, her ship registering a call from one of the vessels which she answered. "Unidentified vessel, state your designation and intention, or prepare to be boarded," a droid's voice sounded as Padme gulped. "This is Padme Amidala of the Naboo system. I have a scheduled meeting with Emperor Abrunik Kalig of Zakuul." Padme mustered as much confidence as she could while she answered. A few seconds passed by without answer as the ships took a cross formation ahead of her. She knew this formation very well. At least they're dedicated to guarding their home. Padme gulped as she awaited the verdict. "Queen Padme Amidala of Naboo, you are cleared for approach. Please enjoy your stay." Padme sunk back into her chair, a breath leaving her she hadn't known she was holding. "Thank you." Padme urged the silver ship forward as the warships let her pass, breaking formation and moving back to their guard duties. She guided the ship towards the top of the Emperor's spire, the massive orb atop the spire that served as the Emperor's throne room. She piloted the Nubian starship towards a hangar, the ship slowly entering the force field and beginning landing procedures. With the landing gear lowering from the ship gently touched down with a small rattle. She sighed as she sat back for a few moments, steeling her nerves for the incoming meeting. Slowly she rose from the chair and made her way to the lowered ramp of the ship, her white clothing a stark contrast to her grey surroundings. As she reached the bottom of the ramp, she saw the metallic form of Scorpio standing before her. "Good evening, Your Majesty. I apologize, but His Majesty is currently out in business down in the city below. If you would accompany me, I can keep you company until he arrives," Scorpio notified Padme as the woman looked unsure but agreed nonetheless. Knight Academy, Zakuul. Knox looked down at a group of children below, 12 in total as an Exarch stood in front of the group. Guard Captain Tyrese stood by his side as she looked below. "This year's group is looking promising, Your Majesty." Knox looked over the dossier of each individual below, their skills and recommendations. He watched a specific candidate in interest. A girl with blonde hair stood tall, however her lower body from the hip base of the hip downward was prosthetic. Pulling out her dossier, he looked over her file in interest. The girl, Cell, she is the newest Exarch candidate, is she not? Knox read through the file quickly. She is, yes. Do you disagree, my lord? Tyrese asked with worry present through the force. She was her own to-be apprentice after all. Nothing of the sorts. She shows considerable determination, unseen strength, and the ability to do what needs to be done. I think she'll make an excellent candidate. When is the augmentation set to be done? Knox asked as he felt the grip through the force, the blonde perking up and looking around much to the Emperor's amusement. She made eye contact with him after a few moments before quickly diverting her attention in her embarrassment, making Knox chuckle in the process. Tyrese let out a breath at her lord's approval. When she reaches peak maturity and ability, my lord, it could be some years before then, and by then I hope to train her well enough, make her strong enough to survive the process. Very good. Knox's attention was drawn at the arrival of Nylus, the Sith coming up to them and bowing at the waist. My lord, you called? Nylus knelt as Knox nodded and motioned him forward. First, did you apprehend the suspect? Knox asked as he stood from the railing overlooking the group of apprentices below. Yes, my lord, the suspect is en route as we speak, and we have taken command of their base on Satsuka. The Gemini units along with Scorpio are scouring through the databanks as we speak, Nylus informed the Emperor as Knox bid the Sith to follow, both he and Tyrese following their Emperor. Yes, and I suspect some of our interrogators would have a difficult time getting information from her. Yes. That will do nicely. Knox pulled out a hollow communicator as he bridged a connected directly to the incoming fleet with the prisoner. My lord, the Exarch bowed as the man's hollow came into picture. The subject is aboard your brig, is she not? Knox cut to the chase as the Exarch nodded. Yes, my master, she has been silent ever since awakening, the Exarch reported, just as Knox suspected. I have a way to fix that. You are to change your route and take up residence in our fortress on Oricon. There is a seed of rage currently within the fortress. Make sure she is fully susceptible to it. Knox smirked viciously as he cut the hollow call and turned his attention back to Tyrese and Nylus. Tyrese, we currently have a Chiss representative soon to arrive, within the next half an hour I believe. They've departed Iath. Scorpio has done well in turning this ascendancy member to our cause. You will work alongside her in turning them until I can personally meet with them, Knox ordered. As you wish, my lord, I will do so at once. The augmented woman quickly departed to fulfill her duties. With Knox and Nylus alone, the two stepped into an elevator that began to ascend higher into the academy. Master, is there something on your mind? Nylus asked as Knox stared into the mid-distance with a calculated gaze. There is a lot on my mind at any given moment. Tell me, is hunger sated at this moment? Knox asked as Nylus nodded. Honestly? Yes. I haven't felt it since awakening, my lord, thanks to you, my master, Nylus told the man responsible for his revival. That is good to know. I can feel your growth in the Force. In time you will return to the standing of power you once held. Knox seemed to bask in the presence bleeding of Nylus, absorbing the residual energies with a sickening smile. But there is more, isn't there, my lord? Nylus accurately pointed out as Knox nodded. Yes, these new Sith go by the teachings of something called the Rule of Two. It is a doctrine they follow, albeit loosely. These generations, Plagueis is one of these Sith, Knox informed the ancient Sith as the man looked perturbed by the information. I think I have heard of it in the study materials you offered me. Nylus rubbed his chin. Created by the lone survivor Darth Bane and enforced for countless generations by apprentice, the apprentice becoming strong enough to overthrow their master and then taking on an apprentice of their own to continue their plan. They operate in the shadows, consolidating strength and power while deploying use of politics and whatnot to devise the larger galaxy. Am I remembering correctly, my lord? Yes, for the most part, that is them. And we have one on Iath, in a purposefully isolated lab, Knox began. But Nylus could sense the direction his lord's words were heading. But I have sensed his intentions, his wishes. He wishes, lusts for immortality. He may find it, but what would come after? He cannot return to the Republic, for Sidious would oust him. No. I believe he would turn his eyes to a more immediate conquest, one with enough power to being the galaxy to heal. You believe he will make an attempt on the throne if he is given the chance? Knox nodded to Nylus's conclusion. Do you wish for me to eliminate him? Not just this minute. The prisoner on her way to Oricon is a scientist much like our resident Sith. I plan to have them work together, let them build upon their shared knowledge and in turn pass it on to us. But they will also plan together to overthrow me, the timeless genetically modified Sith, who preferred to become a monster rather than dying, and the Sith who refused to die at the hands of his apprentice, and they will try to turn others to their cause. I want you to be one of them, my eyes and ears amongst the traitors. Knox turned to Nylus, who could see the potential fruits bared by such a plan. Are you sure, my lord? Are you sure I can be trusted with such a thing? Nylus asked, almost unsure. He himself had been betrayed by those he trusted in the past, left to die and stabbed in the back. The thought of someone placing such trust in himself, he wouldn't be like his old apprentice and her allies. Lucille, the amount of people I can wholly trust, I can count on my fingers and still have some to spare. Athla-Jiroth would pulverize either of them as soon as they approached him. Valen would flay their minds for simply speaking to her. Scorpio would prefer to rain down turbo laser fire from orbit than work with them, and Kenya. Kenya has her own misgivings to deal with over these traitors. No, you are the only I trust that can keep a leveled head and can pull this. Nylus looked odd at the logic of the man before him. If it is your will, my lord, I will do whatever it takes, my master. I am honored you place such trust in me. Nylus bowed to the man who looked down at the kneeling Sith. I trust you because I know I can. You are a Sith built off his hardships, a will of such magnitude you refused to truly die when struck down. You have power in spades and yet you don't let it get to you, and you wholeheartedly place your trust and love in both me and our empire. Yes, there are few more deserving of my trust than you. I do not think you will disappoint me. I know you won't, Knox told the Sith, who looked humbled at his lord's declaration. I'll do whatever you ask me, Lord, Nylus whispered as Knox chuckled. Yes, you will. Go to Iokath, put your scientific mind to work and gain the trust of the Muun and do what must be done, Knox ordered as the elevator stopped, opening up into a series of hangars housing numerous vessels. Nylus rose from his bowing position as Knox departed the hangar, heading for the royal shuttle waiting for him, while Nylus watched the Emperor leave, committing himself mentally for the task before him. The royal shuttle settled down gently atop the royal spire, the doors sliding open with a hiss as Knox stepped down. Padme, Knox slowly announced as the 16-year-old looked relieved at his arrival, a Scorpio proxy walking with the girl. You're here. Padme walked up to the Emperor that smiled kindly down to her. Forgive me for taking so long, I had a previous engagement that took more time than I believed it would, Knox soothed the girl, who smiled up at him nonetheless. That's okay, you're here now, Padme replied as Knox dismissed the Scorpio proxy, soon followed by him motioning for Padme to accompany him deeper into the spire, to which she readily agreed. What's on your mind, Padme? You seem troubled, Knox asked as Padme sighed and rubbed her brow as they walked, the two passing a group of guards that bowed at their passing. I mentioned in my email that things have been difficult, but it's not as simple as that. I'm trying to take your advice, trying to implement at least a small amount of defenses to Naboo, yet I'm met with opposition at every turn. I'm at a loss, Padme answered as the two soon entered a kind of garden a few levels below the throne room within the spire. A pergola surroundings by pearl-white pathways, lined by trees bearing fruits and flowers. The place was alive in the Force, soothing on the senses as fresh air bled into the room. Beautiful, Padme wondered as the two made their way to the pergola. Knox used the Force to pluck a fruit from a tree before taking a bite from it. That is unfortunate. What did you try to implement? Knox asked as he plucked another and handed it to the girl, who took it in her hands, studying it before taking a testing bite. I was vying for the implementation of defensive ion pulse cannon. Anything outside of the palace would be neutralized, Padme admitted as Knox nodded. A good countermeasure, but there were complications, weren't there? Knox asked as the girl nodded and took another note of her fruit. Panika disagreed and wanted more robust defenses, but Naboo is a peaceful world. We pride ourselves on what we can provide in our pacifism. If I tried to do anything more, there would have been public uproar. The two sat on the cushioned seats of the pergola across from each other, Knox sitting back and leaning against the rail while Padme stretched. I see, there is little that can be done if the whole planet disagrees with a certain move. Knox took out the core of the fruit he was eating before taking another bite. Troubling but not impossible. What would you suggest? Padme asked with an almost desperate plea. Knox thought over her plight as he ate, letting the girl sit in silence as he ate, running calculations through his mind at a speed that would put the most practiced tactician to shame. There are a few ways you could go about ensure the safety of Naboo. The first is the least likely to work. You'd have to outright deny the wants of your people and do what is needed anyway. Padme gulped at the first option, shaking her head as it went against her ideals entirely. No, not that. I want my people safe, but they would be angry. The second option? Padme asked as Knox continued. An upgrade. I understand your fighters were overwhelmed during the invasion. An overhaul would be best. Upgrades, new tech, giving the Gungans more chances to join the planetary militia, joint task forces between the two nations. Build refuges for your people to go to, or ways off-world. If you could build a safe haven within one of your moons for people to evacuate to discreetly, that would do wonders for your people in the long run. Knox offered as Padme thought is over. That would be the best course of action. I'll see if I can get the rest of the council to agree with this. If they can, I'm sure it would be beneficial for everyone. Padme agreed as she looked meaningfully at Knox. But you'd still come to our aid if we needed, wouldn't you? Of course, I promised. After all, Knox soothed the girl as she sighed and sat back. Thank you. Padme ate the last of her fruit. There is more on your mind, isn't there? Knox pointed out as another presence made itself known. I was wondering where you'd gotten to. Valen sashayed into the pergola and sat herself down at Knox's side, taking the remains of the fruit he hadn't eaten and eating them herself. Discussing anything important? Padme shuffled uncomfortably under the gaze of the intimidating woman as Knox simply chuckled. Very. Knox mused as Valen hummed. Then I'll simply listen. The woman laid her head on the Emperor's shoulder, running her slender fingers along his shoulder and arm. Knox chuckled, knowing she didn't care in the slightest of the plight of Naboo, simply letting her sit and rest against him comfortably. Coruscant. Dooku stood before the gathered council, his face taut in subdued rage. He stared directly at Jedi Master Yoda as he waited to show what he had found. And we are to do nothing against the girl. She has shown today how dangerous she is. She cannot be trusted. Ki-Adi Mondi announced to the council. For all we know, she's responsible for the death of Master Keegan. Master. I know for a fact that simply is not true. Dooku intervened, defending the woman and making his presence the focal point of the meeting before it was too late. I assume you have proof of this, Master Dooku Windu asked. For the time Kenya was with Anakin under the watchful eyes of several masters in case anything went awry. Dooku brought out a hollow disc as a recording began to play. The council watched in shock at the events that were played before them. Yoda's ears sunk into his head as sadness overcame his features while Windu scowled as his masterful control of his emotions nearly slipped. I ask, where is Night Verger at this very moment? Dooku asked, seething as Windu clenched his fists. She is off-world. She's taking a mission of Zonama Seko. Plo-kun replied as Windu stood from his chair. Not anymore, she isn't, Master Windu announced. Master's permission to intercept? Dooku asked, nearly demanded as Windu and Yoda nodded. Bring her in at once. Windu's words were final as Yoda announced something else. Someone else you should take with you, I believe, Yoda announced as the rest of the council looked troubled at his announcement. No more words were needed to be said as Dooku departed, already knowing who Yoda was implying as he entered the turbo lift. Knox drummed his fingers over the armrest of his throne at the news Asina delivered to him. I told you that prison would not hold him, Knox announced neutrally as Asina winced. The Dark Council was also present in the hollow call as the members looked between each other. You should have taken more final measures, Knox criticized as a few of the newer Dark Council members grew emboldened at his words. It is up to us how we handle our prisoners. A pure-blooded woman dubbed Darth Saren, whom had been chosen to succeed the newly retired Darth Krovos. Arkin stood next to Knox as he watched the meeting progress. Asina winced as Knox turned his undivided attention to the woman, taking note of a man leaning forward to put his 2 cents in. I do not see why we have to include you in such controversial matters. The successor to the deceased Vauran, a Myralucan man, leant forward, followed by a rasping cough. I think you forget, you exist simply because I permit it. Knox clenched his fingertips as the 2 women began to gasp and choke, Talariel moving forward to help the 2 in the dark council chambers. Don't you forget it, lest I come to Drummond Cos myself. Knox unclasped his fingers as the woman took in precious air, heaving as they gulped. Asina, do you have leads to where he could have gone? Knox addressed the Empires directly before she shook her head, wisely choosing to ignore the male Emperor's treatment for the moment. No, he broke out and simply left. There is no telling where he could have gone, Asina replied as Knox stared at her with a pointed gaze. I see, then I'll find him myself, Knox stated as Asina nodded. Our forces are at your disposal, Asina added as Knox regarded her for a moment. You look ill, Asina. Is there something wrong? Knox squinted as the Sith Empress shook her head. Nothing of the sorts, please. If there is anything we can help you with in the pursuit of Malgus, make it known and we will do our best to accommodate you, Asina finished as Knox nodded his head once before cutting the hollow call. So it's working, Arkin pointed out in the now silent throne room. Indeed, interesting that Asina of all people has contracted it along with one of the council members. Very interesting, Knox squinted as he rose from the eternal throne. What of the search for this Malgus? Arkin asked as Knox shook his head. There is no need, after all we already know where he is, Knox chuckled as he descended the stairs to the throne. The present, 25 BBY. Let the force flow through you, guide your actions. That's exactly what Sifo said before they started their saber training. He wasn't sure at that moment whether he was glad this was simply training or sorry for his future opponents. His apprentice twirled 2 separate weapons in fluid motions so fast they appeared as simple blurs of motions. Sifo held his blue lightsaber in a defensive grip, barely blocking a horizontal strike to his chest, an orange blade bouncing off his own with the force of the strike forcing Sifo to slide across the ground, leaving tracks underfoot as Sifo blocked a strike from a second lightsaber. Both blue lightsabers striking each other. His own lightsaber was light blue in color as the momentary connection flashed white in his vision. His apprentice's blade, however, was a few shades darker than his own. He was in awe of his apprentice's ability, the young man swinging his orange single-bladed weapon upwards with his right hand. Sifo ducked back away from the blade as Vas Lucas' double-bladed blue saber jabbed towards his stomach. Sifo managed to sidestep the stab before leaping away as the stab became a swipe at his chest. I see he's leaning from the holocrons quite well. Sifo parried a strike to his left arm. He leapt back once more. He was fully aware that he wasn't the most accomplished duelist of the Order, nor did he have the greatest connection to the Force, but he would do all he could to prepare his apprentice for the larger galaxy. Thus when his apprentice closed his eyes, shut off the double-bladed lightsaber and clasped both hands around his single-bladed weapon, Sifo became alert. His apprentice held his saber close to his head, pointed upwards as he let loose a deep breath, the ground beginning to quake below as Sifo tried to regain his footing. Vas Lucas' eyes shot open as the force erupted from his body, boulders were torn from the ground as fissures formed in the ground. For the love of, Sifo dodged a boulder hurling into his position as the ground became deformed, his apprentice leaping from the uneven ground as pieces began to rise, the ground below beginning to defy gravity as Vas Lucas leapt, using one of the floating boulders as a springboard, propelled himself at Sifo. Sifo used one of the floating boulders, flinging it at Vas. In turn, the boy sheared through the boulder with ease, not impeded in the slightest. Not good, Sifo mused bitterly as Vas landed with the force of a meteor, blade flashing out in an arc. Sifo let out a force push as he leapt back, trying to separate the two. He watched as the push simple washed over his apprentice, doing nothing but unsettling his hair as the boy hurled his weapon through the air at Sifo like a buzz saw. The master landed, swing his own weapon upwards as he sent the orange-bladed weapon into the sky. Breathing heavily, Sifo watched his apprentice make no moves to pull the flying lightsaber back, instead grabbing the hilt of the double-bladed weapon, holding it out in front of him horizontally as the blue blades sprung to life. The fissures ground around them continued to rise, clear trenches formed in the ground. The concentrated glare on his apprentice's face was further heightened as the boy's eyes flashed a deep iridescent blue. The two stared at each other for a few moments before Vas hurled forward, spinning his lightsaber as he moved at speeds he hadn't shown. The Jedi Master had no time to defend as his lightsaber was knocked from his grip, sent flying away to the side as the end of Vas Lucas' saber was pointed at his chin. Sifo sighed as the blue blade slowly retracted back into the hilt, his opponent clipping the double-bladed hilt along with the single-bladed hilt to his belt. He looked up at his apprentice's smiling face as the boy held out a hand. Sifo slowly took the boy's hand as he was brought to his feet. "You did remarkably well, my apprentice. I am very proud of you," Sifo complimented as he called his own saber to his grip. "Thank you, Master. I hope I've made you proud," Vas Lucas bowed, rising before closing his eyes, his connection to the environment releasing as the boulders began to drop back to the ground. The two departed as the rocks fell around them, making their way back up the mountainside that contained their home. Vas looked up at the winding pathway of stairs that lead to the entrance to their home. In the years that had passed, their home had changed a great deal. The entrance to their cave was sealed by a blast-resistant door while the interior had been expanded. The door opened up into a chamber that served as the central lounge, also doubling as a bunker for the village below. Attached to the central lounge was a new hollowed-out hangar which has been hollowed out with the Force, the ship Vas used to get on world having been salvaged and moved to the hangar, slowly being restored for personal use. Back in the central lounge, a set of double doors opened up into a series of corridors which housed both Sifo and Vas's rooms alongside their meditation chamber. A set of stairs at the end of the corridor leading both up to a second level and third level and down into a storage room. The second level housed a series of radars and sensors, a console which connected to a series of newly created satellites to monitor the limited traffic the planet experienced. A display mapped out the surrounding environment for the next 100 kilometers, a series of blips showing villagers, ships, anything living beneath the ocean and anything metallic large enough to show up. The second floor also housed the new generator that fed them and the village below power. A workshop with various tools sprawled out was used by both the Jedi duo and the villagers with their permission. The third floor opened up into the outside world with a series of blast door, the largest of which held the foundation for an anti-air cannon, half completed, while the second largest door allowed for the quickly growing Summa Vernimoth passage into their home, the room for them larger than the central lounge as the creatures liked to rest in the dark when Vas Lucas wasn't nearby. Down below in the village, the waterways housed the village's tames that prowled the waterways in defense. The village was progressing with technological advancements thanks to Vas and Sifo, now making use of cold storage and lights along with a forge for their armors and weapons. A clinic had been opened up with a few basic medicines put to use by the villagers after hunting parties. Vas entered their home and slowly lowered himself onto one of the many couches, stretching and popping his joints as Sifo went to his room, the door closing behind him as the Jedi Master moved to the washing basin in his room. A heaving cough rising from his chest as he bent over the basin and threw up. The Jedi Master heaved as the water from the basin washed down the mucus and blood coming from him. Finishing his coughing episode, Sifo rose from his bent-over position and looked himself over in the mirror. A small trickle of blood ran down his chin before he ran his hand over it before looking down at the lifeblood now on his hand. Reaching for a small capsule next to the basin, the Master knocked back a handful of pills before swallowing them. The Master resealed the basin and made his way from his room before looking towards the central lounge where his apprentice sat, a sad look coming over his features. Walking forward, Sifo placed his hand on the teen's shoulder. "How about we go down to the village for dinner?" "That's a great idea." Vas rose from the lounge and quickly made his way to his own room, pulling out an overcoat before coming back into the central lounge where his master waited. Soon enough the duo departed, walking down the side of the snow-capped mountain while one of the Summa, the largest of the trio, descended from higher up, now the size of a full person while the tentacles were triple the size of its body. One of its feelers reached out and gently prodded Vas, the teen smiling as he let the summa. "Don't worry, we'll be back soon." The innumerable eyes of the creature focused on Vas before looking down at the village. "You can come." And so the duo of Jedi was joined by the overly protective Alpha Summa that lurked behind them like an intimidating shadow. Mid-rim, en route to Coruscant. "What the heck is with this guy?" the Trindushan yelled out as he fired at the approaching hulking male. Fear crawled back as the group of 6 fired down the hallway. The man continued to hold his blaster as the rifle fired, punching through the Trindushan's head as it exploded in an eruption of gore. Fear began to panic more and more as the man approached. The yellow-skinned Zabrak yelled out as he pulled out his brass knuckles and ran at the approaching bounty hunter. With his fist reared back, Saul slammed his muscled fist into the human male's face. Fear watched as the human's arm snapped up, obliterating the upper body of Saul in one sweep, spraying the roof in the man's blood. A growl escaped the man's throat as he approached. The remaining 4 escapees began to go into hysterics. With one last act of desperation, Fear took aim at the lines on the upper corners of the walls, firing on the lines with wild eyes. Fuel sprayed from the lines as it coated the large man showed no reaction even as it burned at his flesh. "Good idea, girlie." Von the Rat-Attack smirked as he took aim, firing an incendiary round at the bounty hunter. "Get back." The 4 ducked around the corner as the round hit the man. An explosion of fire ruptured violently from the fuel, blistering heat tearing through the hallway as the 4 covered themselves from the heat. The hallway shook as the man wailed, churning through the flames as he flailed around, slamming into the walls, leaving dents in the surface as his howls became deeper and more twisted the longer he burnt. Before long the man collapsed onto the ground, on his hands and knees before eventually laying flat, the smoke slowly clearing as they coughed, turning around the corner to gaze at the man dying in the flames. Fear sighed as Vaughn clapped her on the shoulders as he laughed. "Now we just have to get off this rock. Come on, let's go." Centrice, the female Devaronian, turned away and began to walk away. Tenzo the Duros stared at the still burning body with nervousness, moments passing before he turned to the 2 remaining and motioning for them to leave. Query: "How do you wish to die?" The voice froze the trio as they turned back to the flames, unnatural shifting and groaning noises tearing from the flames as the skin of the man seemed to melt from the man's body. The head of the man snapped up, pupilless red glowing eyes stared unblinkingly as the flesh dropped from its face. The man rose from the ground as the synthetic flesh dropped to the ground in paste. "That's not right, it's a droid." The hulking golden form of HK-51 slowly mended itself. "You've endangered my mission, now I must render the organics and this ship." Past tense. HK's claws extended as its claws glistened, leaning forward as it prepared to turn the people on board to paste. Fear had no time react as HK sped forward and swiped its mangled metallic hands across her chest. "Run!" Fear spat as blood sprayed from her mouth, her upper and lower halves splitting and collapsing to the ground in separate places. Vaughn turned and fled down the hallway as HK grabbed Tenzo by the face, closing its hand as the Duro's head exploded everywhere into the wall behind it. HK slowly turned his head upwards as he scanned the organics aboard the ship. "None of you are getting away," HK announced before taking off down the hallway at blistering speeds after the unaware Rat-Attacky. Sirens blared aboard the prisoner transport, the hallways tinted red from the alarms while the blast doors remained sealed. "Come on, man, you can't just leave us here, we can help." A smuggler banged on the force field of his cell. "We cannot risk any detainees escaping. For your own and our safety you must remain in your cells. Comply or be rendered unconscious," one of the guards replied as the guards of the wing knelt, taking aim down the hallways. "What good are the smugglers?" Words were cut at the sound of a heavy bang followed by sounds of blaster fire, screams followed by panicked banging on the blast doors. One by one the screams beyond the blast doors were snuffed out by an unknown force. The guards of this section began to shake, the fear and adrenaline running through them as they all aimed at the blast door as the banging continued, pleas for help remaining unanswered as a final slam halted the last screech, a dent forming against on the door as a thud was heard. Everyone waited with bated breath, the prisoners, the guards, everyone. Those without weapons had tried getting into hiding spots in their cells, laying flat against the wall next to the door to be unseen. while others simply sat, shaking in silence as if the ringing alarm would hide them. "Think it's gone?" one of the guards asked after a few more moments of silence. As if the universe was mocking them, the blast doors rocked from something heavy hitting them, a solid dent forming exactly in the middle of the two doors, followed by another slam, making the dent deeper and deeper with every hit. With every hit, everyone present shook, flinching at the noise as if with each hit the doors would fling off the hinges and slam into them. "Get ready," the bravest of them muttered as he took aim, the meeting point of the two halves of the door now almost entirely caved in, a small hole in the very middle forming as the last strike slammed into the same spot. The rest of the guards squinted as they aimed, trying to look through the hole in the door from where they stood. The captain motioned for one of the men to move forward, the man doing so reluctantly as he skittishly approached. Slowly he knelt to the hole to peer through, to get a better look at what was on the other side. "See anything?" the captain asked as the grunt slowly shook his head, turning away slowly with a confused look on his face. "I don't see a thing," he replied, and without any further warning, a metallic arm shot through the hole in the door, puncturing the back on his neck all the way through before the arm pulled back through, metal fingers of two hands beginning to pry the two sealed doors open. The guards watched with horror as the doors groaned, the hydraulics sputtering as the doors warped and twisted. "Dear God," the captain remarked as the doors gave one last buckle before the locks failed and slid open without resistance. The droid standing between the now open door bathed in blood, behind it in the previous section being the littered corpses of guards, the open cells of prisoners and the blood-splattered walls of those cells. "Fire," the captain ordered. His loyal men followed his orders without delay as they emptied their clips. The droid didn't care in the slightest, the soldiers looking on with growing trepidation as a personal blue-colored shield flared with each blaster bolt striking its surface. The droids marched forward as the men backed up. Its lace was quicker, however, as it reached the first guard, punching through the Bothan's chest as it flung the sputtering body at the second guard. "There is no escape," the droid announced as it tore the head off a third, blaster bolts continuing to bounce of its shielding. A long glowing blade appeared, mounted to its wrist as it turned and blitzed a fourth, severing the man down the middle as the halves fell away. Pods on its back opened up as it appeared at a four-way junction, rockets ejecting from its back and pulverizing the guards down the corridor to its right. It pulled one of the guards' blasters to its hand as it fired with pinpoint accuracy down the leftward corridor, each strike finding purchase in the defending guardsmen's unprotected areas. With both directions cleared, the droid looked at the final guards of the ship, the captain and three others who stood together, the captain glaring as his men shook. "Why have you done this?" the captain spat as HK slowly walked forward. His already blood-coated hulking form further twisted by the red lights of the sirens and glowing lenses in its skull. "It was meant to be a simple retrieval mission, and then the one I was supposed to collect accessed something they weren't supposed to on my ship. Now this is a cleansing operation, no offense." With his words stated, HK descended on the final guards without mercy. Even as they plead, he tore them to shreds, his claws pulling muscle and bone apart as organs flew through the air. And afterwards, silence prevailed, the prisoners in their cells too afraid to make a move, quaking in their positions as HK stood and walked to the nearest occupied cell, the force field lowering as he accessed the mainframe of the ship. "Please, no one has to know about this." A girl, barely into her late teens, cried unabated tears as the monstrosity that was HK-51 stared down at her. Its glowing red eyes pinning her to the spot, all fight in her having fled after witnessing the brutality the guards had been subject to. The others in their cells waited in silence, hope swimming in their hearts as they plead to whomever they worshipped that this thing would leave them be. "Nobody ever will." HK's words tore all hope from them as he descended onto the girl, her screams and cries, her sobs rung throughout the other occupants' ears, the cracking of her bones, the tearing of ligaments and limbs. Her cries turned to gargling as HK tore the girl's jaw from her body, now limbless as her stomach was opened, her digestive tract hung from the overhead light while her torso was mutilated beyond all recognition as where her breasts used to be were now gouged out. Cavities. She was however alive, slowly dying as HK stood from her and looked down at her. Statement: "I believe my master has been looking for some lab rats. Your current state fits the requirements for one of my master's latest tests. Oh the joy, you should consider yourself blessed, along with anyone else I take, for my master will give you purpose, HK declared as the middle finger of its right hand produced a needle, liquid dripping from the tip as HK-51 raised its hand. Please, let me die, the girl pleaded as tears ran down her mutilated and scarred head, staring up at the raising arm of HK before he slammed the needle point into her chest, injecting her with the concoction as her bleeding slowed to a halt, her heartbeat slowing as she went still entirely, going into a state of suspended animation. HK grabbed what remained of the woman's frozen body, the torso and head dangling as he moved to the next cell. The man in the next cell looked as if he had ticked his pants as he looked at the droid, flat against the back wall of his cell. Stay back! Stay back, he cried as he held his arms out in front of himself, the force field to his cells disengaging as HK lowered the first lab rat to the ground, positioning her on her back before standing. If you end up meeting the same criteria, you too shall be blessed, HK stated as his wrist-mounted blade sprung as he leapt, slicing extended arms of the man's body clean from the rest of him, his yells and screams making everyone else slowly start to cry, and within the first 30 seconds, the man went silent. Sadness, still only one subject so far. Next, HK left the now deceased prisoner's cell and went on to the third. We're done for, the smuggler from early slid down onto his arse and slowly cried, bile rising in his throat as HK went from the third to the fourth as so on within minutes. Nobody could resist, nobody had the will, they were pigs in the slaughterhouse, and by the time HK was finished, the halls bled as he carried four subjects, mutilated and scarred for the rest of their days, tucked under his arms as he stalked the hallways back to the docking bay. His hounds met him at the door to his ship, the enhanced dogs sniffing at the husks he brought but not attempting to bite. The droid moved to the storage room of his corvette, the doors opening as a medical probe flew towards him. I see you've brought more, His Majesty will be pleased, the probe announced as HK stacked the four frozen subjects and placed them in the corner. Looking around, HK nodded at the 30 others in the storage room being monitored by probe droids keeping them alive, barely. We are delivering them to His Majesty now, HK announced as he left the probes to do their jobs, making his way to the bridge before sitting down in his pilot's chair. Disengagement in progress, HK announced to the droids on board, the corvette undocking with the now crewless prisoner transport. HK guided the corvette away from the transport with haste, pulling out a trigger as the hyperdrive charged. Engaging hyperdrive, HK clicked the trigger as blue streaked across the viewport of the bridge. The prisoner transport exploded in a giant nuclear explosion that obliterated the remains of the vessel in their entirety. Nothing but dust would remain, leaving no evidence, no traces nor any survivors. Meanwhile, HK was en route to Iokath with his lord's delivery. Naboo. So this is it then, Kenya announced sadly, coming to stand beside Padme, the two looking out towards the city of Theed. And so it is. It was nice while it lasted, Padme smiled slightly, not entirely sad but also seemingly unsure at the same time. It wasn't going to last forever, was it? I suppose you're right. What do you plan on doing now? Kenya asked the now former queen, her face contorted, stress evident in the 28-year-old woman's face. Kenya now stood at a height of 5'8", her brown hair tied behind her back in a ponytail. She wore a dark grey set of resilient warden's armor without the mask while her two lightsabers were clipped to her hips. My term has been served, I've done all I possibly could for my people, perhaps it's time for me to set my eyes elsewhere, a more peaceful life. Padme replied to one of her oldest friends, turning to face the older Kenya, studying the woman's more pronounced tear troughs. Kenya huffed, placing her hands on her hips whilst raising an eyebrow. The great Queen Amidala becoming the great Padme housewife, nice try but I don't think so. I like to think I know you pretty well, it's not in your nature to go back now, is it? Kenya responded to the ex-monarch of Naboo, the 21-year-old Nabooian, biting her lip as she turned her attention back to the large window overlooking Theed. I suppose you're right, but what am I to do? Kenya, Padme asked her old friend, Kenya coming closer as she pet the ex-queen on the back. Well, from what I can guess, I don't think Naboo is simply going to let you disappear. I think you have a very bright future ahead of you, Padme. I think you should accept the proposal, Kenya soothed the unsure Padme, the Nabooian turning to her with a confused face. Proposal? What do you mean? Padme asked while Kenya smirked slightly, causing Padme to give her a half-hearted squint. Let me guess. Jedi stuff. Jedi stuff, Kenya nodded, her eyes diverting to something behind Padme. I think the Queen wishes to see you, Padme. Padme turned away to the approaching Captain Typho. Her Majesty wishes to see you, Typho announced to Padme, the girl smiling slightly as she turned to the smug Kenya. I'll be in my room, meet me there after. Celebrations are in order. Kenya waved Padme off as the younger girl rolled her eyes, mumbling to herself before following after the captain. Kenya watched them leave, the smile on her face falling into a neutral expression as she turned away and began to make her way to her quarters. Crossing her arms behind her back, Kenya made her way down the hallways in a dignified manner, a flat expression on her face forcing staff to quickly divert their paths from her way. Her face morphing into a glare as she thought of the last few years. The past, after Keegan's death, Zonimus echoed. The two hunted, both the Jedi Master and the experienced Force user prowled the city, hunting the traitorous Jedi on the planet. You're as experienced as you say you were, Dooku observed the woman in her 20s as she piloted the ship they were on. I am many things, Master Dooku, I do not jest about my capabilities. Kenya looked over her shoulder, pushing Shrub out of the way as her offhand held her lightsaber. I see, then I would appreciate your honesty. How far would you be willing to go to stop Verger? Dooku asked, staring at Kenya's back as she knelt down to place her hand over a series of footprints. Where I come from, we don't follow some code that prevents us from fulfilling our duties. We don't adhere to or follow the light or the dark sides of the Force. To us it is simply the Force as a whole. We are encouraged to explore the Force for ourselves and find our own path. If somebody excels in something, they are encouraged to further that something, no matter what it is. Nothing is deemed weak, nothing is deemed unimportant, everything is equal, nothing is off limits, Kenya told Dooku, who looked interested in what she was saying. To his understanding there was almost no information on the order she came from. To learn such things from the woman was vitally important to the man. Kenya rose from her kneeling position and motioned for Dooku to follow her through a series of trees. You say nothing is off limits. Has anyone ever gone down a path of, say, anger? Dooku asked as Kenya turned to him with a raised eyebrow. You're referring to the Sith? I do not believe so. From what I understand, the Sith hoard knowledge to themselves. We on the other hand share what we learn between each other, and our philosophy and personal views and loyalty somewhat prevents us from truly channeling our anger into our power. But that is not a bad thing either. Kenya raised she hand and wove it to the side, forcing a large boulder meant to obstruct them to roll to the side. Do you follow the same philosophy as the other then? Dooku asked, causing Kenya to chuckle. You're referring to my so-called perpetual annoyance? Dooku shrugged at her observation. If that's what you would call it, Dooku replied as Kenya sighed. In all honesty, you Jedi annoy me. You preach about compassion yet you don't understand the basic principles of the word. You say you follow the will of the Force yet you follow the Republic and the Senate blindly, so much so that you more often than not outright go against the will of the Force as you call it, Kenya criticized as Dooku began to scowl. He twitched slightly. He after all could not fault her view, thinking back to the times the Jedi Council naively ignored blatant warnings from the Force. I see, Dooku sagged, Kenya herself shaking her head as they walked. No, you don't, you see. I know why the Masters allow me to see my brother. You think you're subtle in your questions and spies watching me. But I know, if your council decides that either I or my order are a threat to your so-called will of the Force and safety that you preach, would your council just let me go, or would I just disappear? Kenya asked whilst Dooku remained silent. I don't know, Dooku replied honestly, cringing when Kenya turned to face him. I do. I have a duty to my people and my order, and I will not risk their safety to satisfy the hubris of your order. Kenya stared at Dooku with squinting eyes, her face set in stone as she pinned him with a glare. I understand, I cannot say with 100% certainty that they would not try something. But I can say, if they were to act, it would be a mistake, Dooku told the woman, hearing her mutter under her breath, "Pardon. I said I see that not all Jedi are blind to themselves or their order. I see why Keegan spoke so highly of you." Kenya paused, seemingly unsure of what to say. "You know Dooku?" "I don't know you, but I understand people, I can follow how they think easily. Keegan was a maverick in your order, that much was easily evident. He didn't care about the opinions of the council, he didn't care about how people saw him, he didn't want to make anybody proud or have anybody's respect, but I know, if the galaxy was against him, if there was nothing else left for him, as long as he had your support, he was happy. He loved you, Dooku, like a child loves a parent, unconditionally. It's ironic really, the Jedis need to remove attachments forces them to be forged. It's something I know all too well, the love a child has for the one they want to prove themselves the most. You were that someone to him." Kenya didn't turn to face Dooku. He was a respectable man, the count of his home world, a proud man. She would not look up at him, for she knew tears flowed from his eyes, and he was grateful she would not turn to face him. They were there, she was nearby, both Dooku and Kenya held their weapons at the ready, Kenya a prowling beast while Dooku the vengeful spirit who followed closely behind. Kenya stopped as her head stepped to the side of the forest around them, lightsaber springing to life, the yellow blade easily contrast to the forest around them. "What is it?" Dooku asked, his curved lightsaber hilt at the ready. "She's not alone, and they're aware we're here," Kenya replied as she pointed her lightsaber forward. "Friendlies?" Dooku asked, Kenya shaking her head in response. "Definitely not, it's a trap." Kenya began to walk forward, slicing vines out of her path and bushes in half. "Then we have a trap to spring." Dooku followed the woman with a confident stride, their conversation from earlier weighing on him heavily as his thoughts plagued him. "I like the way you think, old man." Kenya smirked, the duo spying movement on the other side of the line of trees before them. "Yes. I have to agree, I like my way of thinking too," Dooku quipped as Kenya huffed. "Now I know where he got his sense of humor from." Kenya mumbled loud enough for Dooku to hear, the 70-year-old man smiling slightly at her words. Kenya sighed, making her way into her room. Her things were packed away onto her Fury Interceptor. The room was almost entirely empty of her personal items, the only thing remaining being one last case of clothing. On the balcony of her room sat 2 glasses and a bottle of wine, something she had prepared beforehand for the soon-to-be Senator of Naboo. Walking to the balcony, the woman pulled out one of the 2 chairs before sitting down and staring out to the city, her thoughts soon turning to her father and brother. Worry plagued her for Anakin. Her visits were becoming more and more infrequent thanks to the Jedi Council. Thankfully Dooku hadn't told them what he had learnt, and had soon after left the Jedi Order. Verger had escaped, fleeing with a group of aliens and disappearing without a trace. They had been entirely untraceable after they disappeared into unknown space. To her great annoyance, she had been unable to track the bird woman, nor could she find details about the creatures that accompanied her when she carried out her personal investigation. She would have to consult her father to see if he knew anything. But that's all for later. Kenya sighed, rubbing her brow to ease the headache coming to her. Rather focus on the events currently occurring, namely the rather happy sensation open to her from the ex-Queen of Naboo. Standing from her chair, Kenya turned to face the doorway, a rather smug Padme standing there with a small smile to her face. "You knew, didn't you?" Padme asked as Kenya nodded, beckoning Padme closer, the now senator walking forward while Kenya began to pour the wine into the 2 glass cups. "Congratulations, Senator Amidala. A toast." Kenya handed Padme a glass, who accepted the offered beverage. "A toast, my dearest friend, always there for me." Padme raised her glass before they both knocked back the drink. "Whenever I can be," Kenya replied as Padme slowly nodded, looked around the room sadly. "You're going, aren't you?" Padme asked. Kenya slowly lowered her glass, a regretful expression coming to her face. I am, not for long though. Father has called me back to Zakul, but I suspect I shall be running into you sooner than expected," Kenya answered, but reassured the senator, who puckered her lips. "After all, who knows what you would get up to without my presence?" "Hey, it's not that bad," Padme replied, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Kenya. "Keep telling yourself that. It'll do you a lot of good in the Senate." Kenya chuckled to herself before Padme gently slapped her arm. "Hush! Ziest." Knox stood across from Valen, his helmet screen displaying the current diagnostics of his armor. He could see the woman across from him clearly despite the distance, her face scrunched up in determination. Pulling out his lightsaber, Knox activated the blade. A black blade with the purple outline sprung from the emitter, red arcs of lightning occasionally tearing from the purple shroud to strike at the air around the blade. The exposed crystals within his lightsaber shone against his armor in red and purple coloring, audible through the ear, and the force was a terrifying scream of thousands of voices, coming from the lightsaber as burning orange and purple glyphs burned along the hilt but were harmless to Knox himself. He smirked under his helmet, seeing Valen control her breathing, the woman occasionally looking upwards in case Knox launched an aerial lightning attack at her. A red flare shot into the sky from a drone kilometers to their left, the signal to start, and they both did just that. The two of them simply vanished from their places, after images faded, Knox making 3/4 of the distance between them before he and Valen collided in the middle. Their collision cratered the ground around them as a resounding thunderclap rose from them. Their lightsabers flashed quicker than most trained Force users could perceive, his black and purple blade knocking Valen's yellow to left. A red arc of lightning sprung from the blade of his weapon, singing Valen's arm as she grit her teeth, the woman leaning back as she dropped the block, Knox's lightsaber passing by her jaw. With best opponent's blade passing by, Valen brought her arm around with an upwards strike. Knox didn't bother defending, using his free hand to slap the lightsaber blade to the side using -. He turned around, stepping back well into her guard, his back to her stomach. And even with them both augmented by force speed, far outstripped her in the speed and strength departments as he slammed his elbow back into her cheek. Valen, having anchored herself to the ground, nonetheless slid back a few meters, her skull rocking from the strike to her head. She raised her left hand beside her head, letting out a bolt of yellow-tinted lightning at Knox. Knox, having turned back to face Valen, sprinted at his lover, ducking under and to the side of the single bolt of yellow lightning. He appeared before her less than a second later, low to the ground with his hands planted on the ground as he kicked upwards. Valen in response, interlocked her hands together and brought them downwards towards his feet, stopping the momentum of his right foot even as it stung her hands. Knox twisted, his right leg coming back down, fingers dug into the ground as his left leg shot out in a blur, roundhouse kicking his lover in the cranium. Valen's head shot to the left as Knox sprung up into the air, lightsaber coming to his hand as he twisted in the air like a corkscrew, lightsaber coming down to strike Valen's right shoulder. It was a testament to Valen's growth as her yellow blade sprung up to block the arm-severing strike, the lightsaber pointing diagonally upwards to the left as she parried the strike to the right. Knox completed another 2 cycles of rolls, double-tagging Valen's blade, nearly taking it from her grip in the process before he landed in a crouch. Despite the bleeding on the right of her temple, her busted lip and numb jaw, Valen was having the time of her life, eyes wide and open with glee, bringing her lightsaber arcing around in a horizontal leftward strike to Knox's neck. "Give it to me," Valen purred mentally as Knox swiped his lightsaber upwards, intercepting the strike with his own, forcing her arm to bounce up and away, leaving her open while Knox brought his extended arm back down. She bounced back slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack that would have split her in half across the chest, the only damage done being a shallow simmering gash across her stomach. The gash quickly mended back together, leaving nothing but a torn cloak as she used the force to heal herself, folding space around herself as the teleported herself away from Knox to make a game plan, blasting her presence around the area to make pinpointing her more difficult, her body shimmering as she slowly became invisible. Using a lightsaber against him in combat is redundant thanks to his armor, so it's best used for diversion. "No, I need something else." Knox moved carefully, lightsaber clipped to his belt. "She's around here somewhere," Knox chuckled, amused by her current strategy. The battlefield they were on was a rocky biome with a few scattered trees. Mountain peaks of frozen mountains rose into the sky, chasms and fissures dug deep into the surface of the planet as wellsprings of energy rose into the air from deep down. Knox's brow twitched as he activated his senses. The shroud made of Valen's malevolent energies surrounded the area heavily. "Do you really think you can hide from me?" The augmented voice of his came out of his mask, flowing over their surroundings as Knox hunted. "I know where you are, your feelings are clear, I can taste your fear." Knox paused momentarily as a rock fell from a cliff up above before continuing to walk onwards. The snarl of a vincat turned his attention to the animal before it sprinted away into the underbrush of the tundra. Knox stopped walking. Movement from the heavy fog within the force stopped his movement. Valen stepping out from behind a boulder, her lightsaber out in front of herself. Knox squinted as he began his approach, eyes snapping out to everything around him, and he eventually caught what he was looking for, a faint shimmer of purple in the air around Valen. "Sneaky," Knox mused. "Let's see what you can do with this." She breathed, lightsaber in hand as she stared at her lover. Closer, Valen thought, staying as still as she could while her trap laid in wait. She stilled the shaking in her arms as Knox continued to come closer. The sweat building on the back of her neck didn't help as Knox continued to silently approach. "Please work," Valen prayed as Knox stood on the cusp of the field she had cast. As if he sensed the field, Knox burst forward in a burst of force speed, entered the trap she laid, her eyes widening momentarily before he froze still halfway, seized by the field. His perceptions warped and body forced to stop. His left hand outstretched towards her while the right was curled. And that's when it hit her, with the force of colliding celestial bodies. The air was knocked out of her lungs as she was almost overcome by the overwhelming feeling of his being. This was the consequence of using such a technique. The more skilled and knowledgeable an opponent was, the harder the technique was to sustain. The backlash would continuously rise unless you were sufficiently powerful enough to overcome your opponent in the force. "I only have a few seconds, so I have to do it now," Valen blurred, sprinting by the frozen Knox towards the nearest ravine as if her life depended on it. Half a second later she appeared over the bottomless chasm, her right arm pointed downwards. Lightning sparked over her tattooed arm. She managed to release a single bolt of lightning before the unfrozen form of Knox collided with her stomach in a shoulder barge that sent her flying onto the other side of the ravine. She tumbled and rolled across the cold stone, cuts digging into her skin as she rolled, eventually sliding into a boulder with a solid thud. Knox landed in a crouch in front of her, slowly leaning down to her as he planted his right knee into the ground. "Concede defeat," Knox urged to Valen as she breathed in and out, her cracked shoulder and ribs slowly healing back together. Slowly she began to chuckle, starting low before it rose several octaves. Taking glee in the pain she suffered as her bones fused back together. "This isn't done yet," Valen panted out, planting her palms onto the ground and raising herself up. "Oh," Knox raised an eyebrow in curiosity, slowly rising back up to full height, watching her slowly come to her feet. "This is only the beginning." Valen stood tall, her stance full of courage. Soon after her words registered to Knox, the ground below began to quake, forcing the two of them to stumble slightly. "One of the most important things you've ever taught me, never fight your opponent on even footing." Valen smiled at her lover, proud of herself before she once more folded space around herself and vanished. "I see." Knox looked down. Not a second later everything went white, his eardrums exploding as white-hot heat washed over him. Half a continent away, Valen appeared, collapsing onto her arse as she looked back at where she had come from. The mountain that they had fought on was now a mass of rising smoke, ash, and fire. The mountain after had not been a mountain, but a dormant supervolcano ready to erupt at a moment's notice. All it needed was a push, and that push came in the form of seismic disruptors. She watched as the volcano ejected mass amounts of stone into the atmosphere and right out of the planet's orbit. A shockwave washed over her, tossing her into the air while trees were torn apart and tossed into the sky. The whole continent itself began to shake itself apart, plumes of lava erupting from fissures as far as the eye could see, rising kilometers into the sky before rain of molten magma fell, creating rivers of lava that churned with ferocity. Another explosion from the epicenter tore her eardrums apart as the land for hundreds if not thousands of meters from the center was tossed into the sky in an explosion that pulverized everything in its path, washing over the land as the continents shaking collapsed mountains and tore the ground apart. Vaylin watched all of this with an open mouth, folding space around herself once more to create as much distance as she could, the expanding eruption soon overtaking her previous position. Ziast, repaired Sith Citadel. Ash rose over the lands from the northern continent, rocks fell from the sky the size of starships, black trails of smoke leaving a trail as they slammed into the ground below. Standing at the top of the citadel, Vaylin watching with a guarded pose. The ash slowly turned the sky black, reaching far over the citadel and down into the southern hemisphere. The mountains in the far north were illuminated by orange light, molten lava pouring over their surface in an ocean of fire. Her attention was taken from the art that was her handiwork, forced to her knees as the force erupted into a black miasma of twisted madness-inducing haze. A feeling of hopelessness arose within her as the natural light of the world seemed to dim. The sun became eclipsed as the world was tinted red. And from the north, Vaylin spotted a lone trail of smoke rose into the air from the far-off mountains, ascending into the air in the direction she was in. Here he comes, Vaylin prepared herself, drawing up in the world-shattering connection to the force she had, her full power coming to bear as her iris disappeared along with the whites of her eyes, bathed in emerald light that shone into the dark world around her. Wisps of green energy rose from her and into the air, the tower she stood shaking under the power she brought. But with all the power she brought forward, it was nothing compared to what was unfolding before her, high in the sky. She released a force push at the descending object, the force push visible as a white cloud that closed the distance instantaneously. She watched, her eyes widening as the force push split down the middle where the object tore through it. The push continuing onwards to part the clouds in a torrential blast of wind that shattered the windows of the citadel. She leapt a second later, high over the tower as the object connected with the surface of the steel building. A wail of screeching metal washed over the land as the tower was sliced in half, the top slowly beginning its fall as the object passed through it straight into Vaylin, pushing her down into the ground, her body making a crater where she landed while the object found purchase of 50 meters from where she hit the ground. The all-encompassing feelings of insanity pushed down upon the citadel as the object began to rise. Vaylin herself rose from the crater no worse for wear as a bestial snarl nothing like a human sounded in her ears. "Last chance, concede defeat?" Knox asked, now entirely nude as he stood. Steam rose from his skin, slowly healing as burns receded into fresh unmarked skin. "Not this time, we're going all out my love," Vaylin cooed in turn as Knox's face became flat. "Very well then let us go all out, love," Knox slowly stated as he looked down, closing his eyes. Vaylin wondered what was going on before she looked up on small droplets of blood leaking from Knox's closed eyelids. His entire body proceeded to crack all over, dark swirling ectoplasm-like energy rising from the cracks in his skin before he simply exploded. Blood and gore raining down upon Vaylin who stood there shaken from the sudden occurrence. The courtyard spanning black ectoplasm like ooze, defying gravity expanded as if given life before it froze, contorted, and suddenly sucked in on itself to form a new form. Eyes blacker than a starless night, a swirling layer of dark energy hid Knox's featured from view, bending over forward as protrusions of energy tore out of his backside along his spine, 8 long appendages erupting from his back, 3-meter-long elongated 4-jointed arms rose, monstrous hands with 6 claws on their ends sat at the ends of the 8 arms. His head began to contort, his chin forming sharp ridges as well as the same for his eyebrows, 6 eye sockets opening up from bleeding slits on the swirling humanoid head. 6 eyes of darkness opened up as blood gushed down the face of the vaguely humanoid mass of energy. Knox stood staring at Vaylin who simply stared at the metamorphosis. "Let us begin." Knox took a single step forward, dark foot coming forward as the ground around where his foot stepped shriveled and died. A second step made Vaylin recoil and step back, truly sensing Knox. It was like something that shouldn't exist, an existence of such proportions it was affront to the natural order of the universe, all-encompassing, as endless as much as it induced a feeling of hopelessness upon anybody who felt it. Wildlife across Zyast wailed in terror, parents hiding their young in burrows or caves. Trees and fauna began to shrivel up and die, their life force being sucked into the beating heart of hatred. Knox arched his back as he drew upon his connection to the force further, his body beginning to shift, body enlarging as Knox's energy began to emerge. Changing from 6'4" to 8' to 12 and so on. The shaking of the environment increased exponentially the more Knox grew in size, Valen leaping away from the destroyed courtyard and onto another tower in the distance. No you don't. Knox's now 20-foot-tall body stopped growing as one of his 10 arms pushed onto the ground, propelling him into the air after the fleeing Valen. Despite his enlarged size, he proved as fast as his regular size as he grabbed Valen with one of his 10 hands before flinging her high into the atmosphere, flailing and tumbling into the sky as Knox flew into the sky at blistering speeds. The battle that followed was something akin to the Battle of the Gods. In the troposphere 6 kilometers above the ground, clouds of ash as far as the eyes could see. Red lightning arched between the clouds as Valen stabled herself in the air, looking around to attempt to see Knox. The occasional meteor passed her by, some obliterated by forks of lightning, others falling to the ground below. She swirled around, looked every which way, the red lightning illuminating the dark skies. After a few short moments, she saw what she dreaded. Hovering 100 meters away was that vague humanoid 10-armed, 20-foot-tall six-eyed monstrosity metamorphosis of Knox looked upon her. This isn't going to be fun, Valen thought, glowing emerald eyes growing in intensity, leaning forward in the air and flinging herself at Knox. Knox himself flew forward, black shade-like form leaving trails of dark energy. The two met in the middle, Valen leveling a right hook into the large form of Knox. Knox himself slammed his closed fist into Valen's sternum. The following thunderclap blasted Valen away from Knox, the man himself only moving back half a foot before pursuing the small dot that was now Valen, sailing away against her will. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she soared across the sky. Knox's monstrous form appeared below Valen seconds later, flying at the same speed before backhanding her with one of his sprouted arms, the woman releasing a gargling sound before she careened even higher into the sky. Quickly beginning to panic, Valen leveled out, flinging arcs of lightning down at the quickly ascending Knox, streams of cackling energy striking the form of Knox, flashing lights tearing across the horizon as ozone burnt. Knox crossed his many arms in front of himself, the streams of lightning connecting with his appendages, each strike impacting, releasing a resounding boom. Despite the endless streams of lightning striking him, Knox smiled up at Valen, her panic overcoming her own inhibitions, the force coming to her aid like no other. The clouds began to morph and circle around her, yellow lightning sparking around her whilst she hovered at the center of the forming maelstrom. The winds picked up speeds, the screeching of the currents shredding falling debris from the previous volcanic eruption. Knox continued to look on as twin streams of endless arcs of lightning tore from Valen's arms, a force bubble forming around her whilst the lightning began to swirl in opposite directions of Valen. Knox chuckled as he watched Valen's attack, the two streams turning to superheated cones of white pure destructive energy. "She's made a quasar," Knox mused, the attack Valen was constructing looking exactly like the most destructive phenomenon in the universe, Valen in the middle surrounded by her bubble looking exactly like where the supermassive black hole would be in a real quasar. The destructive cones of energy akin to the plasma jet of the quasar. "I don't think she's aware of what she's doing right now, she's using her connection to me to draw power unconsciously, let's see exactly what she can do like this." Knox raised his right arm, palm facing upwards as four of the appendages on his back converged around his hand, the hands on the ends of the appendages curling together, coming together to form a dome of fingers. And at the center of the dome of fingers, the force began to wail. A white-silver orb flashed into existence at the center of the five hands. It was unbearable to look at, like looking at it was a perversion of reality. It grew to the size of a marble before becoming stable. The screeching now resembling the wails of thousands of tormented souls. As if sensing the danger posed by Knox's attack, the fear-stricken Valen's head snapped to his direction. The quasar around her shifting, the largest of the two cones shifting orientation, sweeping through the sky in a churning mass of annihilation, turned to face Knox directly. Knox could feel the photons within the jets of plasma collide with his body, eating away at him almost as fast as he regenerated. Radiation blasts impacted him along with the photons. Had he been a human, any human, this attack Valen was performing would have annihilated him, blasted his cells to pieces whilst he would simply dissolve into nothingness. Fortunately, he was neither human, nor normal anymore. His will far outstripped what was conceivably natural. The connection he had to the realm of the cosmic force and the afterlife blurred the boundaries of life and death. And so as his cells were destroyed, new ones were created to replace them as quickly as they faded. He brought his palm out in front of himself, smirking viciously before letting go of the white glowing mass. The kaleidoscope of colors around him being phased out by the ball of light glowing brighter and brighter. I win, dear. Knox closed his eyes, drew within himself, layering shield upon shield around himself. Using his free left hand, he propelled his lightsaber far away into the distance to ensure its survival. The whine of the force grew in intensity slowly, soon becoming a buzzing sensation followed by a rupture of such proportions that noise was simply cancelled out entirely. The atmosphere around them was annihilated, becoming a vacuum that sucked the ash-filled clouds into space. The flash of white burnt Knox's retina even with his eyes closed. Atoms ceased to exist, matter became nothing, anything. The white expanding wave of eradication expanded out from the marble-sized orb vanished never to return, quickly expanding outwards silently. Knox watched from afar, his metamorphosis having bled away into his human form, Valen unconscious next to him as he held her by the scruff of the collar. As the explosion died down, Knox's retina having long since healed, wine suddenly rushed by, tossing his hair everywhere whilst the air moved to fill the hole in the atmosphere. A perfectly round crater where the northern mountain range once stood spanned the horizon, the supervolcano now non-existent. Zayast would never be the same, it would permanently bear the scars of their two abilities. The crater delved thousands of meters into the ground at its deepest point, warping the atmosphere of the planet and the magnetic poles. I wonder if the craters of Dathomir were formed the same way, Knox mused as droids began to pour from deep within the partially destroyed citadel, moving to repair the damages done. Without turning, Knox held his palm to Valen's head and began to administer healing to her, mending the damages done to her during their battle. A raising motion of his hand awoke Valen from her slumber. The woman frantically looked around in panic, only calming when she spotted Knox. "Did I do good?" Valen asked, relaxing herself as she simply laid flat against the ground, staring into the sky. "Not good, amazing," Knox replied, momentarily looking to Valen, who smiled slightly at his admission. "Going to have to replenish the destroyed forests and monitor the planet for any adverse effects," Knox thought as whatever debris in the atmosphere began to collapse back to the planet. "And you?" "I was right about you." Knox knelt down to Valen, cupping her face in his hand before capturing her lips with his own, something she took great pleasure in, reaching up and pulling him down on top of her. Palpatine sat in his office, mulling over the recent proceedings with the Senate, his plans coming to fruition slowly. "Dooku is doing exactly as instructed, it won't be too much longer now." Palpatine turned to face the wall-wide window of his office. "Just a few things we must dispense with. Chancellor Skywalker is here to see you." Mos Amedda addressed Palpatine. "Good, send him in." Palpatine clasped his hands together, a smirk coming to his face. However, he was still deeply troubled. Something was amiss. A pit of dread building up within him over the years would perpetually torment him. The Force gave him no answers no matter how hard he prodded or twisted it. He had no idea what it could possibly be, what could make him feel such unease, but he would find it. At least that's what he thought. Deep within the Prime Universe, shifting darkness slithered, shapeless limbs and appendages moved about with no single source. One out of thousands of eyes opened, the single eyeball containing innumerable hundreds of glowing molten iris, its attention instantaneously shifting from its current conquest as it looked into the multiverse. And so the first bell rings. Countless voices hissed an eldritch tone that drove its enemies that could hear to madness simply by bearing its words up in their minds. And for the first time since the creation of the Prime Universe, upon a battlefield built of the corpses of its brethren, the Twisted One rose to bear witness to the coming events. Sample collected, the AI's voice announced through the lab as Knox took yet another sample from the comatose Letha. The woman's scars had healed a great deal since her battle with Knox, the burns across her flesh now pale uneven patterns of healed skin. Her hair had slowly started to regrow in uneven patches. The lab's droid approached behind the man, holding a canister of writhing purple liquid. "Prepare to inject compound variant D7," Knox announced over his shoulder as the droid moved to the Bacta tank's connected diffuser. Inverting the canister, the droid lowered the compound into one of the two slots available. Knox absent-mindedly paid attention as the liquid from the canister was slowly administered to Letha, moving through several tubes to be directly injected to her limbs, torso, and neck. "Keep monitoring progress. In 48 hours prepare for grafting procedure," Knox ordered, placing the collected sample with the others he had obtained from the woman. "As you wish, my lord," the droid replied, Knox departing the lab moments later. "So they wish to meet on neutral grounds?" Lana asked as she walked around the large hexagonal hollow table. "That's what they're saying," Theron typed away on the console of the hollow table, the hollow shifting to a building on Alderaan. "All right, I think it's safe to assume that this is a trap." Arkin stood with his arms crossed, glaring at the hollow as he committed it to memory. "Naturally, I wouldn't put it past them," Lana confirmed as Knox entered the room. "So we need a plan," Knox announced. Senya looked him over before giving him a small nod. "The present, 25 BBY, Tatooine." Knox waited outside of Shmai and Cleg's room, a small smile playing at the side of his lips. He stood in his Emperor's armor, his hair slicked back with his yellow molten eyes swimming like the sight of a star. I'm ready," the voice of Shmai rung from within the room, Knox turning and opening the door to see the woman before him. Whilst there was no true love between them, he could see why Clegg was so taken with her. There before her, was the woman who birthed the Chosen One, garbed in a pearl-white wedding gown gifted to her from Knox. Knox stepped taut. He sighed to let the fitter depart the room whilst Shmai slowly met Knox's eyes. "Chin up, Shmai, you look radiant." Knox extended his hand for her to take as the woman blushed but did as instructed. Sliding her arm through his own, Shmai let Knox guide the woman from her shared bedroom out into the main hovel of the homestead, a simple hole into he ground with holes carved into the sides of the pit. Rooms serving different purposes such as a kitchen or storage shed. "This is a nice establishment you've gotten for yourselves," Knox spoke to the woman whom he guided across the sandy ground below towards the stairs to the surface. "It's all I could have ever wanted, my little slice of life. I couldn't ask for any more," Shmai replied as they began to ascend the stairs. "I'm happy for you," Knox smiled down to the woman. "Are you ready?" The two stopped for a moment halfway up the stairs. Knox looked over the woman to correct any last-minute issues with the dress, flicking sand off the shoulder with his hand. "I am." Shmai smiled at his attentiveness, sliding her hand under his arm once more. "Very well then." The duo proceeded to ascend the rest of the stairs. Keep calm," Clegg repeated in his head as he stood, nervously fixing the chest piece to his coat. He looked over the people who had gathered. Owen stood with his new girlfriend Beru, her parents stood beside her while Owen held her hand. HK-51 stood with the now rose-gold-colored completed C-3PO, the two conversing in low tones only they could hear and understand. The High Justice stood on her own as far as Clegg could tell. She didn't appear to be too happy about being present but nonetheless watched on. "I hope you can forgive me, Ika. I love her, as much as I did you. Please watch over us." The Lars family head closed his eyes, hoping he had the blessing of his dearly departed first wife. A group of townsfolk from Ancho-Riyadh stood behind their immediate family, supportive smiles and kind gazes, offering support while standing with their kids, wives, and families. Even Watto was amongst the gathered townsfolk. You couldn't decisively tell if he was happy or not, but he was there to support them nonetheless. But perhaps the most surprising attendee was one Jabba the Hutt, a tiny hut in his arms as the newborn looked over them all with wide eyes. Everyone stayed clear of the crime lord and his entourage but accepted his presence out of their own safety. Suddenly HK-51 turned to face the entryway to the Lars family farm, 3PO doing the same moments later. It's time, Clyde turned as he spotted the top of Shmai's previous owner's head, slick and reflective. His attention, however, was drawn to the second figure, his breath leaving him without his permission at the glowing woman being escorted by the man he could honestly respect regardless of their vastly different lives. Beautiful. Clyde uttered, much to the amusement of those present. Walking forward, Shmai smiled kindly at Clyde. The man looked as if he was about to cry. The duo continued to walk forward through towards the groom. Before long they came to stand in front of Clyde, brightly smiling up to her soon-to-be husband. "She's all yours now, Clyde." Knox moved around the duo to stand at the head of the crowd, clasping his arms behind his back. "Now I know this is by no means a traditional affair, but this is an affair out of love, about the union of two individuals who have lived a hard and arduous life, but have found each other, have come together and found respite in each other's presence." Knox grabbed Clyde's arm, followed by Shmai's own. "Clyde, all your life you have done what you could for your family and the people you love. You've raised your son to be the admirable man he is, you've done him right, and I know that you will do her right." Knox smiled kindly to the aging farmer, the man sending a small smile to his son, who responded with a nod. And Shmai bringing up her hand to hold Clyde's own. "Shmai, for longest time you wished to have a life of your own, a place of safety and sanctuary, and it is about time you were given such an opportunity." Knox pulled the two closer together. "With this man you have come to place your heart into, this man here, who will crawl across the dune seas of Tatooine with his tongue to ensure your safety, the man who holds you happiness above all." Shmai had a small tear running down her cheek. "Clyde, do you take Shmai as your wife? Do you promise to stand by Shmai, come heck or high water, through thick and thin, to be her rock, the one she can rely on in her times of need, to accept all her flaws, to complete what she doesn't have?" Knox asked Clyde, the man refusing to look anywhere but Shmai's eyes. "I do." Clyde grasped both as Shmai's hand, a sniffle escaping the man. "And Shmai, do you take Clyde to be your husband, to be by his side, in your waning years, to love him despite his shortcomings, to dirty your hands as you work with each other to progress further together in your goals, to be the one he can turn to whilst the world turns its back on him? Do you, Shmai Skywalker, promise to do this for the man who places his heart in your hands?" Knox asked, Clyde's heart beating in his ears. "I do." Shmai gripped Clyde's hands, tightening her grip whilst Knox smirked. "Then I hereby pronounce you husband and wife." Knox stepped back as Shmai drew Clyde in, the two sharing a heated kiss as the gathered crowd went crazy. Applause rung across the flat dunes of Tatooine, Knox allowing the ceremony to progress further as the duo were swamped by the locals. That was almost unbearable. The voice of Valen sounded at his right side whilst the party-goers all moved into the Lars family homestead. Yes, it might have been, but they need this, as well as we do for our plans." "No." Knox pet the woman on the back gently, the woman sighing but conceding to his point. "If you want, it shouldn't take me too much longer to wrap things up here. I can meet me on the ship if you wish." No, I know you hate these things as much as I do. If I left now I'd be leaving you to the wolves. I can deal with them for a bit longer. But I expect a reward when we get on the ship." Valen squinted up as the man raised an eyebrow in her direction. "That can be arranged." Knox wound his arm back before slapping her on the arse, a resounding shockwave dispelling the sand around them in an expanding dome of sunrised air. Knox chuckled to himself as he descended into the Lars homestead, Valen following after him with a small limp but a noticeable blush nonetheless. Aeos Prime. Impossibly heavy cylinders of a black metallic material circled around Vas Lucas as he floated within his meditation, legs crossed with his hands on his knees. The warmth of the light aspect of the Force flowed through the meditation chamber. The Summa Vernimoth all floated aimlessly within their chamber on the third floor, drinking in the radiant warmth, content in their current machinations whilst their tendrils harmlessly flowed around them. Sifo-Dyas stared at his necklace in his hand, the visions of the future he had experienced long ago when he first met his apprentice. A rupture of pain rose from his heart throughout the rest of his body, the man doubling over before rushing to the basin in his room, bile rising in his throat. The man barely made it to the basin as black and red sick-looking material ejected from him, spilling out onto the side of the basin before he managed to make it to the sink. 3 more surges rose from him before he curled over and fell onto the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead. The aged Jedi Master clutched the necklace he had been given long ago to his chest, allowing the force to flow through him as it soothed the pain he felt. Rising slowly, the Jedi Master made his way to his bed, pulling the covers back and sliding himself into the warm cocoon of fabric. He allowed sleep to overtake him, the force soothing him as he breath leveled out. Meanwhile Vas Lucas's face twisted, his head turning in his master's direction for a moment, looking troubled, but feeling his master return to his usual serene feeling. He sent out a feeling of comfort to his master as he lulled the man into a peaceful sleep. "Be well, master." Coruscant, Padme's apartment. "It's a shame you couldn't be here, Kenya." The woman played back the hologram for a 5th time, the hologram shifting from her master to Shmai and Clive being wed by her lord. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she watched Clive and Shmai kiss, the party transitioning from the surface down into the Lars homestead. She watched the party that followed the Knox had recorded for her to see, Clive and Shmai dancing together, holding each other as they dropped into their own little world, taking comfort in each other's embrace while the other party-goers watched on and if not participated in the dance. Closing her eyes, drawing in a deep breath, the woman soon let a small smile grace her features as she shut down the holo and pocketed the device. Rising from the couch she sat, the black-haired Force user made her way to the elevator and arriving individuals. A quick glance at the mirror to make sure she was presentable, Kanya's eyes flashed molten for the barest of seconds before the chime of the elevator drew her attention. "Missa must ask why Yusa want me here." Kanya couldn't help the twitch that came to her brow as Padme entered with that insufferable Gungan. Padme stepped out of the elevator with a regal gait, regarding the tall amphibian creature before her, her shoulders slumped as a sigh escaped her. "Again Jar Jar, the voice of your people are seldom heard by my own people and the larger galaxy as a whole. You're here to give them that voice, Jar Jar," Padme told the Gungan, the creature seemingly taking her words into consideration as its ears bobbed. "Missa understands you, I will use my voyaka," Jar Jar replied to the Senator of Naboo. Kanya's gaze slowly passed over to Padme, their gaze meeting as the Senator tried not to physically recoil under the idiocy of the Gungan representative. "Yes Jar Jar, you will. Now come on, we have a lot of documents to cover." Padme held the bridge of her nose as she guided the Gungan through her apartment past the Force user present. "Husa you be?" Jar Jar took note of Kanya's presence. "Nobody for you to worry yourself over, come along now." Kanya simply turned away and followed after Padme deeper into the apartment, intentionally ignoring the clumsy creature lest her patience be truly tested. Tatoan. Knox stood over the holo table within the X-70, staring down at the holo of Scorpio as she went of an analysis of the planet Brim meal. Valen stood to the side as she listened to the exchange between the two. "The anomaly you wished for us to keep track of has appeared on the planet Bimil. They have specifically colonized this part of the southern continent. They appear to be studying surrounding sectors," Scorpio announced as she manipulated the display to zoom in on the colony. "Direct contact is ill-advised for the time being. Contact the Ascendancy and have them install sensors and relays on nearby celestial bodies," Knox ordered of Scorpio, the droid answering the affirmative before she disappeared from the display to enact his will. Knox leant over the holo for a few more moments as the holo continued to display the live feed, watching them wield snake-like staves. Most of their technology appeared to be oddly organic in nature. He would have to retrieve some of their technology, if not an actual member of their species, to conduct a few procedures. Before long he stood from leaning over the table, staring into the mid-distance as he squinted, eyes shifting from left to right as he thought. "What troubles you, my love?" Valen asked as she looked at her man with knitted eyebrows. "Call it a hunch, we're going to Coruscant," we answered as he motioned for Valen to follow. "Coruscant, Jedi Temple." Anakin glared into the mirror, his Padawan braid hanging over his right shoulder whilst the rest of his hair was kept relatively short. Blue eyes glanced over his attire as he fixed his robes. Lightsaber clipped on his hip where it would sit when not in use. The teen turned away from the mirror and made to depart his quarters, stepping over droid parts towards his waiting master. It took a moment or two to tiptoe around the scattered scraps of metal, but he soon stood before the doorway to his room, the metal slab sliding over to allow his exit. Anakin, the ginger-haired Jedi Master, lowered his head lightly in exasperation as the man came forward and brushed a strand of copper wire off his apprentice's shoulder. "Sorry, Master," Anakin answered in embarrassment while Obi-Wan made to look over Anakin once more just in case he missed anything else. "Anakin, I don't mind, but some might take your tardiness for lack of care. It doesn't make you look very good in their eyes," Obi-Wan admonished as he began to guide Anakin through the hallways of the Jedi Temple. "Forgive me, Master, I'll continue to work on it," Anakin replied as Obi-Wan clapped him on the back. "See to it that you do, my Padawan. Now, we have a mission." Obi-Wan changed the topic as Anakin sighed in relief. "What is it?" Anakin asked his master as Obi-Wan stroked his beard. "The Radiant X has crashed on a moon in the Hoth system. Nylus cells and Knight T-Rex have been stranded alongside the rest of the crew. We are to assist and investigate," Obi-Wan informed his apprentice as the young man accepted the mission parameters. "When do we leave?" Anakin asked, the duo turning the corner as a group of knights passed by. 6 hours from now, we're meeting the crew that will be accompanying us in the hangar," Obi-Wan replied. "I see, might as well get an hour to practice in the meantime, wouldn't you agree, Master?" Anakin sent a small smirk to his master, who nodded along. "I couldn't agree more, my wise Padawan," Obi-Wan mused, the duo heading for the direction of the sparring chambers. Anakin slowly fumbled the hilt of his lightsaber as they walked. "Master Gallia," Obi-Wan nodded as they passed the woman. "Master Kenobi," came the woman's reply, the masters simply passing by and continuing on their day. Many more knights and Padawans passed the two by, few giving momentary greetings to Anakin and Obi-Wan. Leaving the dormitories, Obi-Wan and Anakin proceeded to make their way to the nearest turbo lift, entering the lift and ascending higher into the temple. "Ready, Master?" Anakin held his lightsaber with both hands in front of himself. His knuckles wrung white as his hands twisted against the steel of his hilt. "Whenever you're ready, my young Padawan," Obi-Wan quipped as he took his Sarso opening stance, his left hand forward with two fingers pointed with his right arm bent at an angle, his lightsaber pointed forward above his head. The two circled each other within the boundary ring. A few other Padawans were situated around the training room, making use of the different zones as they sparred each other. But Anakin ignored them, blocking out all external factors as he psyched himself up in preparation of attacking the Sorcerer Master. Their blue sabers sprung from the emitter of their weapons in perfect sync. Anakin, knowing his master wouldn't go on the offensive, made the first attack in the bout. An arcing attack towards Obi-Wan's neck, which the masters parried the strike with a vertical block with the base of his blade, forcing Anakin's weapon into a deadlock. Obi-Wan knew Anakin was stronger than him, his natural build affording him a greater natural strength. It was this knowledge that kept the Jedi Master on his toes, guiding Anakin's strikes away from his vital areas lest he be soundly overpowered. Anakin continued, followed through with a spin, using the momentum of his spin to back up his strength, going for a strike to the torso. Instead of outright blocking the attack, Obi-Wan pivoted his weapon and ducked under the strike, sending Anakin's weapon upwards. Obi-Wan rolled to the side as Anakin brought his wayward weapon downwards in an overhead strike. The blade of the weapon clashed against the ground's tiles, the young man circling around, the blade hissing as it scorched the tiles, leaving a black crescent in the ground, attempting to find purchase against the young man's master. Obi-Wan slammed his blade downwards as he stopped an upward strike from Anakin, the young man resorting to holding the weapon with both hands, his mouth twitching as Obi-Wan fought to keep Anakin's blade down low, attempting to overpower each other with sheep muscle strength alone. "It's okay to admit defeat, Master," Anakin quipped as he struggled to overpower his master. "Don't let your overconfidence overcome you, my young Padawan," Obi-Wan replied with a half-smirk of his own. Obi-Wan proceeded to step back, letting Anakin's blade sail harmlessly by him, making Anakin overextend himself. Before Anakin knew better, Obi-Wan had his weapon pointed at Anakin's chin. Breathing heavily, Anakin slowly lowered his weapon down to his side. "You're getting better," Obi-Wan complimented, bringing his blade back to his side as Anakin hung his head. Sighing, Anakin stepped back a few paces, standing back in the opposite side of the marked boundary. "Best of three, Master," Anakin offered whilst Obi-Wan chuckled. "Very well. Iokath." The CR-90 Corellian corvette gently touched down on the secret landing pad connected to Knox's laboratory. The towering fleet spire hung overhead ominously, being stationed within the most secure sector of Iokath. Getting in and out without clearance was nigh impossible. With airspace covered at all times, a legion of droids ready for immediate deployment and Siva stalking the lab itself, the lab was an all-out impossibility to gain access to. Thus, when the ship landed, it was beset on all sides by Iokath purifier droids. Hundreds appeared with their weapons trained. The legion of droids, however, lowered their weapons as a variable storm of metallic material dropped from the sky and surrounded the ship like a cyclone. Moments a small portion of the material stopped moving, the cyclone of metal swirling and building up in this already stopped portion. From the solid pieces of metal began the formation of an inner skeletal structure. Slowly but surely, the metallic shrapnel cloud began to contort and finish constructing the metallic being. And then, seconds later, the cyclone stopped, defying gravity momentarily before being sucked into the hastily constructed skeleton. "Disperse," the synthetic voice of Scorpio ordered of the Purifier Legion, the microscopic droids that made up her structure locking together and condensing into her regular form. The Purifier Legion did as ordered, shrinking back into the bowels of Iokath where they awaited for further use. Mistress Scorpio, the towering form of HK-51, marched down the ramp of the corvette with a new batch of subjects. Droids marched from within the lab alongside Siva, the towering droid overseeing the transport of her personal lab rats. 5 caretaker droids walked alongside 15 custodian droids, marching up the ramp into the storage room where the specimens were stored. Siva Scorpio looked over the droid that she wasn't entirely sure she could outperform. As Scorpio was aware, Siva was as old if not older than she was. Whilst Scorpio and Siva both hailed from Iokath, the two had vastly differing origins. Whilst Scorpio was designed by a disillusioned master builder named Vel Jyc Bor during the last years of the Iokathian species' reign. The 6 Iokath god droids were special, built within the golden years of the master builders by the greatest minds of their civilization in their entire history. And amongst those 6, Isaac's and Siva were unique, Isaac's for his unrivaled ability to cause destruction. And Siva, her potential for adaptability and ability to learn was unparalleled. She possessed one of, if not the most complex matrix Scorpio had ever seen. The droid possessed an intimate understanding of anything she accessed. She was even one of the 4 beings able to directly control the Eternal Fleet without being directly connected to the Eternal Throne. Scorpio was aware she was ill-prepared to face Siva in battle. In fact, if she recalled correctly, it took a team of the most influential and powerful individuals at the height of the Sith Empire's and Republic's power to stand up to the droid in open combat. Even then the droid wasn't knocked out of commission. Her impossibly complex programming allowed her to simply override a purifier single droid millions of kilometers away elsewhere on Iokath, take over its body and fashion herself anew. Shell for her matrix to inhabit, all without anyone but Knox's knowledge. Knox. The single remaining individual that Scorpio trusted. When there was a danger to his rule, she would annihilate any danger he could potentially face. Eliminated scores of individuals that so much as looked at the Eternal Throne and Knox the wrong way. The feminine droid placed her unyielding faith and trust into Knox, for he had earned it. When she had thrown all restraint to the wind and took over the Eternal Throne, betrayed the Alliance and everyone within to get home, to learn who she was. She had gotten what she wanted, but had become public enemy number 1 in the process, and when Arcan's threat was neutralized, they came for her. She had been protected by Valen, but she was aware the Empress wouldn't be able to hold their wrath forever. And so when she found the world of Iokath, amassed the fleet and took the fleet home, but they had followed, the Forsaken Alliance had swiftly followed. And when she was moments away from uploading herself into the Iokath mainframe, was confronted by the leaders of the Alliance, the 8 greatest individuals that could have possibly come to stop her progress, a wall even she could not pass. But she didn't have to, for Knox, a man who unsettled even the most confident and powerful individuals with his mere presence, inspired sheer terror and unwavering loyalty in individuals below him. A man with backup plans more numerable than there were numbers, who wasn't afraid to enact some of the most depraved acts perceived and performed by an individual, malicious intent incarnate to many. He alone opposed the rest of the alliance. Admittedly, it hurt that Cypher 9 stood with the rest in wishing she be turned into scrap. And one by one, he turned the wrath of the alliance members away from her, changing their minds and opinions, allowing to complete her greatest wish. He alone could see the larger picture, a picture she couldn't fully comprehend, but he had her unwavering loyalty in his endeavors. And so, whether she could combat Siva or not, she would do her dang ADAS to stop Siva should she prove to be a danger to him. Scorpio. HK, I suppose these are the organics I requested. The droid came forward to stand in front of Scorpio, the towering droid leveling her gaze at both the golden HK and Scorpio, her gaze encompassing both entities. Indeed, Lady Siva, the subjects you wish to study have been provided. Your next batch shall be available by week's end, HK replied as Siva turned her attention fully to the droid less than half her height. Thank you for your patronage. Your assistance has been most appreciated, both of you. Now if you would forgive me, I have some tests to proceed with. Siva swiftly turned and marched back into the lab, Scorpio glaring at the towering droid's back as its feet slammed into the steel underfoot upon its departure. Bench, Scorpio hissed, HK turning to face the feminine droid with a confused tilt of his head. I think she's quite lovely, HK commented, Scorpio looking at the male droid, hanging her head with an exasperated sigh. Of course you do. The turbo lift dropped into the surface of Iath, garbled groans and hisses sounded from a stretcher beside her. Siva disregarded the mutilated woman entirely as she went over several designs in her mind. A stab with her left hand silenced the woman's garbled groans as Siva tore her lower jaw and the front of the woman's neck in one swift movement. Depositing the fleshly substance in her grip on the floor, Siva continued with her thoughts as the caretaker droid of this specific subject injected a neutralizing agent into the woman's bloodstream, the bleeding slowly down and beginning to clot as the woman went catatonic. A couple of seconds later the turbo lift opened into Siva's portion of the laboratory. A large rectangular room with 6 rows of tanks against the western portion of the room, 24 tanks, a row of clear bacta. The first row of tanks emptied on their own before each one opened up before her as she approached. In front of each one was a single person being raised and lowered into the tanks thanks to the caretaker droids responsible for them. Put them into the last pod, then have Subject 1D transported to the testing chamber, immediately, Siva demanded as she passed by the tank storage. At once, Mistress, a caretaker droid responded as it marched to the final row of tanks, opening the 4th tank in the row. The tank proceeded to empty of bacta as a full head of brown hair hit the glass boundary, lowering with the bacta as it drained entirely. With the tank drained, the caretaker opened the front of the tank and grabbed the woman from within, lifting her from the ground and marching away from the rows of tanks and down a corridor on the northern face of the room. Siva followed the droid down the corridor before the droid rounded a junction with a sealed door on the end. Siva turned the opposite direction at the junction, stepping into a turbo lift that immediately raised onto a 2nd floor. Opening up on that 2nd floor was a small room with a wall-wide window. A terminal sat against the window flashing with screens and dials. Marching up to the window, Siva watched the caretaker walk into the room the window was overseeing. Down below was a huge rectangular room with no furniture, just a sparse room with paneled walls. The droid dropped the nude woman to the ground before departing immediately after. Pressing a button on the terminal, Siva watched the room fill with a small amount of gas. Connecting to the intercom, Siva ordered the unconscious individual nude in the room below to wake. Ugh! My head, Carol groaned as she brought her hand to her brow, massaging it in an attempt to soothe the growing headache. Where am I? Her eyes slowly adjusted, staring at the cold white tiles she found herself on. Her face scrunched up as she tried to remember how she got there. The only answer she received was the mental image of gold and red molten eyes. That Monster Carol shivered as they remembered the droid, how it tore her apart, tore her arms and legs from her body, her mouth and breasts along with her stomach line all removed by the thing that took her. I was beginning to believe there was an issue with the gases. A cold feminine voice sounded throughout the room, seemingly everywhere at once as Carol frantically looked around. Who are you? Where are you? Why am I here? Carol stood to her feet, not caring in the least she was nude, nor realizing she was entirely whole. She whirled in every direction, her brown hair flying as she looked. One would think her head would snap from her body at the speed her head moved. Good questions, but answers will not be provided unless you earn them. All you need to know is you have been chosen by me and His Gracious Majesty, and as the first surviving subject, I congratulate you, the voice announced, confusing Carol to her core as she continued to look around for the source. Congratulations, what the freak for? I want out of here, now, Carol yelled out in response to the stranger. As I previously stated, you have not earned the answers to your questions, nor your release. That begins now, stand and prepare for Phase 1. I'm not going to play these games, Carol screamed in response, not noting the tiny nozzles that appeared between the tiles on the wall. Begin, and with that single phrase, Carol's world went up in a blaze of white-hot heat. Plumes of fire rose against the window, billowing up its surface as Siva recorded the data of what transpired within. Pressing a glowing red switch on the terminal, the low hum of the flamethrowers stopping immediately after. The droid kept watching as the fire slowly dispersed through vents in the ceiling. With the floor now visible, massive black scorch marks scarred the floor whilst a mangled burnt body lay contorted on the still searing ground. She stared intently as a drone dropped from a compartment in the roof, lowering to the body as it acted as a closer pair of eyes for the droid to use. The body was burnt deep red as patched of skin and muscle dropped from the hairless body. Yet underneath all the burnt flesh is a flash of silver and white, along the length of the bone within her body, fused with her bones was a composite metal of several different metals and substances. Within this fused metal and bone were small holes, viscous liquid dropped from the holes, the material seeming to latch onto the burnt flesh, covering the fallen patches of flesh before flowing and consuming the charred skin piece by piece, the unneeded clumps of flesh falling from the corpse. What was kept slowly returned to a healthy color, albeit slightly paler than the previous complexion. Like a cocoon or second skin, the material swallowed the corpse's entire body before slowly sinking into the damaged corpse to back onto its regular shape. Hair follicles sprouted from the head of the corpse, lengthening out slowly but surely back to their previous length. Siva watched with wicked satisfaction as the previously burnt corpse arched and took a deep breath, immediately sitting up as a scream tore from the woman's throat, keeling over and squirming as if in pain. My lord, Subject 1D, Test 1, Success. Moving on to Test 2, Siva reported directly to Knox, whom was arriving upon Coruscant. Coruscant. The X-70B dropped out of hyperspace with a low boom. Valen piloted the ship towards the planet-wide city, rotating upside down to orientate the ship with their intended target. Knox stood next to Valen with his arms crossed, feeling the dark side of the Force coalescing around the planet, something fierce. He's gotten stronger, no doubt. Rummaging through what was left of Plagueis' knowledge, Knox thought as he studied the stronger of the presences on world. Knox's gaze swept to the works zone of Coruscant, studying the lesser dark side presence. That's a new one, Knox mused as the ship passed over a series of speeder lanes, headed towards the Caldani spires and Knox's residence. He swept his gaze towards the Federal District, feeling the presence of his apprentice bleeding from within. She's making no moves to shroud herself, though she has made a notable job of hiding a great deal of her power, no doubt because they know she exists, just not how much power she actually houses. Knox then turned his attention to the Jedi Temple, one of if not the last bastion of the lighter portion of the Force on world, feeling Anakin and his master heading off-world at the same time he was arriving. Valen gently guided the ship onto his personal landing pad. Aloysius. I need you. Valen shivered as a black miasma of dark side energy peeled from Knox's chest. Glowing crimson eyes shone in the ethereal helm of Calig as the man stepped out from his descendant. Flesh of my flesh, what is it you require? Aloysius asked as the ship shuddered, Valen slowly shutting off the ship as Knox gave his full attention to Aloysius. I need you to follow the Palpatine brat, be discreet, I don't want him knowing of your presence, but something is going on, I want to know what exactly. Plague Ace was never exactly forthcoming with their plans, not entirely, Knox told his ancestor, who was more than happy to accept. As you wish, flesh of my flesh, I shall return shortly. Aloysius proceeded to dematerialize into motes of malevolent energy, heading towards the Senate with haste. Valen rose from the pilot's chair as the ramp lowered at the flick of a switch, Knox beckoning for her to come near. He gently snaked his hand around her waist. Thank you for that. Flying can get a bit tedious after a while, if you understand what I'm saying. Knox smirked down at the woman as she placed her hands on his chest. Of course, plus you had other things on your mind, rather me flying than becoming a flaming ball of metal hurtling through space. Valen retorted as she rose onto the tips of her toes and captured Knox's lips with her own. Pulling back, Valen watched with no small amount of satisfaction as Knox's tongue trailed across his upper lip. Vanilla, Knox commented as Valen coyly looked away with a small smile adorning her features. You know me so well. I like to think so. Her fingers danced across his chest before she sashayed out of the bridge. That was the single most frustrating conversation I've had with an individual throughout my entire freaking life. Kenya physically restrained herself from strangling the life from the Gungan's long butt neck, the same Gungan who had recently departed the senator's apartment and was now going to do God knows what. Hopefully fall into speeder traffic, Kenya thought, hoping the Gungan wouldn't curse her with his presence ever again. And I thought regular Gungans were bad, Kenya continued to hiss as Padme rejoined the woman in the lounge room of the apartment. That was pretty dreadful, wasn't it? Padme plopped herself down onto one of the couches within her apartment. This has to be some kind of cosmic joke, Padme. I don't know if you understand or not, but those Gungans have sent a complete buffoon to serve as their voice to one of the biggest governmental institutions ever. He is going to single-handedly make the entire Naboo system look like a people of complete freaking retards, Kenya hissed to her longtime friend, the senator laying back onto the couch as she proceeded to undo the bun in her hair. I must confess their thought process does trouble me as well, Padme honestly replied as her long brown hair fell to her shoulders. I see you're beginning to experience what the Senate is like, Padme almost outright screamed in fright as Knox stepped out from behind a drawn curtain with no possible way of entry. Father Kenya immediately knelt as Knox waltzed over and sat on the couch opposite of the newly elected senator. Kenya, there's no need for that, Knox chuckled as he absent-mindedly waved Kenya off, pulling a bottle of Alderaanian wine into his hand from across the room. Wine, Knox offered as 3 glasses flew into his hand. Padme straightened herself up as she subtly adjusted her hair, quickly glancing at herself in the window for the barest of seconds. If you would be so kind, Padme accepted as Kenya rose, quickly making her way to join Padme on the couch. Of course, quickly filling the 3 glasses, Knox placed the bottle on the table before using the force to guide 2 into the hands of the 2 women before him. Thank you. Padme took the glass from thin air as Kenya gave her own round of thanks. The 3 proceeded to take sips of their drinks at the same time. Lowering her glass, Padme took note of the absence of her armed guard. I have to ask, how did you get past them? Padme motioned towards the entryway. Come now, Padme, I can fling a city into the sky with a thought, can fly, punch through Durasteel like it's paper, and talk circles around the Senate to the point they sell me their own firstborns thinking it's a spice deal. Is it so out of the realm of possibility for me to get into this room? Padme gave a sarcastic look at Padme, who blushed at his reply. I concede the point. Padme sunk into her chair, taking another sip of her drink as the heat rushed over her face. What's the occasion, Father? Kenya smiled at the man who all but raised her. Aw, come on, do I need a reason to see my girls? Kenya smiled brightly at his response whilst Padme sunk deeper into her part of the chair. Anywho, how are you 2 finding business in the Senate? If it's anything like dealing with the politicians I'm used to, it'd be quite irritating, I imagine, a Brunik asked as Kenya huffed. Tell me about it. I've seen 3, maybe 5 people who haven't got a corporation so far up their butts they run off greed manifest, Kenya hissed, taking another sip of her wine as the annoyance of the previous days were washed from her. her shoulders relaxing ever so slightly. Well, a good thing about that, is that there is always a way to make an honest man, out of a greedy man. Knox chuckled as both Kenya and Padme gave him a flat look. An honest man, really, Father? Kenya mumbled, Knox downing another sip of his drink. Honesty, lies, truth and justice are all in the eye of the beholder, just like history is always told in the voice of the victor. Makes one wonder, doesn't it? Knox replied as Padme took all he said in with a nod. You're getting philosophical again, Father, Kenya chastised half-heartedly as Knox waved her off again. Yes, I do seem to be doing that, don't I? Knox laughed it off, Padme's drink running dry before she was forced to put the glass down with a huff of dissatisfaction. But, what are your thoughts, Padme? People seem dissatisfied. Things are getting harder for different systems and all anyone does is vote and nothing gets done. Padme massaged her brow as she admitted the base problem with the Senate. I see, and I bet my top dollar, that at least one person is using this to their advantage to further their own agenda, Knox commented as he thought over what she said. I think there is, yes, though I am unsure who, Padme added, twirling a strand of her hair in nervousness. Well, unless they do something worryingly obvious, I doubt there will be any real way to oust them. No, best not worry about it, not yet anyway. Knox's eyes flashed towards the works where he felt both Palpatine and the second individual meeting for some reason. He could feel Aloysius stalking around them thanks to the tether he had with the long-dead Sith, no doubt excelling in doing what he had asked as usual. But just because there is some Dumbo benefiting off the suffering of others, and that the larger portion of the Senate doesn't necessarily want to help, doesn't mean that there aren't those few that genuinely want to help, and if you band together with those few, you can influence the more malleable ones to your side, help the suffering, fix everything one system at a time, and eventually, weed out those corrupt freaks that sit in their chairs twiddling their thumbs all day. Doesn't that sound grand? Knox almost blanched as he finished that statement, but it would further his own goals nonetheless. Padme nodded her head as Kenya glanced at the woman through the corner of her eyes. The senator leant onto the back of her hand as she squinted at the table with a hard look. But how do I do that? Padme asked, her tone low as she was racked with helplessness. Padme, don't look so defeated. I mean, sure, the person meant to represent with you is a complete freaking idiot, but you don't need them. Knox leant forward as he became the sole focus of Padme's gaze. Then what do I need? How do I gain the support I need to truly save the people in need? Padme asked as tears threatened to spill from her lidded eyes. All right, Padme, listen carefully. There are 2, maybe 3 ways I can say that can truly get what you need done. Knox fixed Padme with a calculating look as she shifted closer, now on the edge of her seat as Knox raised 3 fingers. 1. Fear. Everything a heartbeat truly understands fear, whether that be a fat rich boy going broke, or a poor farmer's family starving for a week. Everyone has some semblance of fear. Something that drives them. All you have to do is push the right button, and the canary sings. Knox lowered one of his fingers as Padme looked unsure of the first option, wringing her hands in nervousness. Option 2, Padme asked, motioning for Knox to continue, to which the man was all the more happy to do so. Completely and utterly annihilate the system that doesn't work, start a new game, remove the clogs that don't work in the machine, version 2.0 so to speak. Knox lowered his second finger as Padme gulped. But you don't have nearly enough support to do that without catastrophic backlash, nor would you survive the attempt. And that leaves me option 3. Knox nodded along to Padme's observation. The second most difficult, but the longest path, become the messiah to the larger populace. Start small, save a town or free a colony of slaves and work your way up and cause enough waves, become the savior that people look up to. One thing people respond equally as much as they do fear, is love, and hope. If everyone in the galaxy loves you, your voice alone will stir the masses into action, and the one thing a government cannot stop, is a united front of its people, an almost instantaneous governmental collapse otherwise. They must abide their citizens. Knox smirked at Padme as she looked almost entirely hopeful. The third, how do I do that? Padme placed her hands on the table as she stood up. Well, find the system which is most in need, and find a way to fix it. I'm sure if you approach the senator of that system, or the people as a whole, you'll be able to muster a workforce of citizens with admirable values, and get them to assist you in your endeavors, not to mention build some goodwill with the important individuals of that system. It goes a long way, trust me." Padme stood to full height as she pondered his advice, pacing back and forward as she truly went over what he said. Yes. Yes, this is what I need. How do I know which systems are the most in need?" Padme paused and asked Knox as the man rubbed his chin for a second. "Well, in a place like the Senate, you either look at the ones crying the loudest for help, or the quietest ones that have no voice, that none are willing to support or listen to. If you were to help them, then the next and the next, and eventually you'll have the support of, let's say, a couple of hundred systems, maybe even 1,000. Knox offered the senator, the woman stopping and turning to face him as he smiled. "Now come sit back down, you're stressing yourself to death. Let's talk about other subjects, or something." Padme stopped pacing and slumped her shoulders, a sigh ripping from her soft features. Seeing his point, the woman turned around and made her way back to the couch, plopping herself down as she made a sort of groan noise. "Good, now tell me, how are your family?" "Iath, Plague Ace's lab." The old Muon stalked the hallways of his lab. Beakers boiled and furnaces burned. The scarred Muon had his respirator on as he took precious breaths of air through the apparatus. "Do you really believe we can trust him?" the red-headed girl, no woman at his side, asked in hushed whispers, a descendant of a lady of the Sith long ago, lime-green eyes and ridges of bone stemming from her face. "Do you hear that?" the Muon asked as the woman strained to hear what he was referencing. Sure enough, down at the other end of the lab were a series of crashes and explosions. "He's angry, once more. I believe his anger to be focused on the Emperor," the Muon confidently announced as another explosion rocked the facility, pieces of scrap metal flying from down the hallway as a deep roar echoed from within the communications chamber. "Wait here, allow me to talk to him." The Muon stopped the redhead in her tracks, the tall man walking forward confidently. A wave of the dark side washed over him, prickling his skin like a cold storm of Hoth. Rounding the corner, the Muon was privy to witness chairs levitating around the room, cracks steadily forming along the walls as their foundations began to come apart, and at the central table, hunched over as he slammed his fists into the surface of steel over and over, was a brown-haired man wearing black robes, roaring in rage as he grabbed the edge of the table and tossed it at the wall. "My friend, you seem troubled," the Muon announced his presence as the human whirled around, eyes swimming with unconcealed hatred. Golden pools of agony greeted the Muon. "Reality, I thought I was having a field day." The dark side ruptured off the human and physically assaulted Plague Ace, forcing him back several meters until he was forced to his knees. "Please, I did not mean to offend. I am merely worried, my friend. What troubles you?" Plague slowly found his way to his feet, amazed at the sheer power within, along with a hint of hunger. "Yes, hunger. It feels as if his presence itself is attempting to consume me, mind, body, soul and all." Amazing, Plague Ace thought as he watched the brown-haired Sith attempt to calm himself. "Nothing." Lucille grit his teeth as he sent a small glare at the hollow communicator. "He's all but confirmed the source of his anger." Plague Ace smirked, making sure to hide it half a second later before the man before him could catch on. "Come, my friend, talk with me. What ails you so?" Plague Ace offered as the Sith squinted at him. "Why would you care?" the man snarled as Plague Ace was silently pleased. "It's better to get these things off your chest, trust me." Plague Ace watched the man squint, pondering on what the Muon had said. So he's not too trusting, not naive. Yes, he would do just fine, Plague Ace thought as the man slumped. "Let's share a drink." Plague Ace motioned towards the entryway. "Fine, but don't expect me to get all bubbly," Lucille snapped before walking through the entry and towards the lab exit. Padme's apartment, 5 hours later. Knox laughed as he swirled the brandy he was holding. Padme was laying flat against the opposite couch, a saucer in her hand, whilst Kenya sat on the ground next to Knox, mumbling insecurities about herself as Knox pet her head. Knox himself was the only one sober as the Force continuously worked to detox his body alongside maintaining a continuous flow to himself to keep his senses at their highest degree. "Master, I believe your fears are just. Knox paused from taking another drink from the brandy, eyes becoming taut as his anger roused momentarily. This news from Lucille was not ideal, but not surprising. Keep at them, gain their trust. I do not care if you slander my name or kill some worthless scientist for them, do not fret. Any crime you would commit bar murdering me or any high-ranking official or outright coup d'etat will be met with full amnesty. Do what must be done. You are the only one I trust with this endeavor. Knox telepathically replied to the being across the stars. Thank you, my lord, I will do as you wish, your will is my own. Lucille's telepathic connection vanished moments later, no doubt to continue embedding himself within the would-be traitors. He stared blankly at the brandy within his grasp, his implants came to life as he bridged a connection directly to Siva and Scorpio. Siva. Scorpio, move Asha to my vault on Dathomir, and have the lab's security increased. Iath has a potential liability until the weeds are ready to be rooted out. Knox relayed to the two hyper-intelligent droids. It will be done. Asha has been notified and is preparing for relocation as we speak, Scorpio replied. I will implement further security measures and protocols at once. With your permission, I would upload myself into the security mainframe as a fail-safe, Siva asked as Knox pondered the benefits of such an action. Granted. With that final message he shut off the communications aspect of his implants. Shortly thereafter his attention turned back to the occupants in the room. Padme was telling a story of her sister doing something highly amusing, if how she was telling it was anything to go by. And then her hair was yellow. She was furious, stormed to our parents and ranted for hours. It was marvelous. Padme finished retelling a prank she had pulled on her older sister when they were children, living in a mountainous village where her parents had instilled her sense of morals. Kenya coughed as she futilely tried and failed to stop herself from laughing, bursting outright as she imagined Solo with yellow-dyed hair. It sounds like you had quite an interesting relationship with your sister. Knox wiggled his eyebrows as he began to enact intoxicated. Yes. I miss those times, quite a bit actually. Padme sat up, not caring in the slightest that the shoulder straps to her dress were slowly sliding down her arms as she sat up and emptied the saucer of its wine once more. When the world was naught but child innocence. I miss those times, he smoothly lied as he leaned back over the couch, head falling back as he stared at the ceiling, continuing to pet Kenya whilst she lay her head on the seated cushions of the couch. Breathing in for a short moment, he listened to the sky traffic as the sun set over the horizon, the balcony lights automatically turning on as the handmaidens and guards changed positions. Once more the guards seemingly ignored the senators and Knox's presence thanks to his doing. It was whilst he was laying his head back as he felt Kenya shift and the lights within the rooms flickered for a moment. A coalescing void of hatred materialized from the balcony, unnoticed to Kenya, Padme ro the guards, the glowing crimson orbs within the helm of Calig's helmet, his ancient ancestor silently stalking the ground as Knox took notice of him. I have returned flesh of my flesh with the knowledge you seek. A small silent nod from Knox was all the apparition needed as the apparition implanted the information directly into Knox via their telepathic link. A twisted, malicious smirk came onto his face as flashes of memories, voices, and images played out in his head within fractions of a second. You have done well, exceedingly well. I am both proud and pleased. You do our name and family well. Aloysius. At his words, Aloysius bowed and dispersed into motes of dark corrupt energy once more, swirling like a torrential storm of chaos as Knox reabsorbed the entity without any issue. The temperature of the room returned to normal. Noting that his bottle of brandy was once more empty, he deposited the empty bottle on the small glass table between them, another bottle appearing in his hand as he plucked it from another senator's room nearby. I don't understand how you do that. 1 second nothing, then the next, poof, whatever you want. Padme looked on amazed as Knox undid the lid of the bottle. Magic. Knox chuckled as Padme crossed her arms and pouted, puckering her lips and turning away with a huff. PSH, fair enough. Padme sighed, dragging her hand down her face as her makeup ran down her face. Here, yours is empty and I don't particularly like this flavor anyway. Knox tossed the bottle he was holding to Padme, who fumbled but managed to catch the bottle nonetheless. Thank. Padme swiftly began to down the drink as another appeared in Knox's grasp, A smirk came to his face. I didn't think they still made this. Knox uncorked the lid, a scent of vanilla snaking its way to his senses as he took a deep whiff of the beverage. His lashes fluttered as memories came and flashed in his mind. Lana. Stopping the flow of the force to his body as he halted the detoxing process, Knox looked at the swirling drink in the clear bottle, a small smile coming to his face. It just needs a little something, to make it like it was back then. Yes. Knox clasped his hand as a small vial appeared in his hand, vibrant blue in color. What's that? Padme asked as she took note of Knox opening the cap of the vial and poured the blue liquid into the bottle of vanilla-scented wine. This is called Cyclone, makes someone stronger and have greater stamina for a period of time, but is also lethal to those that cannot overcome its poisonous effects. Padme grew alarmed as Knox brought the bottle of wine up to eye level, the bottle now glowing a hue of white with a hint of blue. She leapt from her seat to her feet as he took a swig of the new concoction and swallowed. He twitched and shuddered slightly at the potency of the drink but took another swig nonetheless. He raised his eyebrow at Padme's gobsmacked expression. Why, you're drinking poison? Oh my gods, I need to call for help. Padme nearly bolted from the room before she froze mid-step, levitated from the ground and found herself deposited softly back onto the couch she previously occupied. Bah, it's fine, the most it'll do to me is give me a moderate case of indigestion at worst. It cannot do much of anything to me, trust me. You and Kenya on the other hand, no, I won't be giving you any at all. The Sith soothed the worried Padme before taking yet another sip. The woman seemed to calm down slightly but seemed unsure. Against her better judgment she accepted his words. After all, he had never led her astray. He was perhaps her most trusted confidant, with Kenya coming a close second. After all, he knew more about her and what she had gone through than just about anyone else. Her face flushed as she thought of that but hid her face from the ones present. The Sith in the room ignored everyone as he chose to savor his drink, closing his eyes as he thought on memories long past. He pondered using the Force to detox himself, but went against it in the end. After all, I rarely get to relax and simply bask in pleasantries, Knox thought, downing a good quarter of the bottle instantaneously, the strength of the drink quickly beginning to take effect. Aeos Prime. Vas Lucas stood side by side with Sifo Dyas, standing on a plain beach with village-goers gathering behind them. Be ready, Sifo yelled out to the chieftain behind them, the village folk huddling together, carrying large pylons and planks, all ready to run forward in unison while digging crews clutched their tools. Vas Lucas nodded to Sifo as the master and apprentice closed their eyes, breathing in and out to calm themselves. Ready? Sifo asked, Vas nodding as he clenched his hands together at his side. Are you? Vas asked as Sifo held his hands together in a praying gesture. As if the floodgates had been opened, the Force rushed to Vas Lucas' aid, cratering the ground beneath as sand dispersed around the duo. Wisps of white and blue shrouded Vas Lucas's hands, the young man ready forward and making a pushing gesture. The village people watched in utter amazement as the shoreline receded against the currents of the ocean, the raging waves pounded against the invisible wall that Vas Lucas was creating. Fish and other creatures impacted the wall harmlessly before swiftly departing. The village folk behind quickly ran forward onto the wet sand, the digging teams expertly breaking into the ground, churning up entire mounds of sand as they dug. 8 different teams worked with perfect synchronization. Whilst they dug, the other village people dragged the pillars of wood through the sand, some restoring to using rope whilst the stronger groups hefted them onto their shoulders. The Alpha Summa watched from nearby, hovering over the ocean eye curiosity as one of its tentacles plucked a fleeing fish from under the waves. It took mere minutes for the digging teams to finish their dig, removing their tools before falling back to a safe distance behind the Jedi duo. Drop them, the chieftain ordered as the pillar crew dropped the wooden pillars into the ready holes, a roar from the stronger groups as they lifted the pillars higher into the air before plunging them deep into the ground below. Get back, the chieftain yelled out as the installation crew ran back and turned to watching with the diggers. Master, leave the rest to me. Vas watched as Sifo dropped his concentration before nodding, allowing Vas to do as he wished. Vas closed his eyes as he lowered one of his hands slowly, the oceans beginning to come nearer, a small amount of water being allowed to move across the sand to bypass the pillars. With his other hand, Vas made a fist out of his hand, raised it into the air before bringing his hand down like a hammer. Sifo watched impressed as the pillars were driven deeper into the ground, breaking the ground rock underneath the sand, finding purchase, and stilling entirely. With that done, Vas returned his attention to manipulating the water, pulling the invisible wall back farther and farther. The villagers cheered as the pillars remained a few meters above the ocean surface. Vas sighed as he let the force wall die out, the ocean returning to its previous state, the Jedi apprentice smiling at the easily completed job. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Vas looked at the smiling Sifo who gestured for them to return to the village. They can handle the rest, Sifo concluded as Vas gave a slight nod and followed after the departing Jedi Master. Stopping by the chieftain, Sifo gained the blue-skinned man's attention. "We're heading back up, you let us know if you need anything else, right?" Sifo asked of the aged native. "Of course. Oh, by the way, those materials you requested arrived, we have thee in the warehouse being prepped for transport up the mountain as we speak," the chieftain alerted the Jedi as Sifo paused. A few more of the villagers came out, working to carry a series of large wooden planks. "I see, thank you, if you don't mind then we shall be off to collect them," the chieftain bid them farewell, the Jedi making their way into the village, leaving the rest of the workers to complete their task. The group passed some newly constructed houses, passing by friendly natives that gave them greetings or occasionally stopping for a small conversation. Eventually they reached the warehouse. The Jedi entered, a group of natives holding 2 separate crates the Jedi had requested. "Would you like us to help you transport these?" a middle-aged woman asked as she hefted one of the 2 crates up and held it under her arm against her side. "Oh, now we wouldn't want to burden you, you have your plates full as it is, we'll just take these of your hands and be on our way." Sifo refused the generous offer as the woman shrugged. She gave a huff as she handed the crate to Sifo, Vas Lucas bending down and lifting the second larger crate into his arms. Sifo himself hefted his own crate onto his shoulders and left the warehouse. "Here we go."